Yes, they did. Watch the intervals between the pulses. It's a heartbeat. But this is behaving the way a signal frequency would. 5G waves. Doesn't kill them, it'll make us all sad. Are we getting it? 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 Yes! Oh, I love sequence.
These people.
Oh, you're still playing. I didn't even know. Where the hell are you, bro?
You just did a 360.
You're
I saw
freaking me
that.
out. You're freaking me out.
You just did a full fucking 360 trying to trick shot me, bro.
I'm not trying to trick shot you. I'm trying to fling myself so I can go higher.
That looks like the General Grievous minigame from like.
Well, mother.
You saw that though.
Goosebumps episode, but worse.
I'm actually like shaking. I don't know why. I'm shaking both physically and my view model is shaking.
What are you guys doing?
You'd be kind of good at combat.
We're playing We're playing no scope arcade, not arcade. Sniping.
Like if you can fling yourself like that to go higher, then that'd be easy for you to play Combat Warriors.
I literally never played Combat Warriors. Holy
Come on,
shit!
it's literally point blank.
Like I didn't know that was you, but you're edgy. You were edgy, right?
No.
What?
I didn't have
Clip
a high
that,
enough
bro. Clip
pressure.
that. Yeah.
Yeah, you would have liked
Goddamn!
Combat Warriors if you were so edgy.
Wait, what's happening?
This fucking double jumped. I swear to God.
Ugh. What do I do again inside this game?
Wait, did you join?
Fly.
That's.
Yeah.
Alright, bro. I'm muting you.
Oh no!
What do you do, bro?
Muting you and blocking you, and I'm
Who's
going to
getting
watch you.
my fucking plane?
I think someone's
Fucking
getting
William.
bombed.
Someone in Nagasaki right now, bro. What the fluff?
William, bro.
No!
Merc Fleet.
William!
I
love Merc Fleet.
William, do you like live next to the highway?
Yeah.
Bro, he's in the car right now.
Holy
you're
shit, the
telling
sense
me
is
we
nuts.
You're telling me Riley can call you William, but I can't?
Literally nobody said you couldn't.
He did,
I don't know
actually.
I said I don't care,
Anymore,
but
he
okay.
doesn't care anymore.
He said he doesn't care.
I can't aim. The sense feels so. Is it just my sense or?
Bro, hop on Merc Fleet. Merc Fleet better.
Piss off,
No,
bro.
it's
Stop talking, by the way.
not. Amen, bro.
Why do I just have a scout? I want something different.
Because it's crazy scouts.
This is crazy.
Did you?
I hit someone across the map
My
while
mom
the
just showed me a crazy riddle.
Did you solve it or
My mom-
what?
Yeah, no, I got it wrong, but my mom showed me a Facebook riddle.
So,
This
No,
the,
it was stupid, actually. Like, how was I supposed to know that?
supposed to be the riddle master.
I'm popping
Riddle
off
my
right
riddle.
now.
Yeah, but
Can I
he's
get, can I get one of those riddles? Can you show me one of those riddles where it's like,
Just hit someone in the
actually he's not the chef as he has big scary knives and blood on his clothing.
God damn!
Was it one of those riddles you'd find those YouTube videos?
Yes, I know, I want it to be, but no.
Because that's what you remind me of when you said that. You're like,
Yeah, no, that was the entire point. I
What?
want her to show me one of those really easy ones.
Somebody had a car 98? What?
it might be a skin. If you go on the roof and you go into the like, things on the roof and like, I'm dead, bro. What the hell? Yeah. Got killed by some guy named MRK in Whale. Oh, that was a crazy clip.
These guys kind of suck at playing this game.
Shut the fuck up.
That's what you say after.
Out.
These guys kind of suck at playing the game.
We're on the same skill level, bub.
I know, but I win, and I get $3.
I got 20 kills. I was literally 3 kills behind you. I don't want to hear it.
I'm sorry.
I joined before the like. I joined.
I don't know. I can't. I actually like. I tried putting custom crosshair on, but you can't get rid of your crosshair because there's no settings.
I'm soldier 2. Don't test me.
Actually, why is there no settings?
What's this? Bag of knives. Open. Oh.
You can't. It costs
Yeah.
Robux. That shit's crazy.
Yeah,
bro.
and you still have to use in-game credits to unlock them.
Asshole.
Ruins.
What is my frame rate? I'm at 200. I'm playing this game at 200 frames.
Dude, how are my parents not?
The overarching message of this episode was unironic.
Parents are
I
dead.
casted a spell on your parents. They're
I'm
never coming
ris-
home.
I'm rizzing my grandpa right now. That's how bored I am.
You're whatting?
Rizzing.
He's
You're
raising
whatting
his
your
grandpa.
grandma? Your
Oh, he's-
grandma?
Grandpa's.
Can't actually do this.
Dogs can't actually do this.
That's still.
Cremation firearm.
God damn. No, please don't give me a scout. I had an op. I had a cool op. Oh, I had a cool op again.
Because it's deathmatch. It's gonna be off always.
Really? I thought it was randomized, like
There's only some randomized game modes. Bro,
Ow!
William, before I killed you, that's all you know, I swapped between my knife and op like 3 different times.
Send me a message. Oh wow, I gotta. Hold on.
I want to try out the 20 version of what is it? No Scope Arcade.
Okay, then try it.
I'll do it later.
That guy had
That's
a.
crazy. The spawn protection's crazy because sometimes
God damn it. I don't know if I'm winning or not. I don't know how to tell if you're winning.
there's no scoreboard until like the end.
I don't like how slow you run with the op. You run.
Can we go try no Scope Arcade after this?
I don't know.
My view model freezes in the air, and now I can't shoot my gun.
Ow. Is there like settings to change or some shit?
No, there's no settings. It fucking sucks actually sometimes.
Oh my god, spawn protection just saved that guy.
Yeah, it's stupid. Who are you?
I shot. Huh? Are you actually fucking with me? I killed him. I so killed you. Got stuck on the ladder.
I'm stuck on the wall. Both those people had spawn protection. What was I gonna do there? Kill me. Spawn protection, bro. When they move, they should lose their spawn protection. Is it just me?
Takes them a bit. This crosshair looks so bad. I don't like it.
Yeah, I don't know why they force you to use default use crosshairs like that, and then they all suck. Like, oh my god, give me a fucking crosshair. It's so fucking blurry.
I mean, I kind of like it. Oh my god, I had to shoot this guy 2 times. This ain't no scope arcade.
Oh, I'm out of ammo.
Ow!
Where's my? I think.
Ow!
Furball's back.
I kind of died.
Oh my god, bro. Let me.
Yeah, I am reload. Please wait.
There's 2 of
Okay.
you. I'm gonna just let you fight
Alright,
that
go.
out.
Oh, and I gotta reload.
Sorry.
Never mind. The fuck you mean sorry? You killed me? I root AF, bro. Ow! Why do so many people have like? Is
If you
it?
switch between your gun and knife too quickly, it'll put your view model in the sky, and it'll just give you your fucking knife.
And then this guy killed me because I had a.
Whoa!
Ow.
Man, these guys kind of suck.
You made someone leave.
Sorry, Reddit. I didn't mean it. I don't know. Somebody's gotta tell these people to not stand still.
I'm dead, bro. I'm dead. Bye. The water, bro.
I have to reload my gun. You don't see me. I have to reload my gun. I don't know. Okay, we both killed each other, so that's fine. I don't care.
This guy has spawn protection. Why is he killing people with spawn protection? Okay, I'm sorry. No scope arcade is actually so much better. Holy shit.
I just.
When you shoot your gun, you lose spawn protection.
Ow! What the fuck? Ow!
When it comes to these fast paced games, I should be able to switch between my knife and gun quickly, and not lose my fucking gun because I switched it.
That's how we play each other, bro. No, we haven't played cat in forever.
Play cat.
I'm back, y'all. Let's play cat, guys.
You earned 3 monies.
Yeah.
Let's go.
I'm done.
Okay.
I did it, y'all. I got 41 kills. Let's go, Reddit.
How many did I get? I'm joining cat right now.
I hate cat. If they're never adding back trading, and that's why I hate it.
Okay.
Do you believe the game will update one day?
If Fears can go and update, please.
Wait, I don't get it. Why does it say you got 41 kills? What? Oh wait, no.
There has been no in-game
Wait, I'm so
announcements. Bro, there has been no in-game announcements for over. I don't know.
Just face it, man. It
I'm
ain't
right now.
Yahoo
I'm
auctions.
still wondering who gave me a fucking heartwarming award on Steam.
Heartwarming. I don't know. I got some random badges too.
How do I check if I got any of that?
If someone gives you to
It'll give you like
yeah.
a notification.
I've never been gifted that.
What's up,
I
y'all?
got the freaking.
Like, I have a clue who it is, but I still want to know.
I think it's
T?
random.
Is it T?
Yeah, for sure.
Bro, after playing that game, I walk so slowly.
I feel like I ain't running fast enough.
Pixel Gun
Yeah, my
3D
game is
update.
laggy, bro.
I see you fucking lagging, bro. Okay, I'm gonna jump down here.
Oh wait, my aim was good for a second. Wait. Oh wait, I have R6. Wait, I have the R6 angles. I have the R6 angles.
I don't ever think I'm gonna switch out of this Dennis avatar for a bit.
I'm gonna put this moth avatar on for a while because I'm a faggot.
Yeah, you
I
really
don't
are.
even play Roblox anymore, so the avatar that I leave off on is the. I don't know why. I just stopped playing Roblox.
I mean,
Bro,
sometimes there's
y'all are
droughts.
really bad.
Congratulations.
You specifically aimed at me too.
Shut
That's so
up,
that you're so
baby.
mean.
What? I can't look out for you.
Bro, there's 8 people trying
Why
to kill
not?
me.
Like, wait, send me the
Dude,
snap.
I'll tell you in DMs. I'll tell you in DMs.
There was one other
angle.
person trying to kill you.
Good angle.
Wait,
I
do
just
they know?
gotta, I just
know.
gotta correct you.
Do they know?
No, they don't.
I oughta.
Oh, you're
Hold on,
dating
I'll
someone? Probably good job. I'm
No,
proud of you.
ew, no. Yeah, it's a 5-year-old.
You is crazy.
It's a 5-year-old.
He doesn't know I'm right here.
5-year-old?
Kablamo!
No, hold on.
You're poor. You're poor.
What do you mean I'm poor? What?
I got lost and sold you.
Well, I got a name tag and you don't.
I drew Silva go just hollow.
Oh, sorry.
Hold
my
on.
fault.
Yeah, I have midnight and you don't.
I don't really.
Oh yeah, why don't I have my gun on?
You just take off your gun? Just like, I don't want to use this anymore? You just threw it on the ground?
Yeah, I ripped my gun off of my skin and it's scared like, and it. I can't.
Scared. It got scared.
It ripped my skin off with it. That's why I'm black.
What?
It's a colored knife.
That doesn't make any sense. Kablamo!
'Cause I ripped all my flesh off and now I'm just a hollow.
Ooh, I'm scared now. Oh, I'm scared. Kablamo!
Hey, that's my gun.
JB, look at DMs.
Wait, take my gun off, Dennis. Dennis, stop glazing me.
What?
Wait, Dennis is glazing me. Wait.
What? It's this. You did not make this game, nor did you design this.
You have a gun for me to take?
I've had this longer than you, Op. I've had this for multiple years on end.
Izzy, stop. Oh my god.
I'll stop him. Don't worry. I'll stop
Hold
him.
on,
Don't
wait,
worry.
hold on. This guy's using, let me fight this op real quick. Hold on.
Oh, okay.
Oh my god, I fell off so hard.
Did you win?
Alright. Yeah, I won. Alright, let's continue.
Okay. Okay, good fight. I knew that was gonna happen.
Does he say he's gonna leave this avatar on for a while? Let's see if it lasts 30 minutes.
Hey, it lasted that last sesh, okay?
Because we couldn't see your avatar op. You look like a renovator character last game.
Fucking-
Look at that text you.
Every single noob avatar is just a renovator. Riley, watch out, gunman! I just assassinated Riley.
Hi, bro.
What's up?
Hey, bro, shut the fuck up, JB.
Fuck. He's singing. He's in pure bliss.
I don't care.
I do care. Shut up.
Can you sing One Beer by MF Doom?
What? Sorry, but how? What should I?
Joseph Gregory Lee Burroughs, can you sing One Beer by MF Doom?
Damn.
Sorry.
The bloody knife texture got deleted.
Can you sing One Beer
Wait, what?
by MF Doom?
What?
Bloody knife texture got deleted, I think.
Oh, what?
Well, it's
beer?
always
Like,
been, I think, always been
Yes.
deleted. I don't know.
Hold
I know
on,
one knife
no.
was gray.
Yeah, no, it got deleted like recently.
No, fuck this game. I'm
That's
playing
awesome.
Combo Warriors. No, I need a stem.
Really?
I can sing
This
the
game-
lyrics.
this
I
game
can
is
say the
interesting
lyrics. I don't think I can sing them though.
He doesn't know I'm right here.
Just do the.
I get no cash from champagne. You're out
Nah.
oh, so tell you why it's good.
Nah, nah. Do that part.
No,
Yes.
I refuse.
Germa sounds like MF Doom.
I just bought my bean with my eyes closed.
I think
What else can we play?
we can play Spend
Can we play
Co-op,
that?
as
I really
Riley
want
wanted to
right
do.
now.
As
Think how funny I am.
How funny are you? How funny are
I'm
you?
gonna go.
Wait. Oh, wait. Hold on. Let me get this.
Wait, hold on. Where's? Do they still recommend games? No Scope Arcade
Can I
2021.
put Combo Wheel?
No.
Okay.
I'm gonna play No Scope Arcade 2021.
Paul, let's go. Let's go.
We should play
No, this game
Frontlines or
works.
whatever it's called. Not Frontlines.
Front lines.
Not fucking Frontlines. Bomb
Borderlands?
something.
I'll play that.
Hey, pick. Do I go?
I'm
Do I
gonna join
go?
you first though.
You go end your life.
Do I go Jedi Master or Jedi Grandmaster?
You end your life.
You wanna join us for a ball?
All right. I mean,
I'm gonna play Combo Wheel for a little bit. I need a stem.
I'm gonna do Jedi
Ooh,
Master.
I'm gonna
instead of
fart.
average.
That's
Dude,
not
did they give it?
cool.
They gave.
Sorry.
Bro, they made a package that had titties.
Nice.
Bro, what?
For real or? What the freak?
I'm about
Made
to
a
freak
package
on
that
you,
had
bro.
titties, bro.
I'm about to freak so hard. You
Okay.
wouldn't even imagine how much of a freak I
Alright.
am.
Alright, when you join, I'll invite you.
What do you mean?
Okay.
I invite the party? No, I don't care.
No. You're joining my squad.
Oh man,
Please.
I can't read
Please.
that. I ain't reading all. I just
Please.
spawned in. My God,
Please.
dude. Dude,
Okay,
chill.
hold on. Inventory. You can only get knives in this game, but they're all Robux. Okay, play 6v6. We're playing airport. We're gonna kill people in airport.
Oh, I already know how to play. I already know how to play games.
I think it's just
Oh, I
like
know that game, Paul.
is it like what's this UI?
Wait, did I click main? Why does it have main menu right?
Oh, I don't know. I think it's don't click anything.
Hey, here, switch my.
I think I might have clicked the main menu button.
Oh my god, return to main menu.
Dude,
Fucking twat.
the fuck you mean, twat?
I don't like you,
could-
bro.
Dude, I literally just decided, like, I don't know why it makes it the first button. I thought it was the play button. So,
All right, are we good? Can I play? Can I play Q?
yes, you can.
All right.
Credits.
You know,
I found it unknown, bro.
I don't want to read the credits.
We're playing Tom Clancy Rainbow Six Siege of his woke.
Back.
Yeah,
Alright, we
we're-
joined. Don't do anything. Just
Okay.
wait. Oh, we're on the same team. Let's go,
Reddit,
guys.
we're gonna fight this guy. We're gonna get the maxman.
Will you? Do you think they're all? You think we're gonna get? You think we're gonna get a full lobby or what?
I think we're gonna get a full lobby. It's over for this guy. Oh, never mind.
He left, bro.
Waiting for. Yeah.
You have to wait for people to play the game.
I can guess you
Nobody wanna be with
Yeah.
us for real.
Can you guys hear me?
No.
Like, actually, no one's here. Yeah, we can hear you.
No, we can't.
Thank you. I was just making sure because last time I did this on my Xbox, it like tweaked out and I
Where?
no one could
Where?
hear me.
What? Why is it
I'm
not
also
like?
gonna record. I'm also gonna
Bruh.
stream this in
You
case y'all want to
kidding
see.
with me?
Can we like
Can we play the game?
go to main? Go to main menu. Go to main menu.
How the fuck do you do that?
Click tab.
Oh, tab. Maybe. Thanks, game, for loading us into a non-lobby.
That was crazy, actually. Let me know when you load in.
I did load in.
Okay, I'm talking
Oh, who's
about like,
watching?
some guy in the Philippines are playing with it in this
Ready?
game.
Come on, join up if you're playing.
You, Oil Rig. He's
I
playing
wanna
Combat
see him.
Everyone in
Warriors.
this game.
Oh,
I want to stem.
Half of your team.
All right,
I
there's an entire
wanna
server here.
stand up, take my
Where's it
people
at?
with.
I don't
What the
know what
fuck
this
up?
means, but I'm gonna pick that guy.
Pick that.
I still remember how to play this game, so
Uh-oh.
let's see.
Wait, what are you guys playing?
I'm playing Bomb Line.
I'm
with
playing
Lily.
Jedi Fallen.
I'm bullying the fuck out of this guy. Wait. No, you know that stupid caterpillar.
Yeah, how about your mic doesn't cut off?
I love your mic. I love Mike.
Shut the fuck up. Shut up. Shut up. You know that caterpillar from the elevator?
You can ping. Yeah, Pilby.
Yeah. It's in a server. I need a.
You could fucking slide.
Yes,
Oh,
yes you
look at
can.
that.
This is bro. What the hell?
Yeah.
Damn.
That was crazy.
Damn.
Oh my god, we're so much better. We're actually gonna be so much better than these people.
Dude, wait. Hold on. Should I join?
You
the-
not
That was
believe
crazy.
you would not believe how we lost.
Should I join
That
the
was
server
crazy,
that's back
actually.
there in Boston?
Maybe I should probably.
Alright, bro. Who's doing
Mission
that?
time started. Defend the bomb site.
Dennis, stop.
Wait, that's not me, bro.
All right.
I hear it too.
Oh,
It's
you
not
see
me.
ya.
It's not.
I don't do it.
Do what?
I missed, bro.
Your fucking audio.
What audio?
Bro,
Wait, what?
oh my god, he's right. What's the roll?
It's obviously me, actually. See ya.
Oh,
Bro, stop playing.
Zesty ass see ya.
no,
Because I knew what they were exactly gonna do.
Uh
Guys,
oh.
I'm loaded in.
Wait, no, that's a good thing. I'm not on red.
Half of
Wait,
your
hold on.
team has been terminated.
Oh, we won, bro.
Eliminated.
Easy.
Corridor.
We didn't even lose the first round. Not even close. Oh wait, I got a rocket launcher. I'm gonna recreate that
Mission
clip.
time started. Defend the bomb
I find this game fun because how like chaotic it is. It's like CS:GO if it was like Call of Duty and WoW.
If it was woke,
Wait,
It was like,
there's
type
something
shit, you know?
I'm about to blow him up.
They're
Hold on.
smoking. They're smoking this, they're smoking this.
Shit.
Don't be scared.
Wait, hold
They
on.
ain't gonna do nothing.
Speak this. Holy shit!
Half of your team has been terminated.
I just got.
Your network
Dude.
Oh, shit.
Quality stream.
I'm dead, bro.
What do I do? Oh, okay, I
shit.
can't sprint.
I accidentally pressed play
was
again.
crazy.
Actually.
Oh my god, I can't focus when Sia is playing in my ears. It's not that funny.
Yeah. It is though.
I'm not
Don't
laughing though.
understand.
I ain't chuckling in my pants.
Mission time started. Plant the bomb.
Bro, who has?
Don't
Do
know
you
what
have
to
it?
do.
Or is it
No.
some random guy?
Some random
Some
guy.
random guy. That's awesome.
I've beat this game 2 times and I can't remember.
Holy shit! Get back!
Alright, you know,
Ow!
trial and error. Okay.
We are planting the
Is
bomb.
there a rope?
I'm dead.
I'm so fucking dead.
Plant the bomb at bomb site B. Defend it from being tampered with.
Why did we go on the bad team,
I was
bro?
about to
What?
do a tutorial on
I
how to
didn't
get
even
past,
see him
like, the
come
base
out.
level.
I'm sorry, but I might be lagging, but that's not fair.
I can't use force pool, so it's not like I can.
The entire team being there.
Oh wait, I can do the. Oh, I can't even do the force.
This
jump.
game makes my computer lag.
Paul, did you look at my text?
Yeah, I did.
The bomb's getting tampered with.
Did you do what I told you to do?
Yeah, I sent them another snap of the Om Nom plushie.
Wait, don't.
So-
Isn't the blue team good, guys?
That's not
Though.
what I told you to do. That's not what I told you to do, Paul.
Oh yeah, I got an auto deagle.
Time started.
I sent them another snap of the Om Nom plushie, okay? You know...
Alright, well, after that, tell them.
Oh, heat sensor.
Nah.
Or ask them what I told you.
Nah. Unlike you, JB, I'm not
What?
gonna try getting them, okay?
This guy just nuked me, and I shot him too. Like, what? I can't play this. What?
Is one of our team?
Oh,
Ooh.
I was supposed to grab onto here.
Why do I
Yeah,
suck
you
at this game, bro? What the hell?
Team has been terminated. We have dropped the bomb.
What do you mean you suck at the game? You're still alive. I'm not.
We have dropped the bomb.
There you go. Alright, yeah. See, look, I don't need no tutorial.
You jumping around like you're Nora,
I'm
bro.
Bro, I'm going.
Okay, well.
You going places. You going places. Hold on.
Okay. Oh wait, yes I do.
Hey, GB, why is your Roblox about me so emo?
I don't know actually. I haven't looked at it in a while.
We have
Bro, just
dropped
give me
the
my.
bomb.
Bro, give me my lights.
I haven't like changed it in like a year, so I wouldn't know.
Bomb line? What is this? I'm joining you guys.
It's like
It's already stacked, so you
We're
can't join.
fast place bomb defusal.
Oh my fart.
I can't join you guys?
Nope,
You
full
know what that
lobby.
makes me want to play?
Going pity fart mode. I'm
Don't go
locking
over there.
in.
Don't go over there. Okay, don't die. That's the main thing you want. Oh, somebody died. This isn't an auto gun.
Recon grenade. Did that help? Down there, bro.
My eyes.
Bro, why did we smoke this? What are we doing, bro? Where's the bomb? Who has the fucking bomb?
Okay, there you go.
Not me. I don't know.
What is this guy doing, bro?
And just slide down. Okay.
Just making sure.
Jump.
Plant
We
the
are
bomb.
planting the bomb.
Don't let the bomb get
Coming this
tampered
way.
with.
They're like,
What do I do? Do I go over
We
here?
are planting the
No.
bomb. We have planted the bomb at bomb site A. Defend it from being tampered with.
Oh yeah, there's something I gotta do here. I have a very vague memory of it. I played this game in 6th grade,
Half
so
of your team has been terminated.
let's see if I can remember.
JB, I'm gonna touch you.
Ooh.
There
my
we go. I got
Sigma.
climb.
Hayden and Eric are playing a Dusty Trip together.
Wait, Paul. What are the
We got this,
fellows'
bruh.
names?
Mission time started.
Can I
Defend the
run?
bomb sites.
I got decoy in there.
Text
You think
me
I
the
know,
name.
actually?
Let's see
You
if I
think
know.
I actually know?
Why is Lana texting me at a
Thanks,
time like
team,
this?
for whoever threw that smoke. I hate you.
Yeah, you know what, Lana? No. JB, tell Lana what you're doing right now. Tell her you're playing, Star Wars Jedi Survival, okay? I'm telling you right now, it's
They
the best
plant
pickup line.
anywhere.
Half of your team has been terminated.
Oh,
No. She's like she wants to talk to my friend, even though
You must
Bro,
complete
where?
the
he
mission alone.
I can't
Oh
disclose
my
that
god,
info.
everybody's dead but me.
Yeah, come on, disclose the info.
There's one guy left. He's like upstairs
I
by
can't.
A.
I'm not, cause dude, dude,
Guys
I
playing
can't
Tom
see
Clancy's
those
Rainbow
Six
because
Siege
like you know
on Roblox?
Matthew and them.
Matthew
Matthew
Denshaw, what
is
about
like-
him?
It kinda is, but at the
Not-
same
not
time,
just
it's like
Matthew, but,
What?
it's
a
not
bunch
really.
of people like people be snitching on like kids and
This
like
game-
be blaming it on me even though I have like,
Okay,
no
shut
idea
up.
what's going on. It's like she thinks I'm a
The
snitch.
bomb has
So like
been planted at bomb site
I gotta
B.
beat those snitch
Defuse the
allegations.
bomb.
You are a
Well,
snitch.
you know, I'm not
Name
a
one
person.
time I've snitched on you. Riley,
Like
go
every
ahead.
day.
Name one time.
like every
Hey
day.
JB,
Ah!
He's
JB,
lying.
I should have probably pulled out my
Maybe.
pistol. Is that emoji?
Yeah,
You be-
yeah, yeah, Paul.
you know I don't snitch though, and
I had the worst loadout ever,
Yes, you
bro.
do.
I had a sniper for that situation.
Defend the bomb.
I ain't no
Alright,
god.
Riley, when's the last time I snitched? When's the last time
You
I
ain't.
snitched?
Man.
All right, I'm gonna go check this.
That's what I thought.
You just
I knew it.
whoever did that on their team is dumb. What? Oh, did I just hear rage quit?
That's rage bait.
Rage bait.
Grenade!
Where all the.
I don't know why I still have
Okay,
Windows
kids
volume
get-
like 30%. I was having a headache. And I turned the volume
Oh.
I'm just trying my best out here right now. Okay, there we go.
Bye.
Rage quit.
Oh no, JLo left.
I got a blicky, bro. I got a blicky.
I sent it, by the way, JB.
Wait, let's stay in this corner right here,
Sit
guys.
what?
This was
I
the
know,
winning
I'm
corner.
good.
Say what?
Come sit in this corner
I
right
sent
here.
who-
This is the
whose
winning corner.
snap it is.
Oh.
Why are you looking at me like that? Fine, I'll start moving.
Hello, bro. Hello, bro. Hello, bro.
My dear scientist, why are you dying?
Right.
Alright, I gotta lock in. I was texting Lana. I'm locking.
Can you pick operators in that game?
The fuck?
No, you can. You can choose like traits, basically.
So fucking Valorant. Alright.
Yeah,
not
wait,
really.
Can we play it? Can we play it?
It's not really.
We're playing it right now. If you
Tell
guys
me when
wanna
your
play-
guys' match is over. It looks
That
fun.
clip I sent of the guy like going and blowing himself up was the game. Bro, I
Oh,
made like
really?
a friend. Yeah, bro. I was at the window. I was like with some guy on the opposite team. I was just like, we were just like shaking heads. I see half of my team get fucking killed. I turn around, a grenade gets thrown at me. Like that was crazy,
no,
bro.
Cause you know what we should do?
What?
It would be perfect for
I hate I
more,
had a full
pink
mouse.
core edits. By the way, that's
Yeah.
what the edits are called. They're pink core. Don't know why they're called pink core out of all things.
I actually hate everything.
This game actually requires skill though. It's like Siege, CS:GO, and like something else. I don't know.
I hate
It's probably
that.
Valorant, bro.
We are
It's
defusing
not,
the bomb.
but whatever you say.
Wait, it says it's a randomizer, right?
Technically,
It has
yes.
random
We
weapons.
have defused the bomb.
Like, yeah, I guess you could say that. I don't
So
like the
technically,
FAMAS.
Is there
Oh,
like OP weapons in the game or something?
Mission time
I don't
Yeah,
know.
there's some guy has a fucking.
What's the bomb button? Bombs. I don't know what. I don't use bombs. I accidentally picked up the bomb. Oh, half of their team is dead. I don't know how to plant the bomb. I'm gonna just do that. Oh, hold F
We
to
are
plant.
planting the bomb.
I have to learn how to
We have planted the bomb at bomb site A. Defend it from being tampered
pick the
with.
bomb again. Right shield head ass.
Force.
I see that with that right shield. I'm gonna kill
When
you.
is Parkour Reborn gonna get an update, bro? Holy shit.
Bro, why is my?
I got a FAMAS. It's over for me.
Plant the bomb at one of the bomb sites.
I hate the FAMAS so much.
Tell me when your guys' round is over. I'm playing Parkour Reborn.
Okay.
Is this game ever gonna get updated, Riley?
I'm on black right here.
Riley?
None of them went to B, bro.
Why did we?
Planting the bomb.
Who did that, bro?
We have planted the bomb at bomb site B. Defend it.
Motherfuck! Dude,
Oh,
this
wait,
guy wanted
I
to
know I
nuke
don't-
me so bad.
Watch captions. I love when I have captions on
Let me play the game, bro.
dialogue.
Why do you want love captions on everything? First
I
it
don't know,
was
it's just
Netflix.
like- it's something about it, bro.
Fucking
I've got
UK
it, my body's
fight.
adjusted to captions. My body's adjusted to captions, so I just get.
Yeah, you
I
gotta-
feel weird when there's no captions. How do I get captions? I know you can't get captions. Right, it's audio.
Dude, that son of a bitch.
extras,
No, you don't have time to defuse, Abby. You will never win.
privacy,
The bomb is close to
Some of you guys
No,
see captions.
you can't win.
The
Come
enemy
on.
has defused our bomb.
Dialogue should be.
The Mission
Audio
descended
output,
in a
dynamic
failure.
range, visuals, motion blur.
Go back to menu.
Is
Go
gameplay.
back to
Is it
menu.
gameplay? Oh, gameplay has
Crisis
like.
erupts in New York. Help us, skinny gay, and we're Hulk.
We got
There we go.
we're in the
Audio
menu
crumble
if y'all want to
walls,
play.
Lock, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, let's
I
play.
want-
Let's play in your party,
actually have a
William.
Challenge.
Hold on. I gotta make sure that I still have all my skills in front Parkour Reborn.
Okay,
Alright, yeah, I'm good. I'm joining up. Parkour Reborn,
Furball.
only having 200 players.
yeah,
Furball.
the game kind of fell off. Do you want to play, Riley? If you're there. No, you're on MX bikes. For 7 minutes. Yeah, he's not playing. We fill up like half a team with 3 people, anyways.
Alright, how do I join your team?
Oh, wait, hold on,
Invite
you're in the
me.
game. Yeah, William, invite him.
William. Thank you.
Okay.
He's locked in right now.
He's locked in the menu. We're going to locker room.
How do you get more skins?
You have to
No,
spend money. The only skins are gun skin. I mean, knife skins, and they custom.
I want knife skins. Ooh.
Why did we
Oh.
Loki just join?
I'm kind of hurt. I won.
Why did we like Loki? What is this?
I just spawned in and I got into
Have you played Jedi Fallen Order?
No.
It's actually a good game.
Why is my retarded ass teammate body blocking me?
I found one.
Well, we
Wait,
won
are we all on the
anyways.
same team?
Of course,
Yeah.
we load into a
There's one guy
It's
on
one
red.
person, bro. It's one person.
Mission time started.
something I added up
The
here.
bomb site.
That's a grenade.
No, why is the one guy on the opposite team, bro?
Something I added up here.
Oh, I got killed. Bro, there's no way we're about to
Hey.
be beat by one person.
Hey,
Eliminated the
How are you guys dropping dead, bro?
bro, he was hiding in the corner.
Eagle.
Mission time started.
Oop, I accidentally got
Plant the bomb at
Suki
one of the bomb
Hisolan.
sites.
Bro, how this little fucking retard like nabbed the bomb before me?
We get a challenge or something?
Eliminated the enemy.
That was pretty stupid of
Got
him. I don't know why he went that way.
You know, it's pretty stupid of him to not have a
looking guy.
teammate. Just say that.
No, actually, why is there one guy on the opposite team, bro. This game isn't that dead, I think.
It's in alpha. It's in pre-alpha. We played it when
First time I
it's.
played this, I thought this was a horror film. Like, watch what happened.
No, I'm playing a different game.
By A.
We have eliminated the enemy force.
Surprising how people are dying to this guy.
Just killed
I
myself.
only got a pistol.
Bro, I only got a
have pistol now.
crossbow. I only got a crossbow.
Is this crossbow round or something?
Defend the bomb site.
You can slide? No, you know what? Because I'm using my throwing knives against him. Oh, over here. Footsteps.
Can you hear first? Of course you
No,
can.
because that was one of my perks.
We have eliminated the enemy force.
I mean, like,
Actually, can we like?
he,
Yeah. What was?
Hold on.
What, can,
do we stay in queue? No, we all left.
no,
Okay.
go menu.
I wish I'd like keep you in parties.
I'm fine, but now I have to go. Oh, my computer crashed.
That's awesome. I got RAM limited. I'm crying. Where's William? William, hello.
Yeah. Where are you?
Are we in, wait, are we? Oh, we're in different games. I got put with the Zenith before his computer crashed.
It combusted. No, I don't want to be in a party.
He
y'all.
literally did.
I want to play
There's
CS:GO.
50 people
but-
playing this game.
I want to play CS:GO, but I don't at the same time. Like. So,
Why is no one playing this game, bruh?
I don't know. So I'm gonna bring that up to 10. Hold on.
Okay.
I'm changing settings.
Oh, my fault. Cancel queue.
Aiming. Use whatever unit thing. Sense of FOV. Start it.
Hold on, I'm trying to party invites. Aim assist. Hold on, I'm just
There's aim assist in this game.
for controller. All right, let's see how many people are gonna be playing this game.
Let's get ready. Reddit.
It's a full
Alright.
lobby.
I gotta lock in now because this is where I actually get to fight people and cut people alive. Yeah.
I seem to be loaded in, and also my sense is hella low. Hold on. I accidentally.
We
I
are planting
accidentally.
the bomb. We have planted the bomb at bomb site B. Defend it from being tampered with.
Accidentally put my sense to a little bit too much of high sense, and now it's just too much for me, I guess.
Hello. I'm back.
GG, bruh.
Standing. You must complete the mission alone.
They're all at A. They're probably defusing
He's
right
fucking
now.
deafened.
We're defusing?
Little Rini, wake
Definitely.
He's
up.
been doing that recently.
There's nothing at
You're the
A.
wrong
Little
site,
Rini,
bro.
wake up.
You said A! Why?
But
We,
I forgot that point.
I don't like
Bruh.
this.
Fuck up.
What are
We
We
ju-
should really join. Don't leave. Don't leave. Stay. Stick.
Little,
What?
you should come over to my house Wednesday.
Why?
Why Wednesday?
One guy is
got a
VC
big
on.
cantaloupe. Oh, my mom
What?
did.
You have a big cantaloupe.
Wait, what'd you
Mom?
say?
Brought home a big
Big
cantaloupe.
cantaloupe.
Why can't
Wait, do you need help eating it?
Riley.
You've never tried cantaloupe, right?
No, I haven't.
Riley, I've never
You
tried
should try it.
cantaloupe. Can I come over too? Please.
You've never had cantaloupe?
I've never had cantaloupe. I'm white and I've never had cantaloupe.
I'm Ziggy.
Okay, I'll consider it.
Why did
Yeah.
she buy a...
She bought a really big cantaloupe.
I could go for a cantaloupe right now.
I would eat that up.
What if I hate cantaloupe?
Then you can leave my house.
Yeah.
What, Riley?
You can walk
And you-
home.
you stop your-
Riley,
you
is
stop
your
feet
cantaloupe
on the ground?
Is cantaloupe like your like traditional food?
What does that even mean?
I
Like,
don't know. It's like I don't know
No,
what
I
I was
like
going on
cantaloupe.
with
Defend the bomb site.
this. Please let me come over. I've never tried cantaloupe.
Okay, okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, pues
Back.
entonces, no nada más de mami, por favor.
I got him. Oh shit, behind us.
I feel like I'm in grave
Hello.
danger.
Site A.
At
Defend
A.
Yeah, you are. I'm coming
Wait.
for you.
Riley. Riley.
What?
Do you still have
Diffuse
those
it.
homemade boba things?
No, I don't.
Aww.
It's in the worst spot.
They'd probably gone
Diffuse.
bad anyways. I don't know why. I
Why?
saying
Was it that good?
Oh, I have no
Tried
ammo.
it?
No, I wasn't there. I just tried it. I tried homemade boba and it was actually really good.
I had strawberry home.
I win. I got the max win.
Oh.
Today.
I had
Counter blocks.
I,
King
I
says.
had dark. What is it? I forgot what I had. Oh yeah, black sugar. I think.
that's evil, man.
Ew.
Yeah, it was evil. It was good. Okay, it was better than brown sugar.
Already dead.
Taro, bro.
Imagine dying. Oh, Riz. Can this guy stop getting in my way?
Alright, my bad it took me so long. I got one.
Nobody's watching your stream, JD. I'm sorry. Partially.
Yeah.
Person
They're
is.
behind us.
No,
What's they flanking?
no. Honestly, I have your stream muted. I have not been watching.
You are the last man standing.
You're the last
You must
person, bro.
complete the
They're all
mission
at
alone.
vents.
Okay.
The gameplay of the century. Me not aiming
I've
in.
been watching.
Oh!
Team has been eliminated.
You don't know how annoying it is to not having the FAMAS, like when you hold it down it burst fires. You have to tap to burst.
Mission time.
That was such a
Defend the bomb site.
I thought that's how it is for every game on Roblox I've played.
No.
You have to tap. You have to keep clicking for the burst.
What the fuck?
I've never had to do that. They're behind us again.
Bro. What are you?
Move!
Half of your
There's
team
3 people at spawn.
Move! Listen. Bruh.
Bro, what are y'all doing? What
It's
are
over.
y'all doing?
It's just over. It's literally just over. There's no point.
This guy disconnected.
Our team has been eliminated.
Oh my god, these people
can
need to
matchmaking
learn how to
game.
cope. Please just learn how to do that.
Who?
The teammates, bro. Why are you just floating? Spawn in. Okay, thank you.
Give me the bomb, bro.
Mission time started. Plant
I don't get the
bomb.
bomb. We're not planting the bomb, bro. When little baby gets the bomb, it's not gonna be planted. It's so sad. Where is our team, bro? One of our teammates just left. Are you all in the fucking vents, bro?
Dude.
Terminated.
And somebody rage quitted again. Please, guys, do some. Oh wait, no, that was. No, we were doing. Wait, hold on.
We have dropped
Just killed 2 people.
You've got this. You got this. This is light work. This is light work.
Light work, no reaction. Light work, no reaction.
terminated.
That was a good try. That was a good try. Though. You gotta keep. You gotta keep the. You gotta keep the team motivation. Please just give them the bomb.
Started.
Okay, thank you.
Plant the bomb at one of the bomb sites.
Not.
Alright.
I'm gonna stay with you.
Actually. Because. Yeah, they're all like pushing.
I'm just gonna go in here for a bit.
We have planted the bomb at bomb site B. Defend it from being tampered with.
I'm gonna just stay right here.
Oh my god, wait, where? I'm dead.
You must
Duty is popping off.
You could shoot through that glass, but not other glass. I can't tell which glass you could shoot through and not. Like last game, we were trying to shoot through the other. Well, somebody was trying to shoot me through the glass, but it didn't work. But now you could shoot through. I'm so confused.
Mission time started. Plant the bomb at one of the bomb sites.
Bless you.
Stop shooting.
Where are we going?
I'm gonna come with you. So we're gonna go to. We're gonna.
I don't want to.
We can see how long we can
I'm
last.
gonna get some pizza in a few seconds.
Of course.
So I'm gonna.
Like regular pizza or pizza bites?
I'm on fire.
Oh gosh.
Has been eliminated.
Pizza.
Wait, you fell?
Did our other teammate leave?
You fell? Is that why I
fell?
felt?
Yeah,
Is that why I felt a little earthquake?
This is so over.
Did you put a crack in the ground?
Mission time.
We can't win this, bro.
There's no like.
Not when all of our teammates rage quitted.
JB, how many slices of pizza are you gonna get?
Don't peek that.
Riley.
Like probably 2.
Get back!
6?
Yeah, we're getting
You mean half the
detected.
pizza?
Riley.
You mean 3 whole pizzas? What?
Oh my god, again with the FAMAS.
You know the saying. Step on a crack, break
You
your
got
mama's
this, you
back.
got this. It's light work.
JB breaks everyone's mama's back when he steps on a crack. Okay.
You're the best player in the world.
No, he makes
No,
the
you're
cracks.
not.
Oh, you're right.
Damn, you won. Imagine getting wiped like that.
Bro, he's crazy.
Wait.
Light work, no reaction. That's what I said.
Mission time started.
Wait, you guys know that one game on phone where it's like you get to destroy planets and all that?
Alright, bro.
I think, yeah.
Not when they're all doing that.
He's one of the things that can destroy the planet.
Shut up.
You just throw him and he starts screaming. He's like,
You throw him? No. You know, you throw him and then like the entire
Complete the
planet
mission
just
alone.
obliterates.
half a millisecond. He becomes a black hole,
Shut up, bro.
literally.
We have eliminated the
Our
enemy.
team
He
is
is
gone,
one,
bro. What the
but-
hell?
I had to start locking in, bro.
Oh.
Dude,
The black hole.
come on.
Buildings. He eats food.
Mission time started.
We can lock in. We can do this. We can do this. This is light work.
Calm down.
We can.
You're playing Star Wars Jedi Fallen. Shut up.
It's a good
You're
game.
good.
I'm just
You're
checking.
playing on
B.
Xbox.
As it had.
You are the last
Oh.
You said that you wanted an
Complete the
Xbox.
mission
So
Come
alone.
shut up.
on.
Not
No,
a
I think I
because-
should, like,
no,
leave,
actually, by the way,
actually, like-
Riley, you don't want an Xbox anymore because most Xbox
Ow.
games are now coming to PC and PlayStation.
No,
What do
no,
we do?
no,
I'm actually
Actually,
still.
we got pretty close though.
Hold on. Steam rip?
Menu.
Wait, no.
Return to menu. I hate.
R
Isn't
slash piracy.
Piracy
you
is
want to rejoin, or are you doing your own thing?
I'm doing my own thing right now.
piracy is no party.
No, Miles.
Stop.
How many people are playing right now?
Shut up. See if that
70
makes
people.
this.
Really? Really? I can't get out of this. No. I don't care about credits, dude. What the fuck?
Oh my god, yeah, the credits scene. That takes
Skibbity
forever.
toilet.
Dude. I'm leaving. Hold on. I actually have to leave, bro. What the fuck?
Damn.
Is
Good
there like
game,
a
actually.
wait, is hmm. Wait,
Intervention active. Why?
Izzy,
Long ass intro. I don't care.
And I
Izzy,
died. Of course I died.
Oops, I accidentally invited somebody.
Izzy.
What?
Sir Mitch.
Is there like something like Steam Unlocked for Epic Games Store?
I don't think so. We just joined in halfway through.
Okay.
Oh, I'm on the wrong team, bro.
I'm on something called getgames.net. I have a feeling I'm about to go and download a lot of viruses.
Are you there though?
You'll be fine, bro.
Mission time started.
I think there's a bomb there.
Get
Bomb site.
Ghost of
Paul, would you
Tsushima.
lose?
Hold on.
I wanted to play that game.
Yeah, it's on PC now, and it's on the Epic Games Store.
Thanks, Reddit.
Oh yeah, I wanted to play that game too.
Yeah,
Is it
too
on
bad it's
Xbox?
never coming to Xbox. Nope, never coming. Only
Well, I have
PC.
my
The bomb.
I have GeForce now, so I'll be fine.
Wait, we won?
You can't. I don't think you can play it on GeForce now.
Yeah, we won.
Why not?
Only one beer
On the
left.
Steam Store, it should be.
It's
My
not
name
on the
in
Steam
Discord,
Store.
it's-
Bomb at one of the bomb sites.
Or Epic Game Store.
Yo, I'm gonna do a crazy flank. Hold on.
Shut up. How about you play? Oh, you can do a crazy flank in
Oh
fucking
yeah.
online, but you can't do it in Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six Siege. What's up with that?
Oh my, Riley, enough with Tom Clancy.
Shut up!
Stop
You're playing
gobbling
fucking
his
Star
meat.
Wars Jedi Fallen Order.
The enemy
Shut up!
Oh wait, maybe it did. Hold on. I think Ghost of Tsushima did come to. Yeah, it did. It just came to Steam. It came to Steam 10 days ago. Okay, wait.
Oh shit.
There's only one beer left.
Defend the bomb site.
Can't, bro. I'm gonna kill myself. Please. Ghost. Ghost. Ghost of Tsushima. Please. They have Ghost Runner.
I'm not good at this game.
I did not miss all those shots, did I?
Eliminated the enemy force. We are victorious. The mission was a success.
Cause I'm really average. I'm my old bitch average.
I'm old bitch average. This my first time rapping it. I'm my
Shut up.
tired shit.
Shut up.
Bailey Coop, I'm
Okay,
dashing and
stick
spend
or-
money on money.
We have a good lobby. We can stick.
That shit. Told
Yeah.
him, don't you doubt the kid. Told him, don't you
Oh
doubt.
my god.
There's only...
There's only one beer left.
No, there's 3.
There's 3 beers left.
More
Oh.
people will be playing this if unless everyone watch.
We're on blue team, bro.
Blue, we're losing, bro.
It's over.
If they just took one guy off that team and put it on our team, it'd be balanced, actually.
Yeah.
No, it wouldn't, actually.
Mission time started. Defend the bomb sites.
Let me move.
Please, I want a Ghost of
Ow!
Tsushima
I didn't even get a
Pirates.
C.
I got 2 kills. What is this guy doing, bro?
He's
It is
winning.
a CS:GO line.
He won.
Enemy
This
force.
game, yeah, at least he won.
He was freaking out at the end, but that's okay.
Mission time started. Defend the bomb sites.
Bro, what's this guy doing?
Why isn't it showing?
Tom Clancy knows his teacher's proximity chat.
Ow, fucking.
You are the last man standing. You must complete the mission alone.
Oh.
What do you think would change if it had proximity chat?
In what?
Behind you, bruh.
In what game?
Tom.
In Siege? You'd hear screaming from everyone, and plus it'd be like, I think it'd be more fun, honestly.
You'd get some
Proximity
grown man
chat-
screaming in your
Yeah.
ear.
What about?
Can we get that in Fortnite though? I want proximity chat in Fortnite. That'd be really
Fortnite
funny.
would be so funny. Oh my gosh.
That'd be a setting to like.
I'd actually
Yeah.
play Fortnite if they did.
I'd actually.
No,
just think
because
about it, bro. Imagine all the Fortnite kids
Warzone
here.
with. I've seen a lot of funny clips with Warzone and proximity chat, so I wonder how Fortnite would be.
Funny clips.
Fortnite wouldn't be as funny. It would just be a bunch more screaming.
I'm dead, bro.
Nick. Cool.
Someone's like talking to this guy. I don't know how they're talking,
Alright, bro.
but like they're just like private messaging. This guy's talking to his Casper.
Just say it. You just say it.
I was about to say nuke, but I couldn't do
Nuker?
the nuke.
Nig.
I couldn't nuke.
They didn't even get the bomb, bro. What the
I
hell?
can't do it on a blacklist.
I don't need it.
Nig. Alright, that's crazy. Nig.
Wait, say that again. Say that again. JB.
Please, why are you guys playing
Nick.
it so competitively?
Yeah, Nick.
You just
Er.
Riley, you.
Yeah.
This guy is having a spasm attack.
Nig.
Er.
Nig.
Can y'all? It's
There's
not.
only one.
Nig.
Oh.
Why do you? Why? Shut up.
Nigger.
Mission time started. Plant the
Alright,
bomb.
bro.
Let's say
Alright.
it 10 times fast. Let's say it 10 times fast.
Nigger.
Sing me a grandma. Sing me a song from your time.
Grandma, sing me a song from your time, from your past.
Oh, I
Wait,
got.
where
Oh, I
where is
got.
this guy, bro?
Oh my fucking god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Oh my god.
I got a BMG.
JB, shut up. Nigger.
Mission time started. Plant the bomb at one of the bomb
Nigger.
sites.
Shut up, nigga.
Who do you think you're talking
Wait, hold on.
Okay,
Hey,
Joseph Gregory Lee Burrows.
Hey, both of you.
Gregory.
Both of you.
Not
Gregory.
It's Gregory now.
Shut up.
Shut up.
Mission time started.
His game and its PC crash.
No, he just left.
Who kicked him?
Rini moved me because he didn't want to hear the lullaby. Wait, what is? Oh my god, I forgot what MILF sounds like from FNF. I'm gonna kill myself. I forgot what it sounds like.
Oh my God! Shut up.
They're playing Tom. They're playing Stephanie
Faggot,
Stephanie
need
Johnson's
to, like-
12-6 invasion.
I'm mewing.
Eliminated the enemy force.
Guys, if you're not mewing, then you shouldn't be speaking, okay?
I'm playing Greg Johnson's
can't
Vibrant
speak
12
if you're
invasion, alright?
I got a shotgun.
Paul, you can't. speak if you're doing-
JB, you can't mew, you chew. So shut up.
Alright, that was Riley's joke.
Defend the bomb sites.
Riley actually stole that off of TikTok, so
No, I didn't.
Oh, Riley did? Okay.
yeah.
The fact that I see all those grenades running at me is nuts.
I'm about to set it
The
down.
fact. Remember when you guys used to make fun of me for that? I hate you guys.
Yeah.
Fact.
What are you here to
Silly cat edit still only has 0 views. I'm deleting it again, and I'm never uploading it again.
God damn it, bro. I'm not good at this video game.
Eliminated.
La di da di day, la di da di da.
And because you use that song.
Shut up,
JB.
Mission time started. Defend the bomb sites.
All we gotta
Finally
do.
open, bro.
When you laugh,
Like, you could use
I'm
any
not going
song.
to
Just
That's
that
why I
one.
wrote a song to this.
JB, is there a dance to that?
Eliminated.
You should
No.
learn how to do it.
Oh my God, dude. 2 of them rolling up on me. Okay, the entire team. Behind you!
You people.
Team has been eliminated.
I didn't say it fast enough.
I'll be back, guys.
You just got nuked. That was so sad.
Started. Defend the bomb
Shut up.
As a drop step connoisseur myself,
Ow. Stop.
Holy shit, bro. Is it Lido? Is it just Lido?
Shut the fuck up! Oh my god!
What are you doing? What are you
Nobody
doing?
wants to hear you whistling. Oh my god!
What are
I'm
you
sorry,
doing?
but someone needs to say it. You're actually clipping your mic. Like, actually
We
stop
are
talking.
victorious. The mission was a success.
That's what I'm saying, Little.
You never said anything actually, KG. If
That's
you
what I'm
did,
saying.
you would have spoke out about
That's
it.
what I
Dude,
thought.
if moving you to a different channel wasn't the wiser,
I thought that was a Lido, actually. I don't check audit logs 24/7. Yeah, that's what I thought.
what?
Faggot.
What? What are you yapping about, bro?
I don't know. Whenever I get angry, I just say that's what I thought.
Each time when you exhale, it sounds like you're out of breath from running a full mile.
I can't fucking breathe. Too much exercise. Alright. I'm done.
I can't fucking breathe. Too much ecstasy. I hate that action. Help! Why is there a shirt trending on Roblox called Alien Lives Matter?
Oh, I'm buying that. Wait. Wait. I
It's
need
just
that.
called It's just called Alien.
Guys, let's just
How is there trending Roblox shirts?
Let's just be
I'm
friends.
on. What do you think I'm on right now? I'm on
guys,
catalog.
let's be friends. Stop
Defend
fighting.
the bomb site.
Let's just be friends, guys.
Guys, shh. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Hey, shut the fuck up. Go to sleep. But you shut up.
Oh,
No.
it's not funny, man.
I never said it was funny. I'm
Then
being
why are you
100%
doing it?
serious.
Where this guy,
I'm
what-
100%
there.
serious.
100%
Turn around,
serious.
bro. Turn around, bro. He's that way. He's going for bomb. He's going for
You should low key just go
There's,
to sleep.
Someone go to bomb, bro. What the hell are you guys doing? Go to.
Which bomb?
Who
Oops. I see
you guys
that.
planted over there?
You out of that? You have to
Right.
specify which bomb, like A or B.
I know. I thought we planted.
They have guns. What are these callouts? They have guns. They have ammo. They have guns. They have ammo. They're trying to shoot us.
They're not.
Oh, why did that? No, die. You think your riot shield's all that good, bro?
Bro, I think this guy forgot this game's random.
Mission time started. Defend the
Because
bomb
like
site.
I'm hearing this guy going off like crazy. That was a really good shotgun, by the way. Shotguns are random, bro. You don't pick what you get. You get like.
Oops. You keep on missing your rocket launcher shots. I'm not dead yet.
Half of your team has been terminated.
Oops. My bad. Don't know how it's my bad, but my bad.
We have eliminated the enemy force.
I got a spin hack. I'm spin hacking usually. I'm a rush. I got a shotgun and an auto deagle.
Okay, talk.
You cleaning up these streets with those guns?
Mission time started.
Don't
Plant
run.
the bomb at one of the
No.
bomb sites.
You. Any of you gonna grab the bomb?
Yeah. Oh my god. It's all going down at A.
We have eliminated
Wait.
the
Why
enemy.
then? Why am I at B? Wait, hold on. Why do I feel like I'm at B? I got my
Mission
blicky
time
out. Don't even
started.
test me.
Plant the bomb at one of the bomb sites.
Your bomb.
Yeah, I
I'm gonna
know.
go B.
It'd be funny if I just
We are planting the bomb. We have planted the bomb at bomb site B. Defend it from being tampered with.
tampered with. You could just say diffused.
They're special, bro.
Your team has been terminated.
No shit, some guy going for.
Blicky, 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 blicky. Ah!
You must complete
I think blue. Oh wait, no, I was the last one left. Never mind. Or one of the last ones. You act like them gonna blow up.
enemy has defused our bomb.
Bro's trying to blow up the bomb faster.
Wait, is there leaning in this game?
No.
No, I'm so sorry. I thought there was leaning too. There's two unused binds.
Plant the
There could
bomb
be
at one of the
leaning.
bomb sites.
Oh, I thought I could be a sweat. Huh? I don't know if it's just
No
my
eating.
ping.
It's not Rainbow Six Siege, so I can't play it.
Okay, so it might be just my ping, but I put multiple bullets into that guy's skull. I don't have the best of internet, but
this
like, come
clever
on.
guy who's like fighting for his life. The guy that says he's like good at the game or something. This guy walked into like a fucking straight line. He held fucking D on the wall, and like headshot him like 8 different times.
Okay, stop doing that. That's rude, AF. Okay, and now I'm dead. Great.
I missed my flash, bro. I don't even know why I tried.
I miss shooting people in the face. He reloaded at the worst time.
Bro.
Never mind, he's fine.
We are victorious. The mission was a success.
And can we get the max win?
Good game, y'all.
I did not
Bro,
do
I
good.
suck.
How many kills did you get?
I got 4. 6 deaths.
I got 4 and 3 deaths.
How much people are on the server?
4.
1, 2, 3, 4. Full team for 2 teams.
You could just say 8.
Unless they like. Yeah. I mean, it's unless they like give some team 6 people. Okay, it actually balanced.
That one guy that got fucking shafted. In that one server. Like, we could have been put on his team.
I'll be back, Bozo. Who is this guy talking to? Oh, some random guy.
Awareness. Be aware of your enemies. That's my enemy. I hate red people.
Alright, I'm gonna go to vents and immediately.
Mission time started. Defend the bomb site.
Because they always go to A. Yeah, they're at A.
God damn it, teammate. Why did you look at me? My teammate
Wait,
just
where are y'all?
started. My teammate just started looking at me, not looking at the enemy because I thought there was no enemies, and then I stopped peeking it, and then there was an enemy. Your job is to protect
I don't know where
me.
to go.
I don't know where to go either,
I'm just gonna-
actually. I'll just be careful.
I'm going to B.
Behind you! Behind you, like,
saw a guy here.
no, behind you in that glass room. I saw, like, 2 people, and then they're gonna be, like, when they're... It's gonna be somewhere near here,
Where?
right? The glass room that I don't know how to... I don't know any markings area, but... You know.
Where are like...
I don't know. I can't spectate them.
Where is everyone, bro?
In Ohio, might as well be.
Bro,
The bomb has been planted at bomb site A.
I knew it, bro. They always go A.
You best be careful. Because they might be at A. Think
Really?
about it. They're hiding behind that painting thingy. Behind that wall, I know it too. Yep.
Our team has been
I was right about that. Of course they would be. That's like one of the most
Like-
usual hiding spots.
Mission time started. Defend the bomb site.
Let's see.
Let's see. Who do we got
Why
on?
is my heart running so hard? Because they're there.
My team was looking hopeless, or the enemy team just had a composition that I was not going to penetrate. Sometimes I just cut my losses
We have eliminated the
I got one guy.
Now, don't worry too much. This is only stage
Hit my mic.
early onset, so my brain rot means
I've got a deagle, by the way. Watch out.
Mission time started. Defend the bomb site.
worse, I may or may not have broken hitting it too hard.
Oh my god, dude. Oh my god, dude.
But heck, that's just some fun we can
Me just auto deagling my room. Like, what was that? What was that interaction? Like, come on. We got Sir Supportive. He's got this. Oop, he's taking damage. What is he gonna do now? Die, apparently. Not die, but... I mean die, yeah, die. He shoots him with the shotgun.
Is there a full team? Bro, you can't say that. Alright, I'm a hop. We have nobody. We have nobody.
Wait, what?
There's 4 people compared to 3. Why does this game have no one playing it?
Because it's an alpha stage, I
Dude.
guess. I don't know.
I don't think they even...
Who's the better
'Cause no
shotgunner?
one knows about it.
Apparently our teammate is. Our shotgun is better. Are you fucking kidding with me? You seeing that team over there? That's an entire 6. This game's fair and balanced. One of them could have been put on our team. Make it fun, you know, balanced. 5v5. But you
Some guy
know,
left.
they just
Because they all go A.
all A
Planting the bomb.
at B.
Guy planted it too.
We're gonna be planting at B
We
though.
have planted the bomb at bomb site B. Defend it from being taken.
Ah, now we have to look at your stupid ass avatar. Oh, don't go that way! Behind you. Or behind who? Ugh. If I just had a nuke, aka a rock thingy, we would have been fine. Maybe even quite dandy.
I don't even know what that does, actually. They're just like... They're defusing, bro. They're defusing.
No, they're not.
No, they're not.
What are they
Give me.
doing?
We have eliminated the enemy force.
I've never gotten one of those,
How the flip? How, what do you mean, how the flip?
Mission time started.
Just be good at the game, bro.
One of the bomb sites.
I'm going A. It was like a 60
I don't recommend that. I don't recommend that. Don't go.
Well, they're all following me, so...
Oh, well, okay. Let's hope you don't die. From where? Huh? I see the bullets. Didn't get around to turn around. What? It's so over, bro. It's only you against 6. You have the bomb, but you can't plant it at this current moment in
We
time.
have dropped the bomb. Our team has been eliminated.
Shut up. Just because we
What'd I
lost.
do, bro?
What?
What'd I do?
What
did you do?
The bomb at one of the bomb sites.
Rounded me. Surrounded people. I got surround sound people.
I mean, these people are lining up to just die. Oh, awesome.
Your team has been terminated.
The
We have
flip.
dropped the bomb.
I only had a Tech 9, that's sad. And also, just nuke them, I guess. Do that too.
Bro, down there, bro. What are you doing, y'all?
His lag just killed him. Oh, that was sad. Rush. Yeah, rush. I like rushing in. I got an optic on this gun. Got-
Holy internet.
Mission time started. Defend the bomb site.
I gotta rush in.
Alright.
Okay, now we're just gonna start lighting up this area. Don't even show your face around here. Okay, I blew up and died. This is a fun game I'm having. Dude, this is so fucked. What? My man is cooking. He is cooking. Hold on, that was actually, he was cooking though.
It's crazy.
I got a rocket launcher. I hope I don't
Mission
die
time
with it.
started. Defend the bomb site.
I was red cooking so hard.
Oops. That might have been
Oh
bad.
my god. Oh my god.
Really? Teammate, please just save me from this nightmare.
The bomb has been planted at bomb site B.
Ugh, B. Yeah. That's so sad. I wish this game had a little bit more, like,
Our team has been
I feel like the movement is, like, I feel like the movement can be fast, but it's not. Like, intentionally slow. I got a slug
Mission
round.
time
What does a
started.
slug do?
Defend the bomb sites.
I'm gonna just stay right here.
Slugs.
I kind of forgot what slug rounds do. I was fucking itching my neck and that guy died to me. Just too good at this game.
The bomb has been planted at bomb site B. Defuse the bomb.
Bro. I'm reloading, bro.
You can't make up this aim. You can't. Isn't shotguns meant to be spread based? Right? So why didn't
Yeah.
none of those hits, none of those shots hit?
We are defusing the bomb.
That's so weird. Well, at least we're defusing.
Defuse the bomb.
We're gonna win. Nah.
Special round activated. Explosive
Bro, I don't-
gases.
Why
Uh-oh.
plant so early? Why plant so early?
Plant the bomb at one of the bomb sites.
Oh, I didn't even realize. Okay.
Ow. Okay, from behind. How the fuck do they get to us so
Your team
fast?
has been terminated.
What's my color?
We have dropped the bomb.
What's my color? Am I red or blue?
Red.
Because I just died all of a sudden. I don't even know what happened there, actually.
So we can win this. We got this guy can cook. Never mind, don't let him cook ever again. Okay, we just need to get one more round, chat. But they have to get one more round too.
Mission time started. Plant the
My
bomb.
cousin, my 17-year-old cousin is following Lanky Box.
Where are we going, bro?
Maybe we should. That bomb carrier is gonna die.
Is she following Lanky Box out of all people?
Wait, that's not my teammate.
I got another shotgun. Yeah. Where?
We have dropped the bomb.
Oh my god, dude.
Fucking Amen.
Unbelievable deaths and some absolute dimwit would actually fall for it, think they are
Huh.
some absolute genius for killing me.
Oh my god, you have a fucking scar, bro. It's over, bro. What the hell?
I'm so lost. Mm.
Our team has been eliminated. It's over. The mission has
Damn,
ended
y'all.
in failure.
Who the fuck left? No, I don't think anyone left, actually.
I think, I might leave. I don't know if I want to continue playing it. I want to play like Counter-Strike or something.
I don't know, I'm gonna play that. I'm gonna play like this last game and then leave.
I don't know. I guess I'll do that too. I can't let my teammates hanging.
I think I get an advantage when I hit headshots. Is it just me?
Really? No, really? Oh,
Really?
you know, hitting somebody right in the dome is better than their meaty body.
People are playing against are playing on trackpad, I feel like.
I don't
Imagine eggs.
I
I
don't know.
wanna.
What the-
Are there people that play like CS:GO on like a drawing tablet?
No.
No. Oh, maybe.
No pros at least.
I don't know if they play OSU like.
Plant the bomb.
No, because there's someone who's gone pro on Valorant with a drawing tablet.
I'm going pro, mom.
I'm looking it up right now. CS:GO with a drawing tablet is broken.
Wait, who got the bomb?
Half of your team has
I'm
I'm
been
dead, bro.
eliminated.
Wait, hold on. Well, who has the bomb?
This one
Don't pick
guy.
on the bomb and then run on the map. By B. Who the hell was in a fucking car?
The bomb. Your team has been eliminated.
I might not be good at this video game.
I do appreciate that I had the balls to even try this, but yeah,
Mission
Egg
time
salad.
started. Plant the bomb at
15
one of the
what?
bomb sites.
No, give me the bomb. Okay, there's a chance.
You're the bomb planter, apparently.
Good girlfriend.
That's why you got teammates for.
The bomb. We have planted the bomb at bomb site A. Defend it
loaded,
from
right?
being
Yeah.
tampered with.
Tampered. That's funny.
There's gonna be some guy coming from this way.
We have eliminated the enemy.
Oh my god, dude.
What is the guy on about? 15 bucks. 15 bucks. 10 bucks.
Plant the bomb at one of the
There's a
bomb
bomb.
sites.
I'm gonna go with the bomb carrier.
I get a little bit overwhelmed, so I stop the sentry, we get on top of the railing, which is super clean stairs back. I make my way onto this high ground for the soldiers, so I jump on the railing, get over the stairs, stab as and this one felt like it was from a travel or something. Yeah, I can't lie. It wasn't all perfect though, as I was
We have eliminated the enemy.
for whatever reason, it wouldn't register. I think this came down to the timing of when I crouched and jumped, or maybe it's just
Okay, guys, I got a nog.
boxes not registering, but either way, I was still slipping up here and there. Overall, though,
Mission
my
time
skills
started. Defend the bomb
See where I
site.
have both instincts.
and my new choice of loadout was out. So look, things were on a pretty good roll for these 10 days. The new loadout was different, but I was slowly.
Oh my god!
There was a little problem simmering up. I've done my best to hide it so far, but it was getting a little
The enemy force.
This guy just like wiped half the team.
What?
This guy had a sniper and he wiped half of the team.
Time started. Defend the bomb site.
Like I didn't even get a single kill.
spy. I just didn't really want to have competent gamers constantly checking for me and absolutely shutting me down at any given moment, so
Come on, my teammate just ran away. What? Why didn't you help me?
Eliminated the enemy force.
It's real hard.
I don't know.
Bro, what the hell? This guy is like a hater. I have 6 people.
Mission time started.
You have 5.
Defend the bomb site.
going with this, if you have any experience here. Oh my god. Random Chris were absolutely
This is just like a Instagram shocking live event.
Bro.
No, I'm a fucking knife you. Get out of here. I'm a knife you. Okay, never mind. I almost killed.
We have eliminated the enemy force.
Because it unironically sucks. Why are you playing it then?
We're back.
Mission time started.
I pray to
Plant the bomb
God
at one of the bomb sites.
some days. Let's not go to A. Let's go to B. It'll be funny.
Bro, I'm not going A. I mean B.
Oh, never mind. Because everybody's fighting at B.
We are
Yeah, you would
planting the
think.
bomb. Half of your team has
Yeah.
been eliminated. We have planted the bomb at bomb site A. Defend it from being tampered with.
Well, we all know it's bullshit, Elmaxer, so what in particular is so crazy about this? Well, if I haven't made it obvious enough so far in this video, Spy has to stab people.
Alright, I'm back.
Constantly within melee range.
What's this guy doing, bro? What am I doing, actually?
Sniper have a tendency to immediately swap to their melee weapon.
So what's been going on since I left?
Meaning,
Wait, I have a teammate?
You are the last
Oh my
one
God.
standing. You must complete the mission alone.
No, we got this. You can't run all the way over there.
I should somehow living.
purely because of the absurdly high chance.
Never mind.
The bomb is
They
close to
win.
detonation.
Begin to explain to you how many times I was trying to pull off a
The enemy has defused.
Oh, Paul.
Mm.
Wait, Paul, you there?
put me to sleep.
I could have just not whipped out my pistol.
Worst part about this is that it disproportionately affects Spy.
That was all my fault. I can live with the guilt.
Plant the bomb at one of the bomb sites.
This might
My
not work.
feelings. I'm sorry.
Where? Okay,
I tagged someone. Oh, there's 2 people. I don't know why I'm peeking. I have.
Shocking Instagram live event.
We have eliminated the enemy force.
We win.
We are victorious.
What?
The
What?
mission was a success.
How does he know?
Okay, I'm leaving. I'm out.
Y'all. That game's actually because no one plays it, so every time, so the team's gonna unbalanced.
Yeah, let's see.
Or are you live streaming on Xbox, bro?
I don't know what to do.
Anything else? I think another three-finger combo.
Bro, it's
And a drink for that one?
Okay, to give you some perspective on how pervasive random crits were over the challenge, by the end of things, I had over 13 minutes of footage dedicated exclusively to random crits doing me in. Look, all I'm saying is if Marcus Aurelius were alive in the 21st century, had to deal with random crits being a TF2, to be honest,
I don't know what to do.
because trying to keep your cool when you continually die to a mechanic that's completely out of your control is
I haven't ate dinner yet. I might go eat something.
Wait, who's watching the
Green. Draw 2. You can't do that. Double 9. Double 6 to number 4. Draw 4 and it's blue. Back to me,
Oh, I got that
Uno,
stupid
out, I win.
poncho off.
Wait, reverse cards, I win. Alright, fine. Ew, these are bad. I know. Okay, enough of that. Slay! Unexpected item in the bag.
Siege.
Unexpected item in bagging area.
Bro, I got people from my games.
Alrighty then. Let me go to the planet Vampa, or not Vampa. Is it Vampa?
I want to
Whatever
play...
that, whatever
I don't know
Marin's
if I want
at.
to play
Let me go
Counter
to that
Strike
planet.
again.
Oh, I used to play Counter Strike.
What's up, bud?
I don't know. I had a lot of fun playing Counter Strike in the CS:GO times, but now it's Counter Strike 2, which doesn't make sense. They could have just, like, you know, like, did something. We can still 1v1 inside of original Counter Strike, I'm pretty sure. And there's, like, still servers opened with Counter Strike.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's fan servers.
Yeah. I don't know.
What is bro? How is bro vibing to this shit?
For the past 20 days of the challenge, I had been using the Kuno, and it had racked up a pretty impressive 3,015 kills. But
I don't know about average and all Counter Strike, so retro.
1,000 kills on each weapon, meaning it was time to introduce a fresh face to the roster. And this guy would turn out to be some of the most fun.
Egg.
Why did I click this? I'm looking through my.
Is this mini brands? Oh no.
Unbox ultra rare frozen moment minis!
God, I hope mine's like cigarettes.
Gotta unzip it. I hope you get Newports.
All Momental 100s in a box. It's double wrapped. This is the stupidest thing ever. I have unveiled the orb!
What mini brands did you get, Brendan? I'm so excited!
There's like a lot of them.
Yeah, there's 5 in each ball. Do you not know?
Okay. What'd you get? I got a little Tabasco sauce. Campbell's Chunky Soup. Oh my God, it's a UPS box. There we go. Oh, there's no popcorn in this box of popcorn.
Fruit Loops!
Let's go!
I love products!
Yeah, this really is just capitalistic propaganda.
This is such a brain rot.
Pikachu, I choose you! You wanna do another bag? I'm gonna do the box. Ah! Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. It's a sharper image gravity rope. Sharper image? Like the Trump steak place? When it comes to steak, I've raised the stakes with Trump steaks. Climbs from floor to wall to ceiling to floor to wall to ceiling to floor to wall to ceiling. Look at all this empty space for
Can
just
you
the
not
manual.
even,
This is
like...
packaging. Look at this. Look at this. Oh my God.
Can you even, like, invite other people to play Counter Strike?
But then it wouldn't be as fun to open.
I know
Counter
they...
Strike. What do you mean?
Silica gel
Original. know.
Like
My
CS:GO
favorite.
finally removed the community servers, so it's just useless now.
I think they shut servers down for that. I don't even
They
open
shut it
com-
down on January 1st.
You can't. They removed community servers.
Yep. So it's
Really? I thought they would keep those up.
no.
There's
If
probably gonna be
you,
like mods.
I hope, but all we got is Counter-Strike 2, which is very buggy. I don't feel like Counter-Strike 2 needed to exist, honestly.
Didn't they add like the option to join people in private matches now? This update, the last one from yesterday.
Oh my god, the update called
I swear
On the
this-
Other Hand, that thingy.
On the other
swear there's
hand,
more
where they,
cutscenes in this
they
game
where
than
you could
actual
switch your
gameplay.
hands.
They finally
that was
add
a feature
that.
you couldn't do.
Yeah.
That was a feature you couldn't do.
It was so annoying. I don't know
And
why
the
they didn't add that. And now since it resets your animation, people are just making like videos of people sprinting, or quote unquote sprinting.
Hold on, I'm gonna.
It's like the.
Can we play in a bot lobby for the first game?
Sure.
I gotta hit a crazy shotgun clip.
You gotta recreate it. A year ago.
That was so crazy, but I wasn't there to play it.
I feel like the only time you
Settings.
opened up Counter-Strike
no.
2 was when I was playing it and when you wanted Source 2 thingies for other stuff.
I literally never. It didn't even work that one time. I was so pissed. Where's audio?
I'm kind of hungry.
Could you eat a horse or what?
I'm Matt Pet, so I could. I used to have good skins in this game, and then
You sold them all. I remember.
I sold my most
skins.
I sold
I have
most
skins.
of my
I have-
good skins.
Not my fault.
No, you can
Hold
talk.
on. I have this deagle. Let me inspect it. The only thing on it is a fucking sticker. When my account got hacked, I just left this on my account. I don't even want this actually.
I sold all my good expensive skins for Ultra Kill, which was probably the best investment I made. Invite.
Purple rank 5.
I hate this new menu.
Why can't join?
I don't know what my settings are for this game.
Session is no longer available. Really?
Okay, there we go.
Oh. Hi, bro.
Why is there no audio, bro? It's so quiet. AF. Practice. Arms race.
Well, are you talking about
Casual,
quiet in the Discord
competitive.
call?
Competitive kind of sucks. Casual. Casual nuke. Nuke is my favorite map. It's not Dust 2 anymore, it's Nuke because it is, I guess.
Casual.
Oh,
Friendly fire is off. Team collision is off. No!
I wanted to block my teammates on Snapchat.
Alright, what team we feel?
I'm feeling terrorists. Oh my
Hi, guys.
lord. That frame drop was everything, and also this feels really bad. I don't. Do I up into my frame rate, bro? Okay, we're already in flash screen.
Bruh, how did
I hate
Please, bruh.
I hate this frame rate. I might be just my computer, but it's pretty bad. Yeah, this doesn't.
It's running fine for me, but that's also me, so I don't know.
It might be just you though. Oops. Like it's running capping out at 60. I don't like that. No why though.
I got an op, bruh. Give me that FAMAS, bruh. I'm goated, wait.
Oh.
Alright, let me get the CSGO loadout, the AK and Desert Eagle. Let's see me pop off. Let's not see my crosshair though, actually. It's bright green. I actually can't see it. Inventory,
What is this
where's
menu?
settings, bro?
Ugh.
They added this. I know they added that in the update. Hold on.
Video.
Video. Keyboard and mouse. No game.
Are you?
Crosshair.
Are you? No wonder it's running at. Dude, it fucking set my game to the highest quality.
Where's
Dude.
my crosshair? Where's my crosshair? There it is. Gap. No gap. Oh, it doesn't. There's thickness.
I'm sorry, but I'm changing my settings around. I can let that.
I am too.
Shader detail.
You even realize it.
Okay.
Well, what is Bot Frank doing?
I don't know if this is better at all.
What are you? What are they doing here?
Yahoo Auctions, that's your name? You're such a Yahoo.
Cut that out.
Nuh-uh.
Oh, I have bomb. Wait. Hold on. Alright, middle mouse is ping on like everything.
Do you fucking just bought? Bro. The fuck you mean?
Why am I popping up? What do you mean?
The fuck? You should be dead. You're 2 HP. Die.
Okay. Okay, I'll just kill myself. How about that?
Yeah. Yeah.
Feelings.exe.
Uninstalled. Not registered. I hate this crosshair I was using. What was I thinking? Blood thought he was gonna pop off with this crosshair.
Ugh, why do they have to patch B hopping?
I didn't. You just suck.
I know. They made it harder.
I'm acting like they're gonna peek around this corner. Which they are.
Your force mirror is empty. Damage enemies too.
My sensitivity is so low, like it's crazy. You like fucking wiped their entire team. I got. Did you throw that?
No.
Who flashed me?
No.
Where's
win.
Bob Franken Louie?
Oh. I did it. Read it. Read it. I won. I bought the thingy in this game so I can rank up and set it competitive, and I just never played it again.
Is it a subscription for Prime?
It's not a
Or is
subscription.
it
It's just you buy Prime. It's not really a subscription.
Yeah, I didn't really know. Ooh, this is the new volumetric smoke that they made the they put out a whole new engine for.
Oh my god, the frame rate's everything. Ow.
Why am I holding? You gotta take a bot's soul.
Alright, what colors do I got? Alright, pick a color. Blue, green, or orange.
Purple.
Purple, I don't have purple.
Purple. Yellow.
Okay, I need to like turn up your volume because I can't not.
Yellow.
I don't, okay. Purple, green, or purple, green,
I don't know.
or orange. Purple, green, or orange.
Orange. Oh.
Alright. Alright, so I made my lightsaber orange.
Bro, I got 0 kills and 0 cents.
Fucking die! What? Word.
I'll switch it to purple when I get that color.
Valve CSGO.
I kinda
That's
don't
the sound name.
I don't know what to think about this.
I don't really know either.
I want to play the original Counter-Strike. I don't like this. I wish I was during the practically the end. When CS2 was announced, we started playing Counter-Strike, so it was mere months before
I can't get. I'm stupid, bro. All right, where else are the fighting at? At the beach.
What the heck is going up here? Oh, I'm dead.
Yo-yo cake.
He thinks he's yo-yo cake.
Not my cheesecake.
Not my cheesecake.
Whoa. Frank, get down here now.
Okay.
That's crazy. I did it. Bye.
Oops. Did not make that jump.
Alright.
I kind of not very good at this game we called Counter-Strike. Yet again, when we used to play, we only played with bots, so...
Yeah, we played a couple casual.
I wanted to get into competitive, in which I did.
Nah.
Oops.
I
Did
got a
I do
Zeus.
that?
I got a Zeus and a Dream.
Chat, you are not Urkel.
Oh yeah, they added Zeus got a recharge mechanic.
I know.
It's useful.
Wait, what game are y'all talking about?
Counter-Strike.
When Counter-Strike.
Oh.
I bomb.
So you should probably plant then. Why is your name like grayed out?
I don't know. I don't like myself either.
Like it thinks it.
What the hell?
They're throwing grenades. Why don't you try original Counter-Strike after this? Actually,
What does that mean?
that's playing with bots.
It's just what we're doing right now.
Yeah. They had community servers, and then they just said, nuh-uh.
Hacked community servers? What does that mean?
No, they had.
Oh.
Did the Baby Boo plays with tiny toes. Oh.
I got that dynamic audio.
I got that W Riz in Ohio, yeah.
Oh my gosh, I hate this.
By the way, there's
Can I get
people
my
out
other
here.
clothes now?
Some guy up here.
Shoot him.
I did, bro. I have a shotgun. Take my... Thanks, man. Thanks, man. I'm taking your AK.
I have money.
No, you don't.
I ain't no broke boy, bro.
I got a bite Casper. Alright. Escape. Let me back, bro. It won't let me out of this menu. It won't let me out of this menu. Help. Okay. Sorry, I had to go buy everything.
Ah! Ah! You're the only one left. Well, no, you're not, actually. There's a random bot in the sewers in the fucking Bronx or whatever he's doing.
My God, bro.
This is how a pro does it.
We're going pro with bots. You do it.
The fuck you...
I don't like you. You do it.
She knows she want it and how to go get it without being taught. She knows
having troubles over here.
You're having troubles, you fucking faggot.
Ah!
Damn.
Look at that new fire. That's only possible because of the new Counter-Strike.
We needed that.
Yeah, same with volumetric smoke, you know? Hello, bot, hello.
It's the.
Guys, I planted the bomb.
Where's this? Where's this op at, bro? I'm going away. No, I'm not.
That darn
Come on, I wanna
dilly dude
Zeus
ass.
the bot. Okay, there's no bot. What the hell?
I just bought a beam.
Yeah, it's gone, bro. What the hell? Oh snap! Oh snap! Oh snap!
Whoa! Ouch.
That was an easy win.
Bullseye. 93% headshot rate. Ah, so cool.
Thanks, bot Frank.
What do they want me to do?
A die hard.
I suck here.
I'm do something real quick.
Okay.
AKA just how do you leave again?
You click
Oh, exit.
exit the
I
main
hate this
menu.
menu, bruh. Dude.
Yeah, sure. I'll stop playing now.
Hold on, I need to add my crosshair to be good.
I'm gonna change my PFP.
I hate my crosshair so much. Competitive or yay or nay?
No,
What?
I'm not ready, bro. Do you see my gameplay?
Yeah, you're gonna go pro.
I'm already pro and casual only.
But alright, I think it's time we take a recap for this 10-day of the challenge. My strange beard hit the highest rank at 15,000 points on day 34. My big earner reached 1,000 kills on day 27, meaning we could tick another one off the list. And I even snuck in a 23 kill streak with this great game I had, Badwater on day 39, which was very good. I accumulated a total of 1,854 kills and done a 83 times, leading to a really
Feeling me right now.
Bro, everyone's fucking deafened. What the hell?
Hey,
It's
wanna?
literally just me, you. So, yeah, I'm here. I see you.
I would fuck.
What?
Huh?
Blow it up. I'm Counter-Strike now.
I'm back.
This is awesome. I'm playing Counter-Strike with William.
Okay, what is everyone else doing?
Nothing.
I don't know.
Wait.
I literally just got back, so.
Yeah, he just got back, and Riley's playing Siege.
Little siege boy.
Wait, Riley's in call still?
Yes. Apparently.
Why isn't he talking?
He is.
He's playing Siege.
Oh wait, my crosshair didn't. God damn it. I kinda don't know.
I mean, look at this thing. It's Australian, it's pro kill streak, it's got headshot kills.
Why does it say playing other game when I know these people aren't playing? We're back. Come on.
Apparently
my
my
God.
my crosshair didn't save. That's weird. Shimmy, shimmy, give me right now. Yeah, baby, baby. Oh my god, I nutted on my gram. What? Boy.
Sorry, what?
Okay, there we go.
Where I ran around the streets of Sydney dressed up as John to show the world my unwavering dedication to this beautiful
I'm the party leader.
Yeah, let's play Deathmatch Workshop map.
What?
It's a Death Shop Workshop map.
You wanted to do a deathmatch thingy?
Bro, why is this guy
Matchmaking.
get cards and make card packs?
I'm back. Sorry.
Alright, I'm gonna play my first,
It's
it's my servers, and okay, I don't care. Playing my first, Inferno game
Yep.
ever, actually. What the hell?
So, wait, Paul, what were you doing?
Nothing.
He's playing Roblox or something.
Yeah.
This guy's a Roblox
Right.
fiend.
I don't know who the fuck to join.
I'm joining terrorists.
I can't join. I have to go on counter terrorist, bro. Someone got the call of the lamb.
Paul, you should watch my
Con,
stream.
bro.
Oh.
Alright, I think we're good because the person I'm spectating has the default crosshair.
We're gonna win, chat. We're gonna do it.
No, I'm gonna screenshot this crosshair actually.
Some person.
Life is increased. Holding slow, let's count a target. Yeah, I need to get that way. Maximum forces. What do I get?
I didn't even get
Do
the
I get-
crosshair.
I get his maximum range.
Holy shit. No, I fit in, bro. I fit in.
You fit in with these people?
Yeah, everyone I'm looking at has like the worst crosshairs in the fucking game. Yeah, and someone has Negev. I'm so good.
Is Negev like? Isn't Negev considered one of the worst weapons?
It kinda is. It's just a spray weapon.
No. What? No. What?
I don't know.
No, because
No,
what is it?
it's-
I remember watching
It's
a
an
video.
eco weapon.
It is?
Yes, that's why it's a cheaper AK.
I thought it was expensive.
Oh.
No.
Then you should get Counter-Strike and join us.
Negev is. No, Negev is an eco weapon practically.
I literally never know.
When I
use
was
Negev
watching,
twice.
when I was watching a drawing, someone playing drawing tablet on Counter Strike, they said Negev was the meta for it.
Someone else has a Call of the Lamb animated PFP, so I feel safe here with my gender swapped.
Yeah,
PFP
turn
gold.
VC
Wait,
on.
I can't tell who's gonna
I'm not
win.
turning VC on, bro. If I have VC on, actually, hold on, I'm checking settings.
You're too
You
pussy.
got me scared now. I really am.
I don't understand why you guys don't like being yelled at by older people.
I don't really actually.
No, now saying that out loud, I think I can understand now.
You lost?
Don't you guys like being yelled at by older people?
I
you can
could
finally
care
play.
less.
But I think you.
Alright, do I get money? How much money do I have? I have enough to buy a weapon.
Chat, we might have enough money to buy a weapon.
You're probably like the best player in the server, actually. I'm gonna be honest.
No,
No.
not anymore.
Not anymore, at least.
Maybe like 5 months ago, maybe. Why am I checking that? Holy sh! Okay, they have a literal stack on that hallway.
Did you nab the bomb or did someone else did?
I died because I turned the corner and there was an entire fucking
Alright, bro. How do I make card
thing
packs? Like,
brigade of
You
people.
have to
Oh, there's Riley.
what do I have to do?
I don't know.
How do
That
I
was
make
awesome.
Card packs, bro. Help.
Why do you care about Steam level?
Because I want to look awesome.
Well,
Oh,
you'll
this guy's
be-
actually good at the game. This guy with op. You have to, you get cards from playing games, like every hour. And if you get every card for that game, you can make a card pack, and it gives you Steam levels, because it like counts as a badge or something.
Every hour.
This
after an hour
guy-
with Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six Siege. What the fuck?
Or you could just buy the cards outright.
No, yeah, you cannot, yeah. Low key,
Can you do that?
playing all these games, it got me feeling something.
Got you
How do I buy
feeling?
cards? Wait.
What's your feeling that you're feeling? That you want to play games?
I might play Siege, maybe.
Oh. Cool.
Nora, when something bad happens, oh.
Oh, I'm scared of that.
Alright, our entire team.
You got this,
Yeah.
JB.
I'm stimming. Where do I buy
Who
cards?
said you got this?
Marketplace.
I'm watching.
Marketplace.
Oh.
Wait, you're on the
Store.
opposite
I had to,
team?
raise up. I had to
Yeah,
raise
I
up
couldn't
y'all's
join.
volume, 'cause, like, I can't hear anything.
I didn't even know.
Then after where?
Lito, say
Oh.
something real quick.
What are we all doing, bro?
Alright, here you go.
What is my team doing?
Let's
I
go.
don't-
Alright.
I've only been buying one thing.
I did it, and I almost fell.
Oops.
Oh my god.
I'm dead, bro.
I don't even know where the fuck I am right now.
5-year veteran coin.
I'm lost AF in the smoke.
Wait, I was just in here. How do I get out?
Ah!
Oh, wait, I know.
Oops.
Bro, why do I'm on the team with all the bad people? What the hell?
I haven't got one kill. I have.
I
I haven't.
have
No.
gotten one kill.
No, I have not gotten. I haven't got one kill, man. Come on. Oh, how the fallen have fallen. I think I've fallen. I don't play. I don't think I'm ever gonna intend on playing this game ever again. That really. We're only doing this just to have fun, I guess.
Yeah.
Literally.
All right, bud. Who threw that Molotov?
Okay, thanks. Thanks. I don't know.
All right, bud. Who threw the high impact explosive?
You're grounded for a life if you do that.
Who made playtime?
Who flashed us again?
Whoa. There's somebody up there.
But yeah, like Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six Siege. It's like,
I just flashed my teammate, y'all.
Hey, y'all, I got my first kill.
All right, I'm gonna peek this corner. My teammate died. I'm not peeking this corner.
I can sell all these for 5 cents. One of these days, I'm gonna have a game. These fucking cards.
If you keep on dreaming, you'll do it.
Rainbow
Your
Six
team is
Siege.
dead.
Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six.
You got a kill?
Squirrel.
Wait.
Can we just leave unranked for all the bad people?
Guys, I did it, y'all. 980R. Moral
Need to
support.
screenshot this. Hold on, this is how bad we are at this game, bro.
Oh my god, dude.
I got the most headshot percentage. According to fucking Anubis, bro.
I want to
Alright,
play.
let's see if we can get on a team.
So annoying. It doesn't really matter since it's gonna be a warm-up round.
Oh my god, I can't join. Oh, never mind, I can join.
I don't know if I want to play like those Call of Duty
buying
games.
pistols. I like those. I like Call of Duty type games.
Bro.
Someone gift me $5 right now.
Why is this guy
You should
screaming
have
more
asked.
bonbon,
You should have
bro?
asked like
The bonbon.
Did he just leave?
asked like 3 hours ago. I would have gave it to you.
That was this guy.
$1.
No hacking.
Was that?
Bro, anyway, I'm like stuck on the Discord.
I'm right behind you, bro. I'm right behind you, bro. And I got pistols only.
Let's roll him up. Blicky out.
Kill that chicken now. All right. That's what I thought.
I'll run up on our block
Push back
ever
your block.
again. We're the OGs in here.
Bro,
Watch
my,
Watch this. Fucking dick! I'm trying to stab him! What the fuck? You saw.
Bro, I just started spraying him with a pistol.
Hey man. You saw that? You saw that clip right there? I was holding out my knife. I could have just done that. But
My fault, bro. You could have told me.
I thought it was pretty obvious me not shooting my gun.
I don't know. I thought you were just retarded. I'm sorry.
Shut up.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Competitive isn't like this, right? It's 5v5.
Yeah.
Hurt chicken.
Okay. It works.
Oops. Wait, did you die? I don't know.
No, I'm behind you. Don't.
So I might have died.
I have bomb. Fucking really? I'm going to A, bro.
I think after this match, I think I might quit early. Honestly, I don't know about this game really.
Yeah, I don't really know. This game is not it. My
Hey,
headphones are dying, bro. All my audio cut out as this guy shot me with the head.
so as you can tell, the original Counter-Strike was more funner. I don't know. I just have more fun playing that. This guy's having
fucking emoting on me, bro.
So, that happened.
What the?
My headphones die completely. I'm gonna have to leave.
Discord call?
No, I'm gonna have to leave the game.
I might leave early after this match, honestly, I'll be real. I might not even finish this one, I'm not feeling it.
If my headphones die, I'll give you a reason to leave. What's my ping? 27. Why are we holding the smoke? No, genuinely, why are we holding the smoke?
Hey, your headphones just died, and I'm leaving. So that's, yeah. Your headphones just died. Your headphones just died. It's over.
Oh, you're right, actually. Wait, you're right, actually. My headphones are dead. What the hell? WTF, that worked. You casted a spell, and it made my headphones die. What the hell?
Let's go. Now you gotta leave.
Plug my headphones in. Hold on. They don't actually die. I'm gaslighting you all. Sorry.
Make up your mind. I need to go find some food to eat.
You're connected to everything by computer, dude. It's so fucking annoying. For me, connected to my computer, right? Alright, everything's okay.
About the stock knife with its reliability, the big earner with its speed and its ability to gap close so effectively, and of course the kunai with its ability to single-handedly tear through time. But it was time to get a little bit more wacky with this block of challenge. Now from the get-go, I actually knew something about my life. If I was 99
This video shows XQC reacting to my video.
Dozens of individual buildings
Wait.
merged into
What? So reaction content is once again under fire after this tweet was posted saying Lemino spends months researching, scripting, and editing a video just for reaction streamers to re-upload the entire thing and provide zero input. And as you can see, it's XQC reacting to Lemino's
William, can you turn off your TV, please?
Dang,
It's my only light source.
Can you mute it, please?
Hold on, I'm gonna go lay on the ground for a sec.
What?
Alright, lock in.
My fucking body is sweating so bad. I can't.
I'm gonna make money and spend it all. Fuck it.
Do you understand the cards yet, or do you want me to give you a better explanation?
I understand it now.
Okay. Actually, what are some, bro, the Steam shit is I have a file. I pirated Crosshair X because I'm a loser, but it's just telling everyone that I don't own it actually.
Yeah, wait, how do I?
What?
Alright. I was gonna buy Geometry Dash, but I have like the Geometry
You
Dash
have
badges.
Geometry Dash.
Almost 2
Yeah,
hours.
the badges,
You must have
I mean,
added a
or the
lot to
cards.
the video.
Why?
But
I don't
the
know,
original
but I only
video
have, like,
was
4
1
do I
hour and
have
38 minutes,
inventory?
and this is 1 hour and
Steam.
53.
So
He
I
added
have
15 minutes to a 98-minute video, and the rest is a compilation of looking at the video and saying, "What a fantastic insight and tons of honest work XQC put to create this reaction." XQC doesn't react, he observes. Because of this, XQC responded on Twitter and YouTube, basically saying that he's just sharing a video to his viewers and that the creator can claim the video if they want to. And also featuring a massive argument between him and Udahar. Oh no, this has 3,000 dislikes. First of all, claiming a video is harder than it looks. You'll need to get YouTube's content manager and a content ID for your video. All that just to get someone's revenue, especially for just an individual, is tiring at the least. But I mean, it's not just revenue we're talking about. If you're watching XQC's reaction to a video, there's a 99% chance you're not going to watch the original since you already watched this reaction. Just give them the recognition they deserve and transform the content so it doesn't feel like they're just re-uploading their video and gaining off of it. Now, XQC's YouTube response shows him mocking a reaction like, "Whoa, he's reacting! Whoa!" But the very simple way to make better reactions is to actually give extra information to the video like context, personal experiences, or opinions. But yeah, Hassan and XQC, you know.
Salesman than he is. Something like that.
Uh-huh.
As leading as that live questioning was, Barbara was not alone in doubting her husband's credibility.
He just leaves, and the video is still going. So a few weeks ago, I saw this video by one of my
Dude, I would trade Finn for Fiona. Honestly, she's 13, is what I'm.
This is someone who I'm already familiar with, especially after this video of his blew up a couple years ago. But he's getting back into discussion on Twitter once again. Yep. Nux Taco is a YouTuber with over 2 million subscribers, and his content is themed on guys, please pray that this video will be monetized. Recently, he's been getting kinda flamed on by Twitter because of some very interesting clips that surfaced. And of course, let me remind you that we're only 100 subscribers away from 200,000. Come on, man. We're right there. We're right there. We're right there. I'm crying. How does Mofo make everything about...
Lois Griffin, the worst cartoon mom. Lois Griffin used to have some really S tier.
What?
What the frick is going on? Nandata! Rule 63. She might be the worst of all time.
What?
Which I guess is.
Whoa, hey.
Dude, Ice King is just Verbalace on a lower budget. Hold.
Ouch.
Not sure we're invited, little buddy.
Something wrong with your sister there. Don't take advantage of the mentally deranged. I've seen enough hentai to know where this is going.
Okay, man. Okay. I know Nux Taku. I know that this guy turns everything sexual for clickbait. Caution. Boy smell. Get you pregnant. Oh my god. That has got to be the greatest thing I have ever seen in a thumbnail. Why are you watching that gooner? Pushing egos to their absolute limit. Limit. What the frick? 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 Yep. 4 months ago, LS Mark made this video. Nux Taku made a reaction video of it, and look at the thumbnail.
We could appreciate the gender equality here. Men and women should both be equally, but in society, in the world we live in, somehow women get the privilege. I mean the
What? I'm on my bed right now, out of pure Terror. Oh.
Today I'm gonna watch some VTuber.
Is that a female voice actress? I think I recognize that from something that is not so family friendly. Kind of a little bit of Rule 34, if you know what I mean.
That was until I stabbed the heavy. I found that it isn't all sunshine and rainbows with your Tunnel reward when it comes to chain stabbing, because yes, instantly disguising as your opponent is very powerful for tricking your enemies, but if you happen to stab a soldier or heavy midway through your chain stab, well, your movement speed is going to come to a grinding halt, making it way harder to get any other stabs, unless your opponents aren't moving that much. Here on day 53 on upward, I drop down on this heavy to get a stab before cloaking away, and when I go back in to get this engineer, my movement speed is so comically slow that I'm caught out by this spy-checking pyro, and the only reason I managed to escape is because he accidentally airblasted me to safety up on this high ground. Also, before we go any further, I have to admit something very embarrassing that the Tunnel reward made me realize here during this part of the challenge. You know how I was just talking about stabbing heavies and moving slower as a byproduct? Well, when you play Spy normally, you tend to disguise as classes like Scout, Medical, Spy, so you can maintain your movement speed as you move around the map. Makes sense, right? Well, because I never really had a reason to disguise as slower classes like Soldier or Heavy in the past, using the Tunnel reward, it led to perhaps the most embarrassing moment of my TF2 career, and let me just explain how the cogs turned in my brain here. You can see I have recently stabbed a soldier and have therefore disguised as him, meaning I move slower around the map with his basic movement speed. So I think, okay, I wonder if Soldier can make this jump here on Frontier, and oh my god, he can. Well, whatever, I flank around only to get caught out by this engineer, so I immediately run away and go invisible. But as I do this, I realize, I'm moving kind of quickly right now. So I decloak to get the health and ammo packs, and then you can see my realization in real time as to one of Spy's core cloaking mechanics. Oh, wait, when you're invis... Is that... You keep the... Oh, I have just learned a core Spy mechanic. What? When you're invis, like, as a class that you're like a soldier with lower movement speed, you walk at Spy speed. When you're invis, yeah, you can know that. Have you been playing Spy for 50 days? Dude, yeah, I only disguise as Medic, Scout, and Spy, so I don't lose my movement speed. Oh my god. That's crazy. So, yeah, I'm not proud to admit it, but after more than 4,000 hours of TF2, it was only in that very moment that I learned that you don't maintain the slow movement speed of classes like Heavy and Soldier when you go invisible, and you actually revert to Spy's default movement speed when no one can see you. Yeah, I know, thank you, I'm very talented, and deeply grateful for my platform where I educate people about a game that I seem to know nothing about. I always just assumed you would move slower whilst invisible too when you had a slower disguise equipped, but no, it only took me half a year's worth of hours in this video game to learn that fundamental mechanic. Anyway, with that genuinely awful experience out the way, I think one of the best things that the Tunnel reward and Cloak and Dagger combo taught me during this part of the challenge was patience, which was a bit of a drastic shift to what I had been doing for the last 30 days straight. I'd been placing a greater emphasis on trick stabs, using the dead ringer aggressively, and trying to farm as many kills as possible for almost a month now. But with these two guys equipped, I noticed that the way I played Spy shifted drastically. I spent a lot more time in just standing still and becoming fully aware of my environment around me. It began to teach me to focus on respawn times more, to know when opponents would be coming, and playing so passively just ended up giving me a new perspective to approach Spy from. You know, you don't always have to force plays when the situation isn't going to work out, which I sometimes found myself doing under the guise of limit testing when I had the dead ringer equipped. And whilst I think that is important to improving at the game, so is patience when it comes to Spy. Take a look here on day 54, where I spend more than 30 seconds invisible to ensure that 1, the enemy team is fully distracted when pushing the card around the corner, and 2, no one is respawning at that moment, meaning that I wouldn't be randomly flanked before I reach my opponent. And look, 1 stab on the heavy, and 1 stab on the soldier. See, I swear, patience can be cool, guys. And look here again on Frontier. Okay, Frontier again, why is every clip been on... Anyway, it was day 50, and I see a pyro come around the corner with overheal, and I know this because of the little particles coming off him, meaning I have to hold off my attack for a few seconds, as the medic isn't going to be too far behind, and lo and behold, my patience is rewarded with 2 nice stabs. Had I pushed earlier, that demo would have eradicated me, so reading your environment and playing patiently is vital to succeeding on Spy, until you're invisible in a corner for 40 seconds, just to die to a random crit before you can do anything. Yeah, no, that happened. On P here on day 53, I was literally invisible for close to 50 seconds before a demo man was able to cave my head in with a critical VB long neck swing. I guess that is the risk you always run whilst playing Spy, and if you try to plan for literally every possible variable, something will still manage to come up and fuck you over, no matter how patiently you're playing. I will say that I definitely prefer the more aggressive play style, just because it's a lot more mechanically engaging than, well, sitting in a corner corner for minutes at a time, but I'm really glad I got to use the Euro Turner Award for a little section of the challenge here, because it gave me some valuable perspective on the other ways you can play Spy, and it really did exceed my expectations. Honestly, I might have to revisit this weapon sometime in the future, because I really think it does have the potential to be a pretty damn good sight. But anyway, as I predicted at the start of this segment, the Euro Turner Award was going to be shelved as soon as it hit 1,000 kills, and that happened on the end of day 54, meaning we have ticked yet another weapon off the list. But El Maxo, you might be saying to yourself, what did he do for the rest of this 10-day block if you already got 1,000 kills by day 54? Well, my mentality at this point in the challenge was to tick off all the, how do I put it, the less desirable spy unlocks, so that I could spend time focusing on one specific loadout for the final stretch of the challenge and get really good at using whatever that was. And let's just say there's weapons like the Eurotunnel Reward, like the Spicicle, and like the, oh god, Enforcer, which I need to get up to 1,000 kills before I could start grinding one loadout exclusively. And so, that brings us to the final knife which we had to reach 1,000 kills for the challenge, and that was the Spicicle. Now don't worry, I'm not going to go anywhere near in depth on this unlock as I did for the Eurotunnel Reward, partially because I've already talked about it, and partially because it's, well, kind of boring. Now, it's not to say it's bad, actually far from it, because I ended my time with the Spicicle with a KD of 2.61, which is the highest I had out of any of the knives for the challenge so far, and that's because I learned it's a super safe pick. When you pair it with something like the Dead Ringer and Latrange, you become an absolute defensive beast who can escape easily from situations you would otherwise die in. But remember, as I mentioned before during our Gunspy days, this comes at the cost of having your stabs absolutely cuffed every once in a while by some cross-map flame particle that melts your Spicicle because the hitbox is stupid, and I hate Pyro. This becomes especially annoying when you're attempting to trick stab a Pyro, because they're able to melt your knife before you're able to get into the correct position, and this is the reason that makes the Spicicle a literal non-starter for most spy mates. Now admittedly, I don't have many clips of this happening, because trying to trick stab a Pyro when you have the Spicicle equipped is just about as likely as Solar Light making a video on something that isn't Demonite related, but I did find a moment where I was feeling extra confident for whatever reason, and did try to give it a go. Here during the Gunspy days on Frontier again, I tried to make a float Pyro up this hill so I could go for a stair stab, and just as you'd expect, I come into contact with the fire, meaning my Spicicle's gone, and I have to pack my bags and leave the country as fast as possible. Unless you're able to maneuver in such a way that you dodge the Pyro's constant stream of fire as you attempt to trick stab, it's going to be pretty unlikely that you're actually able to pull something off. If you have to ask me when I think the Spicicle functions best, it'll probably be when there is just one Pyro on the enemy team. Otherwise, you're just going to be missing out on so many stab opportunities due to random spy checks, and that is not going to be fun for you at all. I actually distinctly remember this one game I had on Frontier on day 57, where there were maybe 4 Pyros constantly patrolling glass when I was attacking, and I was literally incapable of getting into position, let alone backstab some people, because my Spicicle was melted for like 90% of the game. So at times like this, you probably just want to swap off Spy entirely, but unfortunately, I didn't have that luxury afforded to me in this challenge. Look how many Pyros they have! Golly! What I found to be the most infuriating part about the Spicicle though is that, yeah, you might get lit on fire and escape with your vulnerability, but then you're left for 15 seconds waiting for the damn thing to regen, and it just creates a lot of extra downtime in between your plays, which drastically slows down the tempo of the gameplay. And I mean, come on, with the world we live in where I probably need to have Subway Surfers gameplay at the bottom of the screen of this video to ensure people make it past the 7-second mark, it's safe to say that the Spicicle's ideal playstyle feels much more slower paced, and honestly boring relative to other unlocks like the Kunai or Big Earth. I don't have much more to say about the Spicicle outside of this, because it's basically just a stock knife with the added bonus of giving you an easy escape to it as Pyros if you don't want to try and trick stuff, which admittedly did lead me to have a really good KD play, but hey, come on man, that isn't the fun way of playing Spy. Late on day 57 on Borneo, I did end up securing the 1,000 kill with the Spicicle, which did actually surprise me a bit as I wasn't really keeping track of it, but that officially meant that I had secured 1,000 kills on every knife at this point of the challenge, meaning I was free to use whatever one I thought would make me play the best. This meant at this point in the challenge, there were now just 3 weapons remaining to get 1,000 kills on. First was my Latrange, which was already pretty close at this point with 800 kills on it. Second was the Diamondback, which still had a bit of a ways to go with 400 on it, but I wasn't too worried about racking up kills on that one. And thirdly, the Enforcer. It's the Enforcer. The Enforcer was still at 0, and I still had to get to 1,000. But hey, that's a problem future me has to deal with, and when I say future me, I actually mean past me, because I am future me right now doing the voiceover for this video, and I know how it goes with the Enforcer. It's pretty bad. It's actually really bad, but we'll get there when we get there. Anyway though, one thing I haven't really touched on so far in this block of the challenge is that we were now going back to using knives, which meant we were also back to trick stabbing, and even though I hadn't done much of it in the previous 10-day block of the challenge with all the Gunspy stuff going on, I got straight back into it like I had never even stopped. What was continuing to amaze me with my progress thus far into the challenge was how far my stair stabs had come, and how much better they had gotten. During those early blocks of the challenge, it always felt super clunky, my movement was off, and I was only getting them against the most clueless of enemies. But nowadays, it was starting to feel like second nature as I was growing increasingly comfortable with them on a subconscious level. I wasn't overthinking the enemy's position, my position when I had to jump, or anything like that. It all just flowed really smoothly when it came time to execute a stair stab, and it was feeling really good. I think what epitomizes my progress the most is a clip I hit here on day 54 on Mountain Lap, where I actually pulled off my first blind stair stab of the challenge. Oh, I finally did it! 54 days to hit the Chopper Trick Stab! If you don't know, the reason it's so hard to hit one of these is because it's entirely dependent on your game sense and understanding of movement speeds to predict when your enemy will be close enough for you to jump backwards over the head to get the stab. For every stair stab I've hit prior to this one, I'm usually looking directly at the enemy as they come towards me, and therefore can time my jump a lot better because you actually have that visual cue of them moving. Now, this isn't just some flashy play you can pull to look really cool, as it actually serves a really valuable function in that it's way less predictable relative to a normal stair stab. When you see a spy perched up at the top of a staircase on Harvest, death staring you as you approach them, it doesn't take 11 of engineers' PhDs to understand, he's probably going to try and trick stab me here. But with your back turned, the opponent chasing you is 1, not going to be expecting a trick stab as much because you're not staring them dead in the eyes, making it super obvious, and 2, they have less time to react to it when you do eventually jump. Now, admittedly, I think I could have been pulling off blind stair stabs like that one on Mountain Lab much earlier in the challenge, but I just kind of forgot they existed and only started attempting them after my time on Gunspy. From this point forward, though, I did start getting them much more consistently, and it just goes to show how far my prediction skills and general game sense of the spy had come since day 1, so that was nice to see. Now, to tie everything up for this block of the challenge, I think it's time I have a slightly overdue conversation with you about the engineer. Now, before heading into this 100-day challenge, I always assumed that because Spy is equipped with the Sapper, an unlock designed exclusively to counter engineer and his pessimable building, that I surely wouldn't have any issues dealing with him. I mean, have you seen Meet the Spy? He literally slides his Sapper across the floor gangster style and proceeds to execute an engineer with 1 bullet to the head. So, if we're going off the game's canon, yeah, we should be fine. Right? Well, it turned out to be a little more complicated than that, and let me start with one quick fact. Oh my god, Engineer is surprisingly annoying to deal with. The whole Spy vs Engineer duel is centered around the fact that you basically have to deal with 2 opponents when fighting him. There's the Texan himself, and the auto-tracking mechanical nightmare that is his sentry gun. Now, the most common way of dealing with this conundrum is you first backstab the Engineer, which moves into the sentry, but before it can lock onto you and gun you down, you quickly whip out the Sapper and disable it that way. However, this isn't always how things go in practice, and I quickly learned through this challenge that a level 3 sentry gun could react in a fucking heartbeat to my presence and launch off a bunch of rockets that would instantly annihilate me before I could even react. Take a look at this clip from day 48 on Badwater, where I'm using my map knowledge to get to this high ground, I drop down to stab this heavy, and no joke, within 18 frames of getting the kill, I am instantly annihilated by a set of rockets from the sentry gun. Or from earlier in the challenge on day 37 on Badwater, I see the Engineer, I plan to stab him with my big earner and then use the speed boost to quickly go over and stab the sentry before he can kill me, but again, within half a second, a set of 4 rockets is rapidly approaching my location and denying me from playing the game. Now, yes, I do realize that I'm dying so comically fast in these 2 clips because the sentry gun is already looking my direction, meaning there is no buffer period of it having to turn towards me. So technically, if I stab my stab such that the sentry gun is facing as far away as possible, there probably would be more room to get the sap off in time, but god, you already have to juggle like 200 variables of Spy, with knowing where each player on the team is, the level of health, their movement pattern, what health packs are up, and all that other garbage. So the last thing I want to be conscious of before I go in for a gangster-ass play is the fucking degree of rotation that the sentry is facing to make sure I don't get nuked at the frame after I get a backstab. This is also kind of embarrassing to admit, but I also seem to have a slight issue with the fact of actually placing my Sapper on an engineer's building in a Spy. I know this sounds weird, but I have a frightening amount of clips where I would look in a sentry's direction with my Sapper equipped, but for whatever reason, I wouldn't actually place it there. Look here on Dust Bowl, all the way back from day 2 of the challenge, where I find myself in a super advantageous spot while in business. So I drop down to get some stabs, go to stab the sentry so I don't die immediately, but I don't actually place it, and die immediately after my first stab. You can actually hear the immense disbelief in my voice from my live reaction. I sapped it, I literally sapped it, I sapped it, this game should And look, I would love to say that this got better over time, but no, it didn't really. There is so much footage of me being unable to sap stationary targets, and it does make me slightly concerned for my own mental well-being watching these back in retrospect. And god, whilst we're on the topic of my mental well-being, don't get me started on situations where there happens to be multiple engineers with multiple sentries, because if there's one thing that made me angry beyond belief in this challenge, it was this. I'm going to spare you my hour-long rant on this topic for the sake of brevity. Well, I mean, the video's probably going to be 4 hours long already, but just know that if you're in a situation like Badwater last, where one sentry is under map room and one sentry is at bottom, what are you supposed to do? If you stab and sap one of them, the other sentry will gun you down, and all their teammates will snuff you out and murder you too. And by the time you respawn and come back, that fucker already has another level 2 sentry up again. So you basically become the tier 2 equivalent of Sisyphus rolling the boulder up the hill in an eternal loop of trying to kill sentry guns. The only thing that can save you from this endless cycle is of course your own teammates and organizing a coordinated push, but come on, let's just be real. It's not going to happen very often in a match of casual. Like, I'll try, but we just know it's not going to happen. There were so many points where I'd be tilted beyond belief and start spam stabbing all the engineers' stuff on repeat because I was unable to get stabs, and would just have to pray that my team would coincidentally push at that very moment all of their stuff was disabled. But yeah, as you can probably expect, that very rarely happened. But look, even as surprisingly annoying as dealing with engineers turned out to be, you do still counter them in the one way that truly matters, and that's getting their teleports. To quote the great Uncle Dane, sentries get kills, dispensers save lives, and teleporters win games. Ever since I heard this from Dane in his video on teleporter etiquette, it's always stuck with me, because in your average game of casualty of 2, teleporters are essential to victory. Think of Dust Bowl Blast on offense once your team has capped the first point. It takes almost 20 seconds to reach the front line again, and when you have 12 people on a team who are dying on cooldown to some crack sticky spamming demo man, that is a lot of wasted time dedicated to just walking. A teleporter basically moves your spawn room forward to wherever the exit is placed, and this is crucial for maintaining the pressure of an offensive push or defensive hold, so that you can keep a steady flow of reinforcements without too many gaps. So, when you give one class in the game a watch that allows it to go invisible behind the enemy team without them realizing, and a tool that can disable and slowly drain the health of engineers' buildings, you've just introduced one hell of a counter. And to be honest with you, this might be the single most objectively useful thing you're able to do for your team as Smart. It's something I focused on especially hard in the early days of the challenge, as I'd start any round on offense off with the Sky Spy, going invisible, maneuvering behind their entire team, and then sapping and shooting down any of their teleporter entrances at their spawn door. I even remember a specific instance on Borneo on day 11 where I managed to get behind only to be greeted by 5 teleporter entrances at their team spawn. This clip also serves as a great example of why you have to be careful of respawn times when you go into destroyed tele entrances, as you could potentially be gunned down in an instant by some random dude who happens to respawn at an unfortunate time. Make sure you use your scoreboard to see how recently enemies have died and plan accordingly, otherwise you may get caught out in a pretty embarrassing fashion. Honestly though, dying to get 1 or 2 teleporter entrances is 100% worth it, as your respawn time of say 8 seconds pales in comparison to 15 to 20 seconds of extra walking everyone who dies on the enemy team is now going to have to embark on as they respawn. Even though this was something I knew going into the challenge, if there's one single bit of advice I can bestow upon you from this entire video, it's to make sure you target teleporters, because they genuinely win games if they're not dealt with, and you are the best class in the game to destroy them. But let's be real, destroying stationary targets with our sapper isn't all that exciting when it comes to the engineer matchup, but do you want to know what is? Absolutely dunking on that stupid dumb Texan in 1v1s, and there are 2 main ways we can go about this. Number 1 is the big brain Sigma mental outplay, or 2, the flashy mechanical trickster part. So to explain the first option, I actually have a question for you. If you're playing engineer and hear that your sentry is being sapped, what are you going to do in response? Unless you're some Buddhist monk who believes in detaching themselves from all material things, you're probably going to beeline to your building and remove the sapper, right? I mean, it only makes sense. If you're close enough to fix it, why wouldn't you? Well, as a spy player, I quickly realized in this challenge that we can actually prey on this primal response in the monkey brain of engineer players, because it makes it super easy to predict their movement and where they are likely to path towards. Let me show you a clip so it makes sense. This was from day 7 on Mountain Lab, and I spot the enemy engineer tending to his sentry, so I decide to sap his teleporter to force him to come and repair it, meaning I can now flank around him whilst visible, decloaking behind him and securing a really nice stab on him because his movement was so telegraphed. Or again, here on day 35 on Pier, I'm not entirely sure where the NG is, so I sap his tele and dispenser to force him to reveal himself, and I then jump up on this high ground, leading to a nice drop stab moments later when he attempts to remove the sap. But look, the only thing I'm going to say about these 2 clips is that so-called free thinkers, when they hear Spy sapping my sentry, these are genuinely some of the most rewarding plays I pulled off whilst playing Spy in this challenge, because it just demonstrates a deep understanding of the game, and hey, I think it's pretty cool when you do that. Now I will admit these aren't necessarily the most flashy type of play to pull off, and that's where our second option comes into this, and it's the mechanical outplay. I touched on this before, but if you're not aware, as an enemy spy, you are able to crouch jump onto any of engineers' buildings for a nice little high boost, which yes, does instantly give away the fact we're a spy because allies aren't able to collide with buildings, but it does provide for a great vantage point to trick stab enemies from. Now I will admit that these clips I'm about to show you are from future days of the challenge, which we haven't covered yet, but it does make sense because if you remember my ability to do basic trick stabs earlier in the video, it wasn't great, but as I developed my stair stabs specifically and my ability to improvise with the environment around me, my ability to use engineer buildings as props for trick stabs did improve later on. So take a look here on day 64 on morning, where I spot a nest on the right here, jump in with my sapper to disable it for my team, and then hop on the dispenser for the hype to execute a beautiful stair stab on the engineer as he comes around the corner. And again, here on day 97 on Frontier, I execute a similar combo where I sap his sentry, jump on top of it, and get a clean little stair stab as he runs to repair. This last clip here actually blends in some of those mental outplays we talked about earlier, as sapping his sentry forces him to rush towards it, and therefore makes it a lot easier to predict his movement for our stair stab, meaning there is a bit of overlap between these two paths we can take when dunking on engineers. Okay, look, I could keep rattling off here about engineer because I think it is the most interesting matchup Spy has, but given this block of the challenge is already longer than the other ones, and this video has already been going on for however long it's been going on for, let's wrap things up with a quick fire round on engineer. Firstly, my god, are there some absolute bot engineers who are extremely fun to fuck with, and I have a bunch of clips of it happening, and they make me feel silly, and they make me giggle. Secondly, it's really funny when you're able to get an engineer sentry to kill their own creator. Very silly, I like it. Thirdly, finding teleporter exits unguarded can rack you up some insane kill streaks if they're placed in bad spots, and it legit just farms you kills for your strangers. Fourthly, oh my god, I learned that the Thompson can one-shot you if you're using the kunai, which is also incredibly funny, and happened to be a total of 2 times in the entire challenge out of like 10,000 deaths. So that was pretty awesome too. And finally, I lied to you. I've done that alone in this video, and I'm doing it again, because there's another elephant in the room right now. You see, there was a third hidden addition to my loadout in this block of the challenge, but yet again, I've avoided it this whole time, because this one specifically doesn't deserve to see the light of day. So if we take a look at my sapper slot, I started using the red tape recorder in this section of the video. Oh god. Sorry about that. Even mentioning this thing triggers a visceral reaction in my intestines. Okay, well, the red tape recorder doesn't feel dirty to use like the Diamondback does. It instead just feels bad to use. Because, it is bad. I don't know why it exists. I'm barely going to talk about it because I know this is the 100 Days of Spy challenge, so I feel obliged to at least mention it. Okay, basically, the point of the red tape recorder existing is that it de-levels an engineer's building as it saps it, which is actually a really cool concept. So, if we apply it to their level 3 sentry, for example, and it takes them too long to get to it, by the time they do eventually repair it, it'll be level 2, or potentially even a level 1 sentry, meaning they have to sink a bunch more resources into it to get it back to where it was. Okay, that sounds kind of cool. So, what's my big issue here? Well, I'm going to show you one clip, alright? I'm not going to edit it. You're just going to watch it, and you tell me what happens, okay? Okay. Yeah, that's right. From the moment I sapped that teleport, it took 27 seconds and 16 frames exactly to destroy. Do I have to say anything else? Do you know how long that is compared to the normal sapper? Maybe some nerd emoji looking ass 10,000 hour spy man will say, well, actually, there's some highly niche uses for the red tape recorder in a competitive environment. I don't want to hear it. It's bad. I hated it. It sucks. It takes so much time. It's actually comical. I used it for like another 4 days in the challenge after this block, and then swapped immediately back to the normal sapper because I couldn't take it any longer. This stupid, strange red tape recorder is going to spend 1 trillion years never seeing the light of day in my inventory until the inevitable heat death of the universe, where it will finally feel the sweet embrace of death and proceed to haunt me for eternity in the afterlife. I have nothing else to say. I don't care if I'm being stubborn, and it actually might have some practicality, because it doesn't. It sucks. I hate it. Go away. Please leave me alone. And there we have it. Just a normal guy wrapping up this normal section of his normal video who didn't just rant about an item in a game for like 3 minutes. So, hey, let's take a look at the numbers for this block of the challenge. I accumulated a total of 2,235 kills and died 946 times, leading to a record high KD of 2.36. But because this block had 2 distinct sections where I used the Eurotunnel reward for one half and the Spicicle for another, the numbers are slightly different. With the Eurotunnel reward, I got a total of 1,079 kills and died 502 times, leading to a still really impressive KD of 2.15, but it was actually with the Spicicle that I put up some LeBron James level numbers, as we got a total of 1,159 kills and died just 444 times, leading to an insane KD of 2.61, which is my best in the challenge so far. That combination of the Spider-School and Dead Ringer really meant I wasn't dying much because of that crazy level of defensive utility, so I was really happy to see that high of a KD, and it actually made me consider the Spider-School a little bit more for the future. My spy time also increased from 166 hours and 52 minutes up to 188 hours and 22 minutes, for a total of 21 hours and 30 minutes, which is more than the 20 minimum I needed, but we were still running a bit behind schedule, meaning, yep, I'm going to say it again, I have to sink more time in the coming blocks of the challenge to reach that elusive 280 hours on the spy. Also, I have nowhere else to put this, but on day 56, someone accused me of having Lagrange aim hacks after missing half my shots, and this was the result, so I'm not actually cheating. Also, 6 people voted yes. I hit him. Why got him kicked? What? So, yeah, I guess that was a milestone of the challenge. And actually, on the topic of the Lagrange, it actually hit 1,000 kills on day 59 of the challenge, meaning we could tick off yet another weapon from the list. We were actually getting very close to reaching 1,000 kills on every spy weapon at this point, meaning we would soon be able to tick off that big goal we set at the start of the challenge and could then exclusively focus on maximizing our KD and improving as much as possible for the rest of the challenge. So, what was the only thing keeping me away from that? Well, there was one very powerful but very dirty revolver that needed 1,000 kills, and the painfully mediocre one that needed it too. My rationale going into this next block was that I wanted to start designing my final loadout for the challenge once I had finished getting 1,000 kills on the Enforcer and Diamondback. My game plan was to hopefully wrap up with those two weapons in the next 10 days, meaning I could have the final 30 days of the challenge to dedicate to one loadout exclusively, and I could just spend all my time grinding it out and getting really good with it. The only problem here is that I wasn't fully sure what weapons I wanted to use in each slot just yet. The only option I was certain on was using the Dead Ringer, which I'm going to talk about even more later on in this video because holy shit, this thing really grew on me over this 100-day challenge, and I knew it was definitely my favorite relative to the Invis Watch and Cloak and Dagger. When it came to the knife slot, I was tossing up a lot of options here. Even though I wasn't the biggest fan of the Spider-School and how it forced you to play more defensively, it had gotten me a crazy ass KD and was objectively the best option to run with if we're going off the numbers. But I would be lying if I didn't say that I was much more interested in two other candidates, namely the Kunai and the Big Earner. I really did enjoy using both of these options because of the upsides they granted once you got a stab, but I realized that whilst my Kunai had something like 3,500 kills on it at this point, my Big Earner only had about 1,500, meaning there was a pretty big mismatch here. I think that the logical thing to do here would be to use my Big Earner in this block of the challenge and see if it grows on me any more than it already has, and I could therefore come to a more informed decision whether I want to use it or its brother, the Kunai. This was all excellent, but before we could figure out what revolver I was going to use, we did still have some loose ends to tie up in the Diamondback, which needed 500 or so kills on it, and okay, I've been putting this off for long enough. Let's just do it. The Enforcer. I needed 1,000 kills on the Enforcer, and after using the Ambassador and how underwhelming it was getting 1,000 kills on that thing, let's just say I was not looking forward to using this stupid little comically small revolver for even a second. Unfortunately though, it was one of the final two weapons we had to get to 1,000 kills, so there was no point in delaying it any longer. So, let's take a look at its stats, shall we? The main draw of this weapon can be seen in its first stat. It's a 20% damage bonus to enemies whilst disguised, which gives us a nice little bit of extra punch on that first shot we fire off in a duel. In fact, this damage bonus is enough to allow us to two-shot light classes at close range, and when I say close range, I really mean it, but more on that in a bit. The next stat is perhaps one of the most bizarre in all of TF2, and I'm not joking when I say that, because the Enforcer has the ability to pierce damage resistance effects and bonuses. If you haven't played TF2 before, that might not sound that strange, but if you take a deeper look, there really isn't that many damage resistance effects in the game. The most prominent example is probably the Vaccinator, but aside from that, there's the Fists of Steel on Heavy, and the Battalion's Backup Active effect, but outside of that, there really isn't too much, which just makes for a bizarre stat for a weapon to have. I will say that I wasn't aware of this during the challenge itself, but the most practical use for this damage piercing stat is that it does do extra damage to ranged sentries, making the Enforcer an actually pretty viable option at doing that, but I didn't get any footage of it because I didn't know it existed, so that's unfortunate. Now, this disguised damage bonus and resistance piercing does come at the cost of a 20% slower firing speed, as well as the inability to hit random crits, which in casual can actually be a significant nerf, and I'm not entirely sure why they felt the need to slap that on top of everything, but it is what it is. So, how did it actually feel to use this thing? Well, in all honesty, it's not that bad. It definitely has its moments, and to be more specific, if you ever find yourself behind the enemy team and happen to stumble across a sniper with the Razorback, you can two-shot their ass before they realize anything's happened. Now, of course, you can two-shot any light class from a close enough range with the Enforcer, but I found myself abusing snipers the most because they're usually isolated from their team and not moving all that much, making it easier to actually hit them. I even had a strange part for snipers killed on my strange Enforcer, and spoiler alert, snipers ended up accounting for just under 20% of my total kills by the end of the challenge, which didn't surprise me whatsoever. I even remember having this one interaction on day 61 on Thunder Mountain, where I was repeatedly killing this sniper with the Razorback equipped, and he reached a tipping point after one too many deaths and said I was fucking annoying in chat, which, yeah, I get that. I also found that the additional 20% damage while disguised would randomly come in clutch against opponents who were low on health and fleeing from the front line, as I just happened to stumble across them whilst they were retreating, and just to dish out a surprisingly big chunk of damage on them for an easy kill. Also, do you remember earlier how I mentioned that the resistance piercing stat on the Enforcer was a little bizarre because of how niche it is? Well, to show you just how rare it is, I'm going to show you every clip from my 1000 kills with the Enforcer where this resistance piercing came in useful. Are you ready? Well, here we go. Wait, this goes through the Fist of Steel damage. The third clip of his item's utility in 700 kills. Yes! I mean, damn. Do you see how excited I was there? That is the overwhelmingly positive reaction of a man finally getting utility out of one of TF2's most niche mechanics. To be honest, I don't even know what the point of this stat is. It was a really awkward rework when they added this, and if Valve ever decides to provide TF2 with any support, I hope they take another look at this revolver, because it is genuinely bizarre in how it functions. But Almaxo, I hear you say, you've been absolutely dreading having to talk about the Enforcer throughout this whole video. And to be honest, it sounds like you found the weapon to be fine, so what's your issue here? Well, I realized that I was getting Enforcer kills at a pretty slow rate by only using it passively, and to be honest with you, after what I went through with the Ambassador, I wanted this process of getting 1000 kills to go as quickly as possible, which is why on day 64 of the challenge, where I only had 460 kills on it, I decided I was going to start using it exclusively as a really bad gun spy option and ignore my knife entirely. And this, my friends, is where my hatred stems for the painful mediocrity of the Enforcer, because this was the beginning of my insanity. Alright, I hope you're ready. The stupid two-shot mechanic doesn't even work half the time if you're unlucky enough to be like 2 hammer units too far away, which just turns it into a worse version of stock. The 20% slower firing speed definitely screws with your aim because it doesn't shoot with the same rhythm as the Latron or stock revolver, meaning I have a theory that this makes my flicks less accurate because I'm mistiming them because of my brain's muscle memory, which led me to miss way more shots than I should have. I got so desperate to get 1000 kills that as soon as we win a round and be rewarded with crits, I would beeline straight to the enemy spawn in an instant just to ensure I could be the first one to kill all the defenseless people trying to hide, just to reduce the amount of total kills it would take and therefore screw up the process. And all these factors melded into one big shitstorm of mental turmoil, which had me dreading the challenge for the 3 days it took to get the Enforcer to do 1000 kills. And I mean, just look how I was holding up in this clip. Bro, oh my god. Oh my god. Holy shit, if it was a knife it'd be fine. Fucking the Enforcer. It wasn't pretty, it sucked ass, it was super painful, and god, I hate the Enforcer. It's not even that bad. I just like out of principle what you did. I don't like you. But ultimately, on day 66, in the warm-up for a turbine game of all things, I secured my last 2 kills necessary for 1000, meaning we could tick off the second last weapon from our list. I rewatched my reaction as I was editing this section, and oh my god, the genuine pain in my voice is so palpable, and I actually sound so exhausted. This meant we now only had one final weapon to reach 1000 kills with, and it was the Diamondback, which I swapped to immediately after finishing with the Enforcer. Now don't worry, I did not plan to gun spy with the Diamondback like I did with the Enforcer. Even though I probably could farm kills quicker with it by doing that, this is one of the weapons I was actually tossing up to potentially use for my final stretch of grinding, so I thought I should give it a fair evaluation. And look, before we dive into the last 500 kills I got with the Diamondback, it's important for you to know that my little stint with the Enforcer there was actually a very significant turning point in the challenge, because it marked a very, very noticeable change in my mood towards, well, everything. You know, the novelty of playing Spy had started to wear off at this point, and I was honestly dreading my 3 hours of required playtime every day. If you ask any of my friends who had to endure Discord calls with me during this period, they will attest to the fact that I wasn't very pleasant to be around, because the challenge, it wasn't all that fun when you had to grind out thousands of kills on weapons you never wanted to use in the first place. So, let me introduce you to a bit of a different side of things here, because it's all been relatively positive with this video up until this point, but I think it's time to take a deeper look into the mental side of playing Spy, and more specifically, just how draining it was. If you haven't gathered it so far from this video, Spy is easily the weakest class in the game, and if anyone tries to tell you otherwise, they are wrong. There's no competition, and even though you have the potential to pop off the Spy and dominate whole servers, there's an equal and opposite possibility that you will be relentlessly spy-checked by a gang of pyros for the entire game, making it physically impossible for you to do anything. There is no other class in the game other than maybe Medic who is so reliant on factors outside of your control to play well, and it makes for a really, really frustrating gameplay loop when you're going up against more competent players, and this was really starting to sink in after more than 2 months of playing Spy every day. I remember when I first started out on this challenge and was wanting to learn as much as possible. I would force myself into literally every situation to fast track my progress and the experience I gained, but I was now at a point where if I joined a server and died one too many times to a particular person or was just generally having a hard time flanking behind, I would simply disconnect and re-queue into a fresh game. This is actually really common amongst high-level spy mates, and I noticed it a lot during the challenge because I would see the same people either shit-stomping a server and everybody on it with some crazy ass KD, or they join a game, die a handful of times without creating much impact, just for me to see removed from match by system in chat moments later. At first I found this pretty confusing, but as I played more and more, it just made sense because sometimes you join games where you're not going to do much. Whether it be because their team is competent, they have a lot of spy checkers, or if the map just utterly sucks for you to play on, it's honestly in your best interest to try your luck on a fresh server instead of suffering through hell for 20 minutes. I even remember this one particular game where I wasn't aliasing, so everyone wanted to see what the big famous niche micro celebrity or Maxo was doing, and we ended up with 8 spies. 8 spies! Ordinarily, I think that's funny as fuck, but when I'm trying to max out my KD and improve as much as possible on spy for the purpose of this challenge, I can't say I want to stick around all that long on a server like that, because we are about to get the shit stomped out of us. And if I'm going to be honest with you, I was leaning into this a lot. I'm not proud to say it, but I would get seriously tilted after dying 2 to 3 times without hitting a stab, and rather than trying to play it out and help my team to the best of my ability, I just re-queued. This was probably the first major symptom of my spy brain rot which began affecting my gameplay, and I'm not proud of it, especially in retrospect. I wish I did stick around in those tougher servers more just to challenge myself, but when you're 2 months deep into playing the same class over and over, day after day, I don't really blame myself for getting a little bit tilted. There was also another option which I resorted to a handful of times, and that's if things weren't going my way, and I was getting really angry and was just not wanting to play spy whatsoever. I'd actually swap class entirely and stop the server for a little bit as a mental reset. I distinctly remember this one instance on Upward where it was just not going my way at all. So to shake things up, I gave Flog Pyro a go for 1 life and proceeded to go on a 17 kill streak on my first attempt, almost getting a godlike, and this left me bewildered. No way, I almost got godlike. I hate spy. I can't do this. 20 more days. Okay. But look, sometimes I would have the mental fortitude to remain in a game. Even though everything was working against me, I'd remain strong, I wouldn't let it get to me, I'd take a deep breath, and proceed to get very angry and yell to myself like an insane person. Oh, dude, this game tests my fucking will to live every time I play it. I'm not gonna lie, towards the very end of the challenge, I even resorted to hitting my fan over and over for some immediate stress relief after moments that were especially bullshit. And I ended up breaking it. It's just sitting in my garage now and it won't turn. I know, I'm a very normal person who deals with their anger in 15-year-old video games in a very normal way, but hey, at least I got a new fan and it's honestly not that much better. I kind of miss my old fan. Whilst we're on the topic of things completely outside of my control, which infuriate me beyond belief, you may have noticed that this video has managed to avoid a glaring issue that TF2 has been suffering from for 3 years now, and that's bots and cheaters. To be honest with you, the first 50 days of this challenge were pretty good, and it was actually very rare that games got infested by bots. Like, yeah, there would be the occasional lobby where I was invis hiding in a corner just for some gibbous-wearing spinning sniper bot to instantly headshot me, but barring that, it was actually smooth sailing for the most part. But halfway through the challenge, there seemed to be a major uptick in how many bots were around. You see, with my daily schedule, I was trying to play my spy games from around midday through to 3 PM, which isn't ideal by any means. Because I'm from the great country of Australia, where there are way fewer players in the region, it can actually be hard to fill up servers on casual in the morning to early afternoon. And if you know anything about bots, they love to fill up partially empty servers. Sometimes you can kick them and prevent them from taking full control, but more often than not, seeing 3 to 4 of them join meant it was time to re-queue, which was of course frustrating to deal with, but it's just something we have to live with until Valve decides to pull their finger out of their ass and actually support this game in a meaningful way. Now, it wasn't just bots causing the issues during the tail end of this challenge either, as I was beginning to realize that there's actually a lot of cheaters who prowl around the Australian servers. Because I was playing so much TF2 so consistently, I began learning the in-game names of all the resident cheaters we have here on the Australian servers, and whilst there is no chance in hell I'm ever going to give them the attention they want by name-dropping them, there is one specific character I do want to talk a bit about. For the sake of the story, let's call him, how about unemployed loser who has 100 hours in the past 2 weeks consistently on Steam with a weed-themed profile showcase and loves to cheat in the morning because he has nothing better to do with his sad existence. Or Grant for short, we could go with too. I'd been running into him a lot on casual, and even though he didn't always cheat, sometimes he wouldn't do a great job of concealing his aim lock, and the most obvious example of this I could get was here on a game of Snowy Coast. Oh, that's some nice aim lock you've got there. Your flicks are so clean, dude. Why do you cheat so blatantly, you idiot? This is the first time I'd actually gotten somebody cheating on footage, as I realized with this uptick in bots and cheaters, I should probably start documenting it for a section exactly like this in the video. But anyway, he got kicked from the server, I had footage of his blatant aimbot, and that was that. Fast forward 3 days later on Powerhouse, where, the enemy team's top scorer is our good friend Grant. Now unfortunately, I don't have footage of the full interaction here, but I started calling him out for being a cheater in text chat, and no one was believing me, so I said, fuck it, just give me 1 second. So I went to my editing timeline, found that clip I just showed you on Snowy Coast, rendered it out, uploaded it as an unlisted link to my main El Maxo channel right here, and proceeded to send it to the server as proof of his blatant cheats. Usually I wouldn't be this bothered, but because this guy was a closet cheater, I was also really annoying to deal with over text and voice chat when I played with him, I wanted to put in the work to get him kicked as easily as possible. And guess what? It actually worked, and the enemy team got Grant's sorry ass booted from the game. In dire times where Valve isn't going to do anything about cheaters, you gotta take things into your own hands, and that's exactly what I decided to do. So Grant, whenever we cross paths in casual again, you know what you can expect to happen. Hi there, I'm just gonna interrupt for a second here, because I actually found out something that's kind of wholesome in this story. Whilst I was making the video, I actually went back and checked his Steam profile, because I wanted to get some B-roll of like the weak team profile. I noticed that his name was actually a link to his stream on Kick. So I went and started watching, and he actually told me that he's finished with cheating in TF2. And he's now playing Face at CSGO, where you literally can't cheat because the anti-cheat. And I thought that was really wholesome. I talked to him for a second, and he was like, it seems like he's reformed. He's no longer cheating, which is actually, we love to see it. We love to see it. So thank you, Grant. I saw a name drop you, but God bless you. Okay, back to the video. With that delightful dose of pettiness out the way, I do want to wrap things up when it comes to how mentally draining it is to play Spy. I touched on it briefly before, but I truly understand why Spy mains get so frustrated playing this class, because it is so reliant on so many factors you just cannot control. You got a single backstab on a sniper at the start of the round. Yeah, well, they're gonna swap to Pyro now and become your most dedicated hater by spy checking literally everything for the whole game. Yeah, unlucky. Or, you've been chasing someone for a while and are moments away from hitting the stab, but, no, they've turned around at the last frame, and you are now dead. That's tough, man. Or again, you're just trying to flank behind, but have come across 3 pyros who are all spreading their flame particles onto literally every surface of the map to ensure you can't make a single one. I'm sure you'll be fine. It's little moments like this which make Spy so infuriating to play, because I don't think any other class in the game gets this fucked over by random luck and chance. Because the nature of playing Spy is a binary, in that you either get a stab or you don't, it makes getting caught out all that much more brutal, because it's not like the other classes where you can have a close duel and emerge as the better player and say a soldier versus soldier matchup because you connected your rockets more accurately. No, you kinda just die if you get unlucky. And this is what started to weigh super heavily on my mental for the remainder of the challenge. I definitely think I was a major dumbass for picking Spy first out of all the classes to do a 100-day challenge with, because I am just of the belief that he is innately the most frustrating class to play, and that really began to take its toll on me as we got deeper and deeper into things. I'm definitely a little biased here and will notice similar moments when I choose to play other classes for extended periods of time, but for now, I can safely say that I understand why Spy mains get so toxic, because their class can feel like a bit of a gamble. Okay, now I've gone all that out the way, I can finally announce that I am done being a big ol' wah-wah crybaby about Spy, and it's time we get back to the mission at hand, aka those final 500 kills on the Diamondback. As I mentioned earlier, the Diamondback is actually a weapon I'm considering to use in my final loadout, because it provides you with an insane level of damage output for just playing Spy how you're supposed to. I know I already mentioned this earlier in the video, but at this point of the challenge, I'm averaging at the very least like 2 stabs per life, which translates to 2 stored crits, and therefore gives me the additional ability to 2-shot 8 of the 9 classes on any given life. The additional level of offensive capability this weapon adds to Spy is genuinely scary, and whilst I was using it in this section, I found so many damn clips of me just laughing to myself at the utter bullshit this weapon can be to play against at times. Look at this clip from day 68 on Farm Blitz, where I spot my friend who's on the enemy team, and yeah, it just looked so weird. There's a Diamondback crit, and there's a second one. Well, I just don't think there should ever exist a world in which I, as a Spy, am able to fire 2 bullets at the second healthiest class in the game from this distance and come out on top. It even felt like there was a noticeable uptick in angry messages I got when I was trying to get my final kills on the Diamondback. I mean, just look here on day 71 on altitude, where I got a quick stab on this soldier, meaning I could 2-shot this sniper, and then, I mean, I guess he's not entirely wrong, but it's honestly wild just how many people despise this weapon, and after using it for so much of this challenge, I could definitely understand. Anyway, on day 71 on Frontier, my beloved, I hit a flick shot that didn't even look like it hit the scout in all honesty, but that was apparently enough to get my 1000th kill, meaning I had officially gotten every single Spy weapon to at least 1,000 kills. We could finally tick off that goal we set over 70 days ago, and I'm not gonna lie, this felt fantastic. I had actually given every weapon a fair chance, and I can officially say that I have a pretty damn holistic understanding of Spy and his unlocks and all of their nuances now. Of course, I'm far from mastering any of these weapons, and knives like the Eternal Reward and guns like the Ambassador do have a lot of untapped potential, which would require tens of thousands of kills to unlock, but at the very least, I felt confident in my ability to select any loadout as Spy at this point, and I know I'd be able to do a good job for my team. Also, I hope it now makes sense as to why this section goes to a very awkward day 71 instead of 69, as it took a little extra time to get both my Diamondback and Enforcer to 1,000 kills, but it's whatever. Of course, though, we're not done yet, and in fact, I think we're actually about to head into the most exciting part of the challenge now. There's no longer any restrictions over my head, I'm not forced to use particular weapons, like the Enforcer, and I can just use what I'm most comfortable with and get really, really good at it over the next 30 days. But we will discuss the loadout I ultimately decided on in the next section and explain some more things there. So for now, let's take a look at the numbers for this block of the challenge. I accumulated a total of 3,198 kills and died 1,395 times for a KD of 2.3, but we used so many different items in this block, so let's break it down further. From day 60 to 64, where I was still focusing on my backstabs, I had a KD of 2.39, which was really respectable. However, when I decided to exclusively use the Enforcer to farm kills as fast as possible, my KD actually jumped up even higher to 2.48, which just goes to show how insanely powerful the Dead Ringer and Spicicle synergy is when playing Gunsmite. And finally, what was most surprising was when I swapped back to the Big Earner, Dead Ringer, and Diamondback on day 67, a loadout I had previously gotten a KD of 2.24 with back in days 30 and 39, I actually found my KD decreased to 2.15. I'm not sure if this was because I was focusing on gun kills more and therefore played worse, but I was actually shocked to see this, and it did mean I would have to spend a lot more time weighing up my final loadout for the challenge. My spy time increased from 188 hours and 22 minutes to 208 hours and 52 minutes for a total of 20 hours and 30 minutes, which was slightly more than I officially needed for this block of the challenge, but I was still 12 hours behind where I needed to be, which I was going to have to chase for this final month. Overall, I was pretty drained at this point in the challenge. I was happy we'd finally kicked off all of Spy's weapons with the 1,000 kills, but this did mean I'd kind of lost a sense of direction for the challenge. Right now, all I had to focus on was getting to 280 hours and just trying to improve as much as possible, which isn't very tangible and meant that measuring progress was going to be a bit more underwhelming now. This did daunt me slightly, but to be honest, a part of me was really looking forward to this final stretch of the challenge where I could just try and master Spy as much as possible. Using one loadout exclusively and just getting as good as I possibly can in the next 30 days was really, really appealing to me. Now, don't get me wrong, it was going to be an uphill battle playing for more than 3 hours every day with the exact same loadout for a month, but it was going to be well and truly worth it because I was about to start pulling off some genuinely insane plays this final stretch as everything came together. So, with every spy weapon out the way at this point, we were left with the true freedom to pick whatever we thought would be the most optimal loadout for this final leg of the challenge and get really, really good. I will admit though that a good loadout is pretty subjective, but the main two criteria I needed my weapons to satisfy here is 1, the ability to maximize my KD as much as possible, and 2, preferably some room for some flashy plays with it. Now, to reveal to you the greatest spy loadout ever concocted, it would probably make the most sense to go in order of how they appear in your loadout slots, but I actually want to shake things up here and go the other way around, starting with the Sapper. Now, admittedly, there really isn't competition. Your two options are 1, the perfectly fine and reliable stock Sapper, or 2, the worst thing ever made by a human being that I hate. Oh my god, is it so stupid. So yeah, we went with the Sapper here. No surprises about that one. Next up in the loadout was actually a choice I didn't really expect at the start of this challenge, but wow, did the Dead Ringer really grow on me over the 70 days of playing Spy. I remember the first block I used it during days 20 to 29 of the challenge, and I absolutely despised it because it completely changed how I have to approach playing Spy, and I was by no means a fan of this playstyle initially. However, as I sunk more and more time into it, I realized just how powerful of an option it was with all the defensive utility and that speed boost in particular. It seriously opens up so many avenues for crazy plays that you could only dream of with the stock in this watch, and I knew I had to take it with me for my final load. Now, this is where things start to get interesting, because these last two slots have had a lot of serious competition, and there were so many great candidates to choose from. Earlier in that last block of the challenge, I mentioned that I was really tossing up between Big Earner and the Cougar. At this point, both of them stood at around 3,000 kills each, meaning I had given them both a pretty fair opportunity to learn some of their deeper complexities, and to be honest, I really was in love with both. With the Dead Ringer equipped, I knew I wanted to play aggressively and go for a lot of trick stabs because I'd always have that get out of jail free card in my back pocket whenever I needed it. The question was though, which of these two options gave me a better chance of getting more kills while simultaneously dying less to maximize my KD as much as possible? And as much as I love that speed boost on the big earner and all the crazy potential that opens up, I think deep down I knew the kunai was exactly what I needed. Now don't get me wrong, I actually prefer the big earner and think it is a much more fun option to play around with, but its biggest issue is that 100 HP threshold, which just leaves you super vulnerable. Now I know, the kunai has a base of 70 HP, but it only takes one stab for you to gain the tankiness of a soldier, which gives you so much more breathing room when it comes to either escaping if things are too hot, or choosing to play even more aggressive when you want to secure some stabs. And again, this isn't to say the big kunai is bad. Its ability to gap close between stabs is unrivaled and makes for super flashy plays, but I just don't think that speed boost is anywhere near as consistent as the kunai's overkill. Plus, one of the biggest things I wanted to hone in on in this last stretch of the challenge was improving my ability to trick stab my way through bigger groups of enemies, and having my health refreshed on every stab is a way more reliable buff to have compared to the speed boost. The big earner definitely would have put some work in, but the kunai was just too alluring, and I think it is the better option when it comes to maximizing my KD. Now, the final option we had to choose here was our revolver, and again, there was a lot of competition to sift through. There were two options I wanted to cross out immediately though, and that was firstly the Enforcer, if I didn't make it obvious that I do not like this weapon throughout this video, and secondly the Ambassador, which I understand does have insane potential if you put in the time with it, but I don't think I was going to harness that in the remaining 30 days. This left us with three options: the stock revolver, the Lestrange, and the Diamondback. Now, this one is going to hurt, but I just knew I couldn't use the stock revolver. It's not a bad option, and when it comes to gunspy specifically, it will always be my preferred choice, but this decision came because of my knife choice, the kunai. I know I talked about this before, but if I'm ever at 70 HP, my odds of winning a duel with a revolver were really damn low. And on the flip side, if I had a nice overheal thanks to my kunai, why would I go for a kill with my revolver when I have a lot more wiggle room to attempt more aggressive stabs? And it's actually this mindset which crossed off the Diamondback for me too, as even though I think it would definitely be a powerful option and could lead to a bunch of kills I wouldn't be able to secure otherwise, I still just know that if I'm ever overhealed after getting a stab, I'll just want to get more stabs to continue the chain. And I know this meant my revolver choice had to support my kunai usage and not the other way around. So, with the power of deduction, this means I ultimately decided to go with the Lestrange. It's the only revolver choice that provides me with a passive buff, and this is majorly important if I'm using the kunai. 40% more cloak duration extends the window I have to get into an optimal position once I use my dead ringer, and this again just gave me so much more breathing room to set up for a good play. Plus, something I really undervalued when making this choice is the cloak on hit the Lestrange rewards you with, which, holy shit, I really looked past how useful that is in conjunction with the dead ringer, but I'll talk about that more later on. So yeah, if you're looking at my loadout right now, you might be thinking, El Maxo, you NPC, this is literally just the spy main loadout. And yeah, you're right. After sinking so much time into this dashing French fellow, I now understand why so many people gravitate towards this combination of weapons, because each individual part complements the other items so damn nicely. There's a reason spy mains froth over it, and given that my brain rot condition was worsening by the day, I think it was time for me to accept the reality that I too had become a spy main myself throughout this challenge. The good thing about this loadout is that I already had a bunch of experience with the kunai and dead ringer together, so there wasn't going to be much of an adjustment period, meaning I kind of just hit the ground running. The thing I found craziest about this block of the challenge was comparing my trick stabs from the beginning in the early days and seeing just how far they had come in around 3 months of practice. By far the biggest improvement I made overall was just how seamless my ability to hit a trick stab had become, and this applies to all the different variations. In the beginning, I felt as though I needed the perfect environment with an enemy walking directly towards me at a predictable speed if I wanted to have any hope of pulling something off like a matador, but now, everything truly felt like second nature. One of the biggest reasons I insisted on using the kunai over the big earner was because I wanted to hit those crazy chain trick stabs that all the cool spy mains do in their YouTube montages. And after 70 days of practice, I was actually starting to hit them. Take a look here on day 90 of the challenge on Badwater, where, yeah, okay, to point out the elephant in the room, it is the warm-up time, but hey, it's still a pretty cool play. Anyway, I hit a matador on this pyro, miss a swing at first, but then secure a second matador on the medic, and then, yep, a third matador on the sniper. I'll take a look here on day 73 on Borneo, where I start things off with a simple stab on this clueless soldier, but then take my time because I have the overheal to line up my movement with the sniper to get a matador before getting a quick little reactive corner stab on the scout as I move past him. These were the exact type of plays I wanted to improve at over the 100 days of this challenge, and the fact I could now consistently throw myself at a bigger group of enemies and actually had a chance of coming out on top was a really nice sense of progress. I will admit that I didn't get any of those actually insane clips where it's like one spy versus a fucking zombie horde of enemies and they don't mess up a single trick stab and manage to circle strafe everyone, but that might take 500 days of playing spy to pull off, so I'm pretty happy with what I was able to achieve. Another big way in which my trick stabs had improved was with my ability to both improvise on the fly and predict my enemy's movement better. Because I collected so much experience on spy at this point, something like 200 hours or more, I had a repertoire of knowledge on all the different maps, matchups, and situations I'd been in, I could use them to guide myself to the most optimal play. Present. Take this clip, for example, from day 89 on Badwater, where the scout activates my dead ringer, so I begin to run away, but notice he is following me. So, rather than retreating like a coward, I hop up on this railing, wait a moment, and then jump over, correctly timing it to hit probably one of the most satisfying stair stabs I got in this entire challenge. Well, take a look here on day 85 on Borneo, where I get a quick stab on this soldier as I pass this pyro, and know he will be chasing me, so I go down the stairs, turn this corner, and mistime my stair stab on him, but I quickly readjust it as I land, and strafe around him to secure a strafe stab instead. Being able to quickly adjust in the heat of the moment is the one thing which separates good spy players from the truly great ones, and although I definitely wouldn't call myself great, being able to improvise like this from time to time is again a really rewarding sense of progress compared to what I could do on day 1 of the challenge. I also noticed myself taking bigger risks with stair stabs in these later days, as I used random props around the map like crates and railings more, with only slight height advantages to pull off some pretty impressive and way less predictable stabs. This was actually one of the most important things I realized too, as anyone can hit a corner stab on a clueless free-to-play pyro chasing you to the end of the earth, but when it comes to more competent players, you really have to start experimenting in ways they won't expect if you want to have any hope of actually securing a stab. Okay, look, this is all nice, you know, my trick stabs have come so far, but I do have a slight admission to make yet again. You know how I've been lying a lot in this video and withholding the truth from you for dramatic effect to help me structure this nightmare of a video that has almost 3,000 clips in it? Well, I gotta do it again, because I've actually neglected a certain type of trick stab for this entire video, and I just know the spy mates who are still watching have probably been banging their heads against their monitor, waiting for me to talk about it. But I have very good news. You see, there is a holy grail when it comes to spy trick stabs. A type of stab which comfortably sits at the top of the tier list. If you've ever watched a spy montage, these feature in them quite prevalently because 1, they are perhaps the single most flashy play you can get on any class in TF2. 2, there is an insane amount of mechanical depth to executing it correctly because of how many moving parts there are all going on at once. And 3, there's also a significant amount of luck in finding the opportunity to actually pull them off. And it's not a very common situation you'll find yourself in. So, look, let's just cut to the chase. At the very top of the food chain of all trick stabs sits the elusive surf stab. And it's something I'd actually spent the entire challenge up until this point trying to pull off. So, the term surf stab is actually quite a broad definition because it encompasses a whole lot of things. There's some impressive and some less so. But the basic gist is that in TF2, damage applies knockback on you which you can use to move around, aka surfing. Now this isn't to be confused with surfing like you do in CSGO on those special maps, but I will admit it's a bit weird that they share a name given their drastically different mechanics, so I'll make sure to refer to it as damage surfing from here on out. It's a core mechanic to a class like Medic who can surf rockets and stickies to escape bad situations, and similarly, we can use it as Spy to get our ass to safety if we're ever in a pinch. We're basically treating the enemy's rocket, or whatever damage form it may be, like one of our own, and timing our jump as it hits us so that we can get a massive boost to either get the fuck out, or, if you're feeling a little ballsy, you can use it to go straight back in. Before we dive into the crazy, mind-boggling, insane surf stabs, I want to show you how practical surfing damage can be when it comes to playing Spy. Take a look at this clip from day 51 on Bad, where I absolutely choke this stab on the medic, and the heavy notices instantly. To maximize my chance of getting away, I jump and crouch repeatedly so that the bullets he's firing from his minigun push me way faster, and then use the extra distance I've traveled to actually get a stab on this soldier. Or again, here on day 27 on Snowy Coast, I unintentionally get launched by a rocket after this stab, which boosts me straight into this demo man to get the freest skill of my spy career. Now, yes, I know the second clip wasn't intentional, but it just goes to show how powerful surfing can be as a gap closer. This is one of the biggest reasons I loved using the big earner, as that speed boost meant I could continue chain stabs over longer distances, but because we weren't running it anymore, you have to resort to mechanics like this to give yourself the best chance of getting stabs. Now, to be honest, my hundreds of hours on Soldier were definitely coming in clutch at this recording. I have spent almost a decade now at this point rocket jumping, which unsurprisingly carries a lot of transferable skills over to surfing other people's rockets and explosives, so this mechanic on Spy did click pretty naturally for me. But as you're probably aware, the stabs I've been showing aren't anything too crazy, and I was rattling on about how these are the creme de la creme of Spy stabs, so let me show you an example of what an actually crazy surf stab looks like. Yeah, I know, it's pretty wild, and that's like the coolest shit I've maybe ever seen, and I wanted to do it myself. So, in the back of my mind, throughout this entire challenge, I was always on the prowl for a situation where I could make it happen, leading to one very exhaustive hunt for a flashy surf stab, which had a whole lot of fail attempts. Oh, that was almost such a clip! No, I almost actually hit my first super cool clip. No, I was gonna surf stab. No, what? can see by my audible suffering, the process thus far had been pretty brutal. For all those attempts, I didn't have the kunai equipped, which is almost a prerequisite for hitting a surf stab, as it makes it a whole lot safer jumping from an enemy's rocket if you have a bunch of overheal, reducing your chance of dying immediately or as you take full damage on the way down. There had been so many close calls over 2.5 months of attempts, but I just knew I had to get at least one kind of cool looking surf stab before everything was said and done with this challenge, and luckily for me, on a beautiful autumn morning on day 75, I was defending a spy on Hoodoo, and the stars finally aligned. If my reaction where I was howling like a wolf didn't make it obvious, I was elated. That one was 75 days in the making, and oh my god, it almost didn't happen, because that soldier's rocket took me down to literally 1 HP. If he had been slightly more precise with his rocket, I would have exploded into pieces, and we never would have witnessed the one genuinely impressive thing I had done in this entire challenge. Also, I won't lie to you, after I hit this one cool surf stab, I drastically decreased the amount of them I went for, because I wanted to maximize my KD, and they're extremely risky to pull off, but hey, I'm thankful I have at least 1 or 2 clips to show for all my effort. But hey, you know what? I think the kunai and all the trick stabbing is getting a bit too much of the spotlight here for the final stretch of the challenge. Don't get me wrong, it's the most crucial element to playing Spy by far, but there are 2 other important parts to my loadout which are also essential to facilitating this aggressive playstyle I have adopted, and I think we should give them a bit more love, starting with the Dead Ring. I know I mentioned it before, but when I picked this up for the first time, I remember hating it. I specifically remember how much I despised using it on offense when pushing into last, as on maps like Barnlets I had absolutely no idea how to make it work, and I genuinely thought I was going to end up using the stock Invis watch by the end of the challenge, as I know a lot of spy mates I've talked to regularly say it's their favorite. But then, I kind of just kept using it. After every day of playing Spy, I found myself loving the Dead Ringer just that little bit more, and as I continued to improve with it and recognize the situations it was best in, it kind of led to this crazy positive feedback, where by day 50, I was almost certain it was going to be the option I took to the final days of the challenge. There is a whole lot to love when it comes to the Dead Ringer, but by far what made me love it almost unconditionally is that beautiful speed boost, which just opens up so many avenues to play more aggressive. Take a look at this clip on day 74 on Harvest, where I pop my Dead Ringer and decloak relatively quickly and use the speed boost to immediately hunt down the scout for a really easy stab. Or here on day 76 on Dust Bowl, I pop my Dead Ringer going up the staircase and use the speed to quickly jump the gap and strafe stab this demo man before they're even able to comprehend the play I'm pulling. This gets even crazier when you realize that you're actually able to prolong the speed boost of the Dead Ringer after it fades by hitting B-hots, which led me to this absolutely insane play on Steel on day 83, where I get a stab on this cute little fanboy before popping the Dead Ringer, where I maintain the speed boost even after it fades by hitting 3 B-hops in a row, leading to a super clean high-speed stab on this enemy spy. One of the other things I really started to learn with the Dead Ringer in these later days of the challenge was how important timing your decloak is. There's this interesting balance you have to strike with the Dead Ringer, as if you take damage and decide to pop it, you have to balance 2 factors simultaneously. One, you need to make sure you escape and survive, so you want to use the invis for as long as possible to ensure that you get to a safe position. But 2, you also want to minimize the downtime of your Dead Ringer by decloaking as soon as possible to reduce how long its recharge time is, and can therefore get back into the action as fast as possible. If you use your Dead Ringer to tank 1 bit of damage and decloak immediately, you'll be out of action for 10 seconds, but if you make use of the full charge to ensure you get away safely, this means you'll have to wait an additional 10 seconds on top of that, which can leave you out of the game for a really long time. This is of course exacerbated by the fact you can't use ammo packs to replenish your charge either. It is what it is. Secondly, I touched on this before, but there can be a lot of downtime waiting for your charge to come back, which can leave you playing super passive at times. Thirdly, you have to make sure you prop your Dead Ringer first, then disguise, otherwise you leave a trail of smoke, which is common knowledge, but I found myself screwing this up more than I'd like to admit. And finally, the damage resistance isn't always enough to save your ass, especially when it comes to something like random crits, which will absolutely obliterate you if you're not careful. I'll also mention here, but the Lachrange synergizes really nicely with the Dead Ringer, and I found myself taking long distance pot shots when I was out of charge, just to reduce how long my downtime out of combat was, and this really helped in keeping up a constant level of pressure on the enemy team. By day 75, I actually got my Dead Ringer to Hail Zone, and I can now safely say that it is truly one of my favorite items in all of TF2. I definitely don't think it's overpowered either, though I understand why it's kind of innately annoying to play against, because it does make you an absolute pain in the ass with the enemy team to deal with, especially if you're anything like me, who is decloaking on cooldown to make sure it's up as much as possible. Either way though, it's an awesome concept for a weapon, and I had an absolute blast getting better with it. Now, you'd probably think at this point in the challenge where I'd been playing so much Spy that it would get pretty monotonous and boring at times, right? Well, yeah, no, it definitely did. We'll talk about that in a second, but the thing that's so beautiful about this game is that it still found ways of surprising me even in these later stages where I wanted to smack my head against the wall sometimes, and I actually want to run you through some of those now. It may sound a little bit weird at first, but in this block of the challenge especially, I actually picked up a gambling addiction. Now, I know what you're thinking. Elmax, so what does this have to do with anything? Did you like start unboxing crates after every death to try and get unusuals and keep yourself entertained, or what? And no, actually. I found a way more wholesome version of gambling that became one of my biggest sources of fun whilst I was kind of losing my mind during the challenge, and it's all to do with enemy teleports. You see, I realized that if I got behind the entire enemy team, I'd often have access to their teleporter entrances at their spawn room, and as a spy, you're actually able to take them. And so I realized that if I was ever getting bored or fed up with how things were going, I actually had a virtual slot machine at my disposal, which I could use to throw myself into a really chaotic situation and try to work my way out of for a little bit of spontaneous fun. Here on day 75 on Upward, I make my way behind the red team and wait for the teleporter, but luckily get a quick stab on this medic as they spawn, which gives me a good overheal as I take the telly, leading to a stab on an Engie, sniper, soldier, and even a Latrange kill too. Or here from a bit earlier in the challenge on Thunder Mountain, I take the telly, even saying to myself, before picking up an absolutely beautiful quadruple kill with the big gun. I honestly think this was a good habit to pick up, as I realized that what separates the good spies from the great spies is the ability to act on your feet and make use of your environment. So dropping yourself into some absolute chaos which you have no control over is a great way at improving your improvisational skills. But remember, this is teleporter gambling. If you know anything about gambling, there is the potential to lose everything, and yeah, don't you worry, it happened quite a bit. Sometimes you get your ass handed to you, but that's why it's so fun. You know, it's like normal gambling, where you can either make a bunch of money, or lose everything you've ever accumulated in life, as you continue to feed your parasitic addiction, which drains you of everything you value and love. Now, it wasn't just teleporter gambling which got me through these final hours, because there was a bunch of other stuff too. I think one of my other absolute favorites had to be interacting with enemy spies. Now, there's a bit of a duality to this, as whenever you come across an enemy spy whilst you're sneaking on the backline, it can go one of two ways. You'll either make a new best friend for life, as you both bond over the fact you are the weakest class in the game, and don't really want to fuck each other over any harder than you have to, or you'll trigger a primal reaction in their brain as both of you engage in a metaphorical dick measuring contest where you find out who the better trick stabber is, and yeah, most of the time, it was me. I don't think I can articulate to you how absolutely satisfying it is to see some enemy spy who thinks they're the absolute shit try to go for a stair stab on you, thinking they'll actually pull it off, just for you to readjust your movement and trick stab their trick stab. It is like the ultimate way of asserting dominance on enemy spies, and my ego lives for moments like that, because I'm an insecure little bitch who thrives on being the better player in a 50-year-old video game that nobody cares about in the real world. Now, admittedly, I did get my ass handed to me by much better spies a fair few times. I don't know if I have any clips of it to put here, because, you know, when you get absolutely shot on by an enemy spy, my first reaction isn't, oh, I need to clip that for the point in the video where I talk about spies who are better than me. It's actually more of a staring blankly at my ceiling for 20 seconds as I reconsider all my life decisions type thing. So, unfortunately, I don't think I have much footage of it actually happening. I will say generally that when I knew a spy was better than me, there was a pretty low chance I'd go for a trick stab unless I was super confident in my abilities. Usually, I would just resort to my revolver, which is a logical thing to do against the better player, but unfortunately, it's a very fast way to bring out the inner toxicity out of an opposing spy mate. Anyway, the final joy I want to talk about during this monotonous stretch of grinding was making people kill themselves. Wait, hold on, no, not like that. See, the combination of the kunai, which gives overheal, and the dead ringer, which gives you all those defensive resistances, means you are in a good position to make enemy goobers explode themselves with their own rockets, pipes, and stickies. All you have to do is start breaching their personal space and make them feel claustrophobic by hugging their hitbox, and voila! You can secure some pretty unconventional kills by making trigger-happy demo man regret ever pressing mouse 1 in your vicinity. Admittedly, you may find yourself going down with them at times, but I think the silliness of the situation makes it work. Also, in a similar vein, I kept getting owned by rocket jumping soldiers who had literally no idea I was near them, and this is one of the few ways of dying which actually made me laugh. So, here's a little hypercut of that. Anyway though, I mentioned it a bit in the last part of the challenge, but the mental side of things was definitely eating away at me at this point in the challenge. The first 2 weeks went too bad in this grind, and I was progressing at a nice pace, but I'd be lying if I said I wasn't losing my patience with everything. I had to forcefully drag myself to my PC to play each and every day, and it was usually at a time of day when my friends weren't around because they're not full-time YouTubers who can't afford to play TF2 at 11 AM on a Thursday, so a lot of this was done in solitude, and that is the last thing you need when you're hating every second of playing the game. It was super mentally taxing, and playing a class like Spy, who I know I've said 100 times now, is so dependent on so many external variables going in your favor, it just really stacks up. Around day 90, I kind of realized that I was just going through the motions of playing Spy instead of actively trying to improve with every session. But all I wanted to do was get through my 3 hours as quickly as possible, so I could go and do something else, and I realized that wasn't what the challenge was about. I was so close to the end, and the fact that I wasn't valuing every moment as an opportunity to get better undermined the whole point of doing this challenge, so I realized that I needed to have a mindset shift moving into these final days. It's not like I was playing poorly or anything, far from it actually. My KD was still progressing higher and higher, and I felt like I was still improving, but it was definitely starting to stagnate as I became much more focused on just putting in the hours rather than improving at every given opportunity. And so, I wanted to change that. You might have noticed that the structure for this block of the challenge is a little bit weird going from day 72 through to 93, but it's actually for a specific reason. I came to a realization that I had to give it my all for the final week, as I know I would regret looking back on this whole challenge if I spent my final days just trying to squeeze out every minute of playtime possible to tick over that 280-hour mark instead of actively trying to improve. And so, before we dive onto the true final stretch of the challenge, let's take a look at this block stats. I accumulated a total of 5,394 kills and died 2,128 times for a KD of 2.53, which I was super happy with, but thank you, we can bump it up a bit more. I started this block with 208 hours and 52 minutes, and finished it with 263 hours and 56 minutes, for a total of just over 55 hours. I really picked it up again in this block because I'd fallen behind significantly when it came to my in-game time, so I was happy we had started clawing back some progress. This meant I was going to need just over 16 hours of play for these final 7 days, which is definitely more than attainable. There are a few achievements I hit in this block of the challenge too, like on day 83 where I broke LeBron James' scoring record on my strange beard, my kunai hit the second highest ranking Australian on day 91, and I even managed to get 105 points in one round upward, which was an absolutely insane record. But alright, with a positive shift in my mental, I went into this last week of the challenge prepared to give it my absolute all. I had been playing Spy almost every day for over 3 months at this point, and it might be controversial to say, but I think I'd actually learned a fair bit about this conniving Frenchman up until this point. I was basically treating this final week as a way to exhibit my skills and show just how far I had come since those humble beginnings in day 1. In the third block of the challenge from days 20 to 29, I used this same kunai, deadring, and charge combo and had a KD of 1.85. So my main goal for this 7 days was to beat that number by as much as humanly possible to show you how far I had come since then, and I was feeling super confident about it all. The mental reset was exactly what I needed to power through this remaining week of the challenge, as I had definitely gotten in my own head about how tedious and boring it had all become, so by putting things into perspective with the fact there was only 7 days left, it really made me value my time more, and playing the game felt less like a chore, and once again, became an experience I was enjoying. Unsurprisingly, when you convince yourself you hate something, you tend to do worse at it as a byproduct too, and this is exactly what had happened to the quality of my Spy gameplay for the last week or two, which I felt as though it stagnated significantly. Going into each day with a negative mindset meant I was more patient. The players I went for was quicker to get angry when things didn't go my way, and therefore I made a lot more errors and poor decisions. Now, that's not to say every second of this last stretch was a cakewalk, you know, random crits and brain-dead teammates will always test my mental fortitude, but it was definitely a significant improvement. It also reminded me of a mindset I used to have when I played, sorry for bringing this up, but League of Legends. If you don't know how League works, firstly, congratulations, and secondly, you are basically at the mercy of how well your teammates perform. Once you realize this and you learn about 40% of your games are just always going to be losses, it makes dealing with defeat a whole lot easier, and I started to bring this into my Spy game. You know, I wasn't going to pop off insanely hard every single life, I wasn't always going to be able to steamroll through my enemies, and some lives my team was just going to be horrific, or their team was just going to be insanely talented. You can't control this, and I know I spent so much time in previous sections rattling on about how frustrating these external factors are to play into, but ultimately, they're out of your domain of control. Your gameplay quality only begins to tank if you let things like random crits and incessant spy checking get to your mental. It's this negative feedback loop where something bullshit will happen, which makes you upset, which therefore makes you less rational in your gameplay decisions and more impatient, which therefore makes you more susceptible to even more bullshit occurring, which just repeats the vicious cycle. This mindset is honestly applicable to everything in life, and it sounds like something I talk about on my self-help channel, but to be honest with you, this last week of playing Spy really demonstrated to me the power of PMA, aka positive mental attitude. You will forever be at the mercy of Valve's casual matchmaking system, and nothing is going to change that. So getting frustrated by brain-dead teammates does nothing but hinder your experience. Every player who is better than you is always a new opportunity to learn something and improve at the game. So rather than dreading those times where you're up against the Prem-level Pyro with over 20,000 hours and has seemingly never made a wrong tactical decision in the heat of a game before, you can use it as a chance for growth. People will probably call this cringe about a video game, but if you genuinely want to improve, it's only going to happen the more you put yourself in difficult situations where you actually have to think outside the box and experiment with your gameplay. And it can be hard to be perfect with your mindset all the time, as you might have a bad day, or, I don't know, you might have been playing Spy almost every day for 3 months and we're getting kind of a little fed up with it, but the more you're able to ground yourself in this kind of growth mindset, the better things will be. To quote Brian Tracy, you cannot control what happens to you, but you can control your attitude towards what happens to you. And in that, you will be mastering change rather than allowing it to master you. How cute is that? But okay, my motivational self-help talk about the importance of mindset in TF2 is officially over. I was really blown away with my ability to chain trick steps together here in the final week of the challenge, and it was one of the key things I wanted to be able to pull off by the end of 100 days. I was by no means perfect at it and didn't get anything more than a triple, but hey, that's a whole lot better relative to where things started on day one, where I kept whipping out my disguise kit and sapper whenever I got into a stressful situation. I talked about it a lot in the previous section, but I finally felt comfortable as Spy in basically any situation I found myself in. Having the safety net of the Dead Ringer along with the potential for massive overkill with Kunai just gives you a layer of confidence in your ability to handle those big groups of enemies, and I was actually looking more and more forward to the super stressful situations where I was swarmed by a larger group of foes. I definitely wouldn't emerge victorious every time, as unsurprisingly, 100 days isn't a long enough period to absolutely master a class in TF2, but I back myself more often than I did. This was especially the case for 1v1s where I was overwhelmingly confident in my ability to execute something simple like a stair stab, corner stab, or matador, as it was basically second nature at this point when it came time to pull them off. There was also an exciting moment on day 95, and although this wasn't a goal I formally set out to complete when I started the challenge, it was really exciting to see my kunai finally hit the highest range rank in the whole game. Oh my god, here we are. That's it! That's it, baby! Hail Zone! My virginity has regrown. I feel compelled to go watch some anime right now. We lose the game, but there it is. As you can gauge with my reaction, it did feel like I reached a point of no return, because I would now formally be categorized as a person who is lame enough to get a strange kunai to Hail Zone, which is some intense emotional baggage I'm gonna have to cope with for the remainder. But to be honest with you, I don't really want to drag this last weekend. Now, don't get me wrong, these last 7 days were by far the best I had played in this whole challenge. Seeing the amount of progress I had made since day one was genuinely mind-blowing, as every facet of my Spy gameplay had improved so significantly. It was crazy to think that 3 months ago I was fat-fingering to the wrong weapon during intense duels, and was consistently failing to hit simple backstabs on enemies who weren't even moving that much, versus where we were now. I mean, I of course knew that to some extent I would become a much better Spy player over this challenge, but for such a short period of time in the grand scheme of things, I was genuinely blown away by what I was able to accomplish. Now, that's not to say it had been easy up until this point. I mean, playing 3 hours of Spy every day for over 3 months was an incredibly mentally draining process. I really am not proud of how impatient I got at times during this, and I really do wish I could go back and keep up a more positive mindset throughout the entirety of the challenge. But still, to see me go from struggling to strafe around enemies to pull off a basic matador to literally flying through the sky off of an enemy's rocket to backstab them was such a jarring transition, and it truly made all the hardship worth it. It made waking up to play 3 hours of TF2's weakest class worth it. It made all those shitty games with bad teammates and spy-checking pyros worth it. It made dying to all the random crits from Gibbous soldiers on the other side of the map worth it, and yes, it definitely made all those failed surf step attempts worth it. So instead of dragging things out any longer than they need to be, I want you to watch the end of my final game of the entire challenge. This was the match which would tick my Spy time over that 280-hour mark, and it quite fittingly took place on Frontier. The map which had become my absolute favorite to play Spy on. Oh. Well, that was slightly anticlimactic. And I think with that, if we go and check our backpack, see our 280 hours and 1 minute, it's all done. Spy is finished. 100 days of Spy. Absolutely done. Oh, Christ. 200 hours of in-game time on Spy, and what have I learned? God, this class is frustrating. That is first and foremost, if I haven't highlighted that. What an experience. I had a great time. I really think it's honestly worth making a new class. I think it's worth giving it a shot if you haven't. Give it a try, see how you feel, and you think you learn a lot about TF2. But with that, I have formally finished playing Spy. And that means tomorrow I don't have to get up and play 3 hours of Spy because I've done it for 100 days. But thank you for making this part of the video. I'll probably have some more reflections and outro. I might even include this, but damn, 100 days of Spy, it's over, it's complete, I've learned a damn lot, and fuck am I glad it's over, so I'll see you later. And there we have it. I had officially ticked off my 2 goals for this 100-day challenge. Namely, 1, reach 280 hours of in-game time on Spy, and 2, get 1,000 kills on every weapon. It had been a pretty massive massive journey filled with a roller coaster of emotion, and I'm not gonna act like I was elated to finish this challenge. If anything, it was more a sense of overwhelming relief. I was very much looking forward to the fact I no longer had to boot up TF2 every day just to play Spy for 3 hours against my will, because to be honest with you, it had sucked out some of my passion for the game, and I was just looking forward to actually playing TF2 when I genuinely wanted to. So, before we dive into some of my thoughts about the challenge, let's take a look at the numbers. My hours in TF2 had gone up by 324 from a total of 4,043 on the 12th of December 2022 up to 4,367 on the 3rd of April 2023. You may notice this is 113 days in total, not 100, and that's because I did miss the occasional day when I was busy, and I think I did have like 3 or 4 mental health break days in there when I just couldn't bring myself to open TF2. For this last 7-day stretch of the challenge, I accumulated a total of 1,357 kills and died 496 times for a KD of 2.74, which was well and truly my highest to date, and I was super happy we managed to get it that high. As for the challenge in total, we got 22,534 kills and died 9,707 times for a total KD of 2.32, which is honestly feels a bit higher than what I expected. I think this does make sense with how well I played from day 70 onwards, where I really came into my element, but I suspect it would be something more like 2.1 or 2.2 as an average for the whole challenge. I will admit that there could be some slight errors and omissions in my calculations, because I manually recorded my kills and deaths after literally every game I played on a Google Doc, so I might have been doing something wrong here or there. For the most part, I think those numbers should be good. We also reached a total of 47,807 points, meaning I average about 500 a day whilst playing in this challenge, meaning I have well and truly put LeBron James' scoring record to shame, unless he continues to have superhuman seasons with the Lakers at the ripe old age of 40. So, before we close out this video, I want to take you through some of my biggest takeaways from this challenge, and some of the things I've been reflecting on since it started, and that all starts with something really important. Number 1, a high KD does not mean you are a good spy. Now, measuring progress as you get better in a game like TF2 can be pretty damn hard. On classes like Sniper or Scout, you can track your progress in something like AimLab or Kovacs to objectively see how much more accurate you're becoming, but outside of that, there aren't really that many metrics to use. Now, as you've seen throughout this entire video, I did end up settling on the kill-death ratio as the main statistic I was going to use, but in all honesty, it wasn't a great one. Don't get me wrong, it tracks what it tracks well. As the challenge progressed, I was dying less and killing more, starting off with a KD of 1.83 and getting all the way up to a peak of 2.74, which is an improvement of just under 50%. Now don't get me wrong, this is fantastic and definitely displays a great level of improvement. However, my issue is that there is a whole lot more to consider when it comes to the conniving Frenchman. You see, as Spy, you are a support class who has insane peak potential in a similar way to something like a Sniper. With one single play, you have the ability to flip an entire game by getting a crucial stab on a medic with Uber or coordinating a sap play on the enemy engineer's nexus. But generally, these game-changing plays you'll make won't be reflected in your kills and deaths or any number for that matter. If anything, your KD should be relatively smaller if you are prioritizing things like sapping teleporters and going for important picks, rather than just farming through as many enemies as humanly possible. One thing I haven't even mentioned in this video up until this point is stab priority and who you should be targeting, and that's because I was operating under the pretense that I needed to maximize my KD to show tangible progress, meaning I just wanted as many stabs as possible, no matter who they were on. Like, yes, I got a shit ton of kills through this challenge, but how many of them were game altering? Of course, at some point, quantity does override quality with stabs, but how often was I actually targeting the sniper who was shutting down my entire team with one sightline? Or how often was I going for the medic when they had Uber to prevent my team from getting rolled? I just didn't place enough importance on these massive plays I'm capable of pulling off as Spy, and ultimately, if I am to do another 100-day challenge, I definitely need to factor in some new stats like win percentage or other important metrics specific to a class I'm playing, like medic skill as Sniper, or allied healing or my strange sandwich as Heavy. Ultimately, a good Spy is one who wins the game for their team, and whilst, yes, the way I farmed through servers and got massive kill streaks was definitely useful to my team's victory, I just don't think I gave enough time to appreciate the other metrics which define a good Spy player, so I'll know that for whichever class I pick next. Second thing I want to talk about is choosing Spy as the first class to test this video format was probably a major mistake. So I went into this 100-day challenge because I genuinely wanted to improve at Spy and see what all the trick stab hype was about. I'd never been that good at it, so I finally thought a video like this would be a good excuse to actually upskill myself, and those were some good intentions going into this challenge with, but fuck man, I don't know how you Spy mains do it, because this class is the most frustrating to play by far. I know I made a big point of it throughout the video, but your reliance on external factors is just so genuinely infuriating at times. So much of the game is out of your control, and you are often at the mercy of the quality of your enemies and how often they spy check to be a useful part to your team. On a class like Soldier, it doesn't matter how good the enemy team is, because I know how to position myself such that I will be useful. I can still find myself racking up kills, but on Spy, it feels like you just can't do anything in certain situations. Maybe this is a byproduct of a lack of experience, but god, the amount of people who would just luckily flick and turn around the frame before I was about to stab them, or would randomly spy check an unsuspecting corner of the map. Look, to quote the great Kanye West, that right there could drive a sane man berserk. Of course, I had no idea this would be the case when I went into the challenge, but I wish I started on something like, I don't know, Demo Man, a generalist who is useful all the time instead of the absolute weakest class in the game, who's only useful in a handful of niche situations. I guess it's good I got Spy out the way first. I do decide to do another 100-day challenge, and to be honest, although it was really challenging for my mental, that did also make it extremely rewarding by the end of it, so maybe I shouldn't be complaining. The third thing I want to talk about is feeling yourself improve at something is awesome. Now, if you don't know me as a person, I'm very big into self-help. And though it might be cringe and lame to some of you, but I literally have a channel dedicated to it because I love the idea of progressing as a human being and constantly improving yourself through life in every aspect. And I found a lot of that whilst playing Spy. I can't really explain to you how fulfilling it is to start hitting those harder stabs more consistently, landing in the correct position for a stair stab more often, or absolutely reading your opponent like a book for a massive predictive play. These highlights really make the process of improvement so damn exciting, and I think the biggest example of that in this video was the surf stab I hit on day 75, which, as you could see by my reaction, was easily the most elated I felt in the entire challenge. I'm pretty sure I want to revisit the 100-day format with another class soon, because seriously, getting really damn good at something over a given period of time is super fulfilling, and the fact it won't have to be on the weakest class in the game next time around, it does make it a lot more bearable. At least I hope. The fourth thing I want to talk about is I have a newfound respect for Spy Viz. I know I talked about this a little bit in the video at times, but wow, Spy is a super mentally draining class with very complex mechanics that are really hard to pull. I remember always thinking that so much of Spy was luck and hitting face stabs. But no, I think through my 22,000 kills, maybe 30 to 40 of them were face stabs that I didn't have any intention of pulling off. I suppose I wasn't interpret using, and I don't really want to open that can of worms now, but I can safely say that I massively overestimated how often good spies hit face stabs. I know it might seem like bullshit in the moment, but I would encourage you to be more charitable the next time a spy outplays you. More often than not, they just use good movement and game sense to get the advantage over you, and it actually means a lot saying nice stab in chat every once in a while if they really caught you off guard. Also, I kind of understand why spy mates are so toxic, not that it excuses them, but when you dedicate thousands and thousands of hours to a class where there is so much bullshit, I mean, yeah, I kind of get it, so you have slightly more of my respect for spy players. The fifth thing I want to talk about is that almost all of Spy's weapons are really damn viable. Barring the red tape recorder, and to be honest, I feel like someone in the comments is going to leave a PhD dissertation on how it's secretly broken and that I'm actually a massive moron for using it, but I think every one of Spy's weapons actually serve a great function in specific situations. The kunai is great for chaining stabs together, the big is good for closing the gap and hitting speedy trick stabs. The Spy School is great in conjunction with Gun Spy, or if you want to play safely, and the Eurotunnel reward is surprisingly effective against more competent players due to that silent kill, or when you want to get stabs with a lot of engineers around. It is a bit different with the revolvers, where I think something like the Enforcer, which isn't necessarily a terrible unlock, it definitely needs some type of makeover, just because it fits into such a strange position that doesn't really make a lot of sense. I also think the Ambassador needs that damage fall-off looked at, because, oh my god, was it sad to hit 54 damage headshots on enemies who weren't even that far away from me. Outside of those exceptions though, I think Spy potentially has one of the most well-balanced kits in the game, as each unlock actually serves a specific use and shines in certain situations, which I can't say about other classes. Like, come on, when am I ever going to use the Liberty Launcher as Soldier? I really like where Spy's unlocks are, and make getting 1,000 kills on each weapon a lot of fun, except the Enforcer, but I've given that poor thing too much shit throughout this whole video, so we'll let him be for now. And finally, by far the most important thing I took out of this challenge was number 6. Don't have a tower fan within punching distance of your desk. I love the fan I had, man. I used it for 2 years at this point, and when I gave it that final kill blow on like day 90 and it just stopped producing a breeze for me, a small part of me died with it. So I want to dedicate this entire video to my boy, who is unfortunately no longer with us. If you've made it this far in the video, please comment RIP old Maxos fan, and I'll give you a free heart react for your dedication to somehow watching all of this. There we have it. That has been everything I have learned and experienced after playing the Conniving Frenchman for 100 years. Thank you so much for making it this far. I have no idea how long this video will be, but given my script is almost at 50,000 words now, I'm guessing this could be a bit long. Seriously though, this project has been my entire life for the past 4 months, and I will have sunk something like 6 or maybe even 700 hours into it when all is said and done, so I really appreciate you making it all the way through. I will use this as an opportunity to remind you to join the Discord for that giveaway we've got going on, and I also have a Patreon if you want to support me there. Also check me out on Instagram at @lmaxo_swag so I can pick up baddies with my clout, and also check my Twitter out with the same handle for some elite tier shit posting. I'm also going to freestyle this in here. I'm actually making a second channel which I'm going to use to launch with this video. video. I'm gonna post every trick stuff I hit, and it's just gonna function as somewhere I can post shit posts on TF2 or maybe some lower effort content on other games. So yeah, make sure you sub at that, and I'll leave a link to that down below. Thank you so much again. I really hope you've enjoyed my downward spiral into spy insanity, and I will let you know that I do have at least one more 100-day challenge video like this planned, no matter how well it happens to perform in the algorithm, because there is one Australian hitman I'd love to spend some time getting good at. But for now, thank you so much for watching. God bless you, and have a good rest of your day.
This may be a controversial take, but I think it goes without saying that pretty much every weapon and playstyle in TF2 requires skill to some extent. Even the most ideologically brain-dead strategy still asks for some degree of game sense, positioning, matchup knowledge, and timing from the player. Every strategy can fail if performed improperly, and virtually every strategy can flourish if used in the right hands. However, I think it also goes without saying that some TF2 weapons require a bit more mechanical execution than others. In some cases, certain weapons are balanced entirely around these high-skill requirements. Weapons that ask for a higher level of technical execution as a base foundational element of their designs. In this video, I want to talk about some of these. These are 4 TF2 items that are explicitly balanced around their high-skill minimums. Weapons that, in the hands of a hypothetical perfect player, someone who never misses and never misplays, would be objective upgrades to stock. However, the large amount of mechanical skill necessary to use them consistently keeps them in check under normal conditions. A new or bad player using these weapons will not get the most out of them. I want to stress that I'm aware that any weapon in the game could hypothetically qualify for this. Any weapon would obviously be broken with perfect play or bad with mediocre play, but these are the 4 weapons that I perceive to epitomize this design philosophy the most. That said, let's roll.
Oh god, bro.
The direct hit is probably the poster child for this dynamic within TF2. It's a weapon that, in the hands of someone who never made mistakes and played optimally at every moment, would make it a theoretical direct upgrade to the stock rocket launcher. However, it's balanced out by having an extremely punishing single downside. A downside that makes the weapon pretty much as inaccessible as it gets to a prospective new player. At a base, the direct hit is an unlockable rocket launcher for Soldier with a whopping 3 upsides, and when you first see them, they're pretty damn appealing upsides. It deals more damage than the stock rocket launcher, its rockets travel significantly faster, and it deals guaranteed mini-crits to enemies knocked into the air by explosives, grapple hooks, or rocket packs. These 3 upsides are huge and some of the objective best that a TF2 weapon can have. Flat increased damage, a faster, easier to land projectile, and even more extra damage on top of that in a common situation. It can handily one-shot light classes, and with proper usage, can easily two-shot most power classes. What's not to like? Well, these incredibly appealing upsides of the direct hit are balanced out by a single, deceptively crushing negative that makes it a side grade in the purest sense of the word. A 70% smaller explosive radius. That means that this weapon only has 30% of the splash zone that a stock rocket launcher has, so while a stock rocket might hit an enemy from here, the direct hit will only hit enemies from here. I don't think it can be understated just how important splash damage is to Soldier's general game plan. Due to the speed and predictable trajectory of Soldier's rockets, a big part of playing the class effectively boils down to predicting where enemies will be and setting pseudo-traps using splash damage. If you shoot their feet, they will die. A lot of Soldier players will not exclusively rely on direct hits of the stock rocket launcher, as its slow projectile and generous splash radius make it much more consistent to line up splash hits for massive spread damage. And while a UGC god Soldier will let every direct rocket with his medic GF beam shove firmly with quick and peaks, most players are not these soldiers. The direct hit poises to significantly lower the Soldier's bubble of influence as a class in exchange for more damage with tight precision, sacrificing the consistent safety of splash hits for more devastating damage that's harder to consistently pull off. While you can still go for splash hits, you'll find that the radius is so small you've basically got to be hitting right underneath enemies' feet to land damage, and at that point you might as well just be... Oh, fuck! Yeah, on top of that, the faster projectile speed is both a blessing timing just enough from the stock rocket launcher to really throw things off upon first switching. When you get into the groove with the direct hit, though, things can really get moving, and you'll quickly find yourself spamming out choke points, diving medics, and just erasing light classes with a consistency and ease that no other weapon in the game can really accomplish. It's a tantalizing weapon that promises big rewards to people who can tame it, but only brings crushing disappointment to those who can't. Because for all those big damage, close-range rocket connects, and those one-shot mini-sentries, and those sleek air shots, the direct hit is still a weapon that'll chew you up and spit you out if you can't acclimate to it. There will be times where you beef all of your rockets, there will be times where you can't pin down the enemy, and there will be times where you just can't land a direct hit. And that's what keeps this weapon from being a direct upgrade. It's incredibly powerful, but narrows the margin for error so much that it basically mandates near-perfect play consistently to use efficiently. We can all meme about getting lucky and deleting scouts and snipers at close range, but all those ill-fated mid-range encounters are truly what define this weapon. You've got to land direct hits to use it effectively, and it's simply not realistic to do that every time. Overall, the direct hit may very well be the poster child for a skill-dependent TF2 weapon, and the first one we're discussing in this video for a reason. It's got an incredibly strong set of upsides, and a downside that may seem innocuous at first, but will absolutely break your back and humble you if you use it before you're ready. Also, remember that this is an achievement item on the game's recommended beginner class. That is a sick joke on Valve's part. With my apologies. We're going to be deviating from the conventional class order a bit and talking about the Spy next. The Spy has a few weapons that sacrifice the class's personal survivability for powerful upsides, between the Latrange dealing lower damage in exchange for a longer cloak, the Big Earner slightly lowering his health for speedy backstabs, and in the case of the one we'll be talking about in this video, making the Spy both the frailest and tankiest class in the game at once, so long as you're able to consistently make plays. The Conniver's Kunai. Now, I know having the Kunai in this video at all is going to be a bit controversial, as there are certain portions of the TF2 community who view this weapon as borderline brain dead and over-centralizing the Spy as a class. However, as a heavy main who's frequently on the receiving end of this weapon, I thoroughly believe that the negative base this weapon starts the player at can easily make it among the most newcomer, unfriendly weapons in the game. The Conniver's Kunai is a knife for Spy that makes him start each life at an enormous 70 HP. This is the lowest base health that a class can naturally be at any point in the entire game, and puts the Spy in one-shot range for pretty much every form of burst damage in the entire game. I think it goes without saying how massive of a downside this is, as a Spy without proper game sense or situational awareness or just bad loadout synergy can be capital F fuck before they can get a chance to make a move using this thing. The Kunai requires a clean mix of carefully picking your battles and hyper backstab offense in those battles to use effectively. And how are you rewarded for performing this balancing act? The candles just keep moving.
He's really just leaving me here. He gave me his energy and left me. Maybe this is a sign. Maybe I should change. Maybe this is my second and last chance. Maybe I was wrong.
Pretty damn handsomely, I'd say. Backstabbing an enemy with the Conniver's Kunai allows the Spy to sap their health, gaining a maximum of around 210 health of overheal. A Kunai backstab also immediately cleanses the Spy of most negative damage-dealing status effects like Afterburn or Bleed. This allows a single well-timed Kunai stab to make the Spy the literal second tankiest class in the game, immediately empower himself to tough out or escape a tricky situation, and chain together incredibly tanky stabs that make him nigh unkillable. Combining the Kunai with the Dead Ringer and a strong revolver can make the Spy an extremely potent force in terms of both dealing damage and tanking, and it can be a true ordeal to put one down once they get rolling. The sheer difference between a Kunai Spy fresh out of spawn and a Kunai Spy after a single backstab is pretty staggering, coupled with the fact that all it takes is that single backstab for a Kunai Spy to completely undo any damage or debuffs you've done to him, and you've got a recipe for a Frenchman that's hard to protect. All around, extremely powerful and focused around the block in the right hand, and a no-brainer for a 5-player worth of assault. Notice how I said the right hand worth of assault, though, as for all of the crazy chain stabs and game-winning disruptions you're capable of performing with this knife, you're still beginning each fight with close to half of your standard health, and are extremely susceptible to being killed by a wayward attack before you can even begin to make your move. The amount of clueless, fresh install Spies who find this weapon as a random drop or are captured by its design and reputation, and immediately think that equipping it'll make them Spy-made gods, only to be thoroughly and decisively mollywopped by everyone on the enemy team before they can get a backstab, is staggering. In the hands of an experienced experienced player, this knife is borderline broken, but in the vast majority of cases for less experienced players, they'll never get to experience this weapon's true upsides. The fact of the matter is that, despite this weapon being extremely powerful and handily outperforming a lot of Spy's other options if used well, it's still a knife that requires keen game sense, loadout synergy, and the ability to attack opportunistically to use effectively. You literally have the lowest base health under the game's normal rules, and you have to land at least one backstab before those crazy rolls can begin. This alone keeps the kunai from being an entirely over-centralizing best-in-slot pick. While you could definitely argue that it is that, there are players who will be unable to fully capitalize on its strength, and there will be times when the circumstances of the match do not favor using the kunai. 70 health is very easy to lose in TF2. Keep in mind that a default heavy has more than 4 times as much HP as you do when you equip this thing. You can get tanky, but you have to be able to put in the work to reach that point. The kunai is such an interesting weapon to me because the way the TF2 community talks about it, you'd think it was nigh unbeatable. Like, this thing single-handedly makes Spy the strongest class in the game. But the fact of the matter is that a 55% max health decrease is still an enormous barrier to entry for a new player, or even an experienced one who's used to using other knives. That just speaks to the strength of health on kill, though. If you can secure those picks, more are likely to come.
Start praying, boy.
Engineer isn't famous for being a particularly execution-heavy class. That's not to say that he doesn't require skill, far from it. However, the skills that go into high-level engineer play tend to be a bit different than high-level play with other classes. It's resource management, risk assessment, map knowledge, knowing when and where to place buildings, knowing when to get out of there, stuff like that that makes the engineer an especially skill-based class. And while the basic principles of aiming your gun and fighting enemies still apply, he's largely a multitasker whose job it is to facilitate the entire rest of the team's effort on his own over participating in one-on-one gunfights. And then there's the Widowmaker. This is a gun that poises to turn Engineer into a high-execution, high-risk gunfighter that is Texan blood for him to be. It's a gun that somehow runs directly in opposition to the Engineer's base function as a class, yet is somehow also incredibly functional and fun in the right hands. And, unlike the Overwatch hero who it shares its name with, it's never had to receive a nerf. So what makes the Widowmaker tick, and why is it such a standout weapon in Engineer's lineup? Well, it's a shotgun that has the same amount of damage, the same rate of fire, and the same amount of pellets as the stock shotgun. It can also fire a total of 6 missed shots before being spent, which also aligns it with Engineer's stock. While it may sound like a simple reskin, you might have noticed that I said the word miss, and that's because the Widowmaker has no ammo, and instead draws from the Engineer's metal supply as a source of determining how many shots it can fire. Each shot fired takes 30 metal, again allowing it a maximum of 6 missed shots, but the kicker is that the gun restores exactly 1 point of metal for each point of damage done, and with a maximum ramp-up damage of 90, you can potentially get back more than double the metal you spend with each shot. In addition, the gun never needs to reload so long as you have metal, so with true aim at a close enough distance, you can theoretically hammer away enemies until there's none left to do that. This all around makes the Widowmaker a frightening close-range damage dealer within the Engineer's lineup that facilitates an extremely aggressive battle engineer playstyle. It also has a stat that allows you to deal 10% extra damage to enemies being targeted by your sentry, which makes it a pretty transparent attempt to encourage engineers to have sentries up alongside this weapon. And that's the thing. The Widowmaker, by its very nature, exists contrary to Engineer's base role as a class. The metal you're supposed to use to build helpful dispensers and teleporters for your team is instead used to damage enemies, and can lead to both you and your team finding yourselves in some unfavorable positions. On top of that, if you can't hit your shots, or struggle to find enemies entering your bubble of influence often enough to shoot, then it's pretty much a waste to equip this weapon. It's designed explicitly and wholly to shoot enemies, and is not designed to work around Engineer's buildings, which is a unique trait amongst Engineer's weapons. This ultimately leads to a weapon that one could argue encourages extremely selfish engineer play. It's a gun that spends the Engineer's main class-specific resource on something other than helping his team, yet has the potential to output insane damage if used well. And while the tone of my commentary up to this point might seem to skew negative, I am speaking in earnest sincerity here when I say that this is one of my favorite guns in the game. Because to me, the Widowmaker is not just about mindlessly hammering away at enemies while neglecting your buildings. If you use this thing to facilitate the building playstyle, it can be an extremely potent backup tool to get your engineer ball rolling. If enemies get a bit too close, if you see a pesky power class encroaching on your turf, or if you're low on metal or pitch, a few well-placed shots of the Widowmaker can fix all of those problems instantly. It's an alarmingly powerful tool that's genuinely useful for more than the selfishly playing battle engineer. All of that obviously hinges, though, on being able to hit your shots, and that, alongside alongside knowing when, why, and where to equip this weapon is what lands it in this video. The Widowmaker is interesting because despite the direct hit being the poster child, I'd say this is the purest definition of a skill-dependent unlock in the game. Its true colors only come out when you either miss or hit all of your shots. The only thing it offers in perfect play is being able to fire more and restoring a bit of metal, and the only thing you lose by missing your shots is not being able to fire anymore. If you rest anywhere in the middle ground between hitting some shots and missing others, then you probably won't notice too much of a difference between this and stock. But those golden moments where you're landing all of your shots, just hammering away at the enemy with infinite bullets and they can't get a shot off because you're not relenting, are some of the most fun moments you can have as engineer. With the right setup, the Widowmaker can be one of the most potent offensive tools in TF2. And yet, even with the worst setup, it's still just a variation of the stock shotgun. You're usually not handicapping yourself by equipping this weapon so long as you can land some bullets. It's all around a weapon that rewards using it in the right circumstances, landing your shots consistently, and knowing when to hold back with your buildings versus when to go on the offensive. I realize that my script has been all over the place during this section, and that's just because the Widowmaker is one of the most uniquely designed weapons in the game. It doesn't have a super class-defining upside or a wholly unique downside. It's an entirely skill-dependent unlock that only hits its full potential if you can land most or all of your shots. It's such a unique weapon within TF2's lineup, and one that I think more people should give an earnest whirl. And lastly, we have Sniper's answer to a skill check unlock, this time being the Bizarre Bargain. This weapon is interesting as an entry for this video because it's also a snowball weapon. These are weapons that start out in an objectively worse position than other weapons in the game, but become progressively stronger as you get kills and play well with them. They follow the fundamental principle of when the ball starts rolling, it'll continue rolling. And while TF2 has plenty of snowball weapons, none of them really have as much overlap between the snowball mechanic and the criteria for this video as the Bizarre Bargain. But why is that? Well, for starters, because it's one of the best weapons in the game. More so than any other weapon on this list, the Bizarre Bargain is truly a weapon that handily outclasses the stock sniper rifle when used by an experienced, skilled player. A competent sniper using this weapon can easily shut down an entire lobby, and it's a very popular choice amongst dedicated sniper mains and less honest players. Its stats are very simple. It starts out with a significantly slower scope charging time than snipers' other rifles, but steadily increases its charge time as you get headshot kills. This eventually reaches a point where you'll be firing fully charged scope headshots in a little over a second after each one, which allows you to output some insane damage and area control. A sniper who can stay alive, land headshots consistently, can easily become one of the most powerful forces on the map with this weapon in tow. It only takes 3 headshots to start seeing an increase over the stock sniper rifle, and afterwards you can really start feeling this thing snowball. Dropping heavies and soldiers in less than 2 seconds is nothing to sneeze at, and the ease with which it can vaporize light classes is simply absurd. It's an all-around, incredibly powerful, damn near over-centralizing tool for a skilled and consistent sniper. But that really only applies to a skilled sniper, and I can say this because I am not one. This is the only weapon on this list where I can speak from genuine experience towards its nature as a skill-dependent weapon, because the requirement of landing 3 or more headshots in a single life and then staying alive long enough to carry that momentum forward is something that I rarely get to experience. I'm just not good at clicking on those heads. I'll either miss all of my shots or die after only landing 1 or 2. And if I'm someone who struggles to get the most out of this weapon, then I'm certain that I'm not the only one. And I think that that speaks to the larger balancing act going on with the Bizarre Bargain. The reason you don't see every sniper or even cheater running it is because it does require a bit of investment and the ability to consistently perform well to get the most out of it. One errant mistake can cause your 7-head streak you've carefully built up to be lost instantly, and the skill floor requirement of being able to land multiple headshots in a single life that not every player will be able to acclimate to. Compared to the consistent safety of stock, the more forgiving bonuses of the Heatmaker, and the insane damage of the Machina, the Bizarre Bargain simply has a higher skill floor and a smaller margin of error to gain its primary bonuses. The Bizarre Bargain is probably the most transparent example of a weapon that's inaccessible to lesser skilled or new players in this video. Even more so than the direct hit kunai or Widowmaker, it's a weapon that rewards getting kills with more kills, yet punishes the inability to reliably contribute to a fight with a negative that makes it a direct downgrade from stock without a bit of investment. If you're not landing 3 or more headshots per life, then you're wasting time using the Bizarre Bargain. But if you are, if you're clicking on those heads, securing those picks, then there's very little that can stop you. So downsides and designs, and then swiftly punishing them for not being able to use them well, or presenting seemingly innocuous upsides that new players won't immediately see the value in. These are weapons that require knowledge of the game and an understanding of both what makes them so strong and how to use them to get the most out of. Not every weapon has to be beginner friendly, and it's okay for something to require adaptation and practice from the player. These are weapons that, in the hands of a new player, may seem bad, but once everything clicks, you enter that flow state and you start securing kills, you'll never want to put them down. I hope you enjoyed this video. It was really fun to make and really got me to use some weapons I don't generally tend to go for, so I hope you enjoyed. Have a fantastic day before, during, and after watching, and I'll catch you all later. Thanks and cheers. Critical hits are definitely a mechanic in TF2, and that's all I can say because I really don't want to be killed in the street today. Not for real though, critical hits are contentious in TF2 for a reason. Randomly dealing 3 times extra damage in an otherwise very skill and execution-based game is definitely a bit funny sometimes, but also borderline frustrating when you're on the receiving end of it. That said, you really only hear people complaining about random critical hits in TF2, and the game has plenty of other ways to deal them. A lot of these are perfectly liked and respected. Like, you don't often hear people complaining about things like the crit spree or even Pyro's puff and sting combos. That said, what about weapons that store guaranteed crits? Weapons that, with optimal play, can theoretically grant the player a near infinite supply of 3 times damage attacks so long as they can stay alive to use whenever they want. There are exactly 3 of these weapons in the game, and they range in reception from being perfectly well-liked to somewhere in the middle to downright hated. In this video, I want to talk about TF2's crit-storing weapons. Weapons that allow the player to store guaranteed critical hits that they can use whenever they want, yet are lost on death. Are these weapons fair? Are they broken? Are they underpowered? We're going to try and figure that out today. With that said, let's roll. Let's start off with probably the least notable of the 3 crit-storing weapons in the game, being the Man Melter. I'm sure that when I said there were 3 weapons in the game like this, some of you had to run a check in your heads to figure out which one I could have been referring to. And yeah, the Man Melter isn't exactly a terribly memorable weapon. It's a Weta Workshop ray gun after all, which are famously one of TF2's less prestigious item categories. However, I have had some Man Melter truthers come out of the woodwork on my previous videos and tell me that it's actually really good, with one guy even going so far as to say that it's Pyro's best in slot secondary. That got me curious to earnestly try it out. The Man Melter is a secondary flare gun replacement for Pyro that fires a fast-moving arc projectile that deals 30 damage on hit and briefly ignites enemies with Afterburn. The projectile itself moves 50% faster than Pyro's other flare guns, and with Afterburn considered, this weapon can do a default maximum of 90 damage. On top of that, it doesn't require ammo and can be fired as many times as you want, with the only condition being a brief buffer period between shots that's signaled by the gun clicking and setting out a bit of sparks. All of this combined makes spamming Man Melter shots into crowds of enemies or choke points a totally effective strategy and something that's worth considering in the thick of things. However, the Man Melter's main positive is its ability to shorp the fire off of ignited teammates, extinguishing them, healing the Pyro for 20 health, and granting you a stored crit all at once. This is hypothetically pretty redundant, as Pyro already has an air blast that does the first 2 things on command, as secondaries and guarantee critical hits whenever you want on burning targets, and it requires the enemy team to have an actively contributing Pyro to get the most out of it. It sounds like a pretty mediocre weapon, however, I'd say the situations this weapon shines in line up a bit more often than you'd expect. For starters, the Pyro has flamethrowers that actively discourage air blasting. Between the degreaser and backburner's increased ammo cost, and the Phlogistinator's complete lack of an ability to do so, the Man Melter by design combos exceptionally well with weapons like these. As for needing enemy Pyros, trust me when I say that there's no shortage of them in casual, and as for this weapon's overlap with the flare gun, I'd say they thrive in completely different circumstances. The flare gun is obviously a potent kill confirming and combo tool, with the player being capable of burning an enemy, air blasting, switching to the flare gun, and landing a 90 damage crit to confirm the kill. This is powerful, but relies on you being capable of getting close to the enemies and trapping them after already having lit them on fire. After the degreaser's numerous nerfs, this has become significantly less consistent. It's still definitely powerful, but not mandatory anymore. By comparison, I'd say that the Man Melter is a very potent poking and surprise tool. Anyone who's ever played Overwatch should be familiar with the concept of poking, where you peck at distant enemies with true damage projectiles to whittle down their defenses before they can get close. The The Man Melter is very good at this, as its fast projectile, infinite ammo, lack of damage fall off, and overall spammability make it a premier option for whittling enemies down from a distance. When you combine this with guaranteed stored crits, which deal 90 damage plus 60 in afterburn, that, let me remind you, last as long as you can live and until you use them, can really facilitate a powerful, surprise-damaging pyro playstyle. If you combine this weapon with either the flawed or especially the backburner, you're skirting around most of those weapons' biggest downsides in pretty comfortable fashion. It's honestly really fun, and it feels really good to be able to instantly remove fire from the enemy while also healing yourself a bit and granting guaranteed extra damage. It adds a bit of an extra benefit to what's already one of Pyro's most important and class-defining features, and overall makes for a really dynamic and fun play experience that genuinely feels different from the flare gun. That's not to say that it's perfect though, as the Man Melter definitely does have some issues. On a technical side, the radius to be able to suck the fire off of teammates feels pretty inconsistent. It might be ping dependent for all I know, oftentimes requiring you to be rubbing hitboxes with the target, and the huge fire effect that shows up when you shoot a crit is really distracting and blocks a ton of your vision. It can make it hard to adjust your aim in the last few frames before your attack actually goes out. On a more meta level, this gun obviously competes with the Scorch Shot and Detonator, which are two flare guns. Its use cases are much more secure, and it struggles a bit from Pyro's base mechanics as a class. The other two weapons in this video require a more distant passive participation in fights of the player, whereas the Man Melter encourages the Pyro to be right in the thick of things to gain its primary benefits. It's very easy to die, and when you lose those crits on death, it's not a great combo. But all things considered, I walked away from this project with a pretty positive view on the Man Melter. It's an easy weapon to forget, but when you remember it, it's a pretty fun and unique tool within Pyro's lineup. I wouldn't say that it's their best in slot secondary or even my second or third choice, but it's one that I can definitely see the merits in after using it for this video. If you've never really tried the Man Melter out, give it a whirl after finishing this video. It's not amazing, but it's not bad by any stretch either. That said, on to our next subject.
Being dead just got me mad.
Whereas the Man Melter was a fun, if mid-tier weapon, our next entry is a fun, if very high-tier weapon. It's also probably the most well-liked in this video, the Frontier Justice. I don't know about you guys, but I've literally never seen someone complain about this weapon or claim that it's overpowered or broken, outside of general complaints regarding the mini-sentry battle engineer playstyle. And even then, if you struggle to kill a battle engineer enough that you feel that they're overpowered, that probably says more about you than it does about the balance of the game. Regardless, the Frontier Justice is a sublime weapon. While it's not as meta or class-defining as something like the Rescue Ranger, or as unique as something like the Widowmaker, it's still a strong tool that can really flourish in the right hands. It requires a bit of passive setup and actively doing your job as engineer for a bit to get the most out of it, and is all around a really fun weapon. But what makes it so fun? What makes the Frontier Justice tick as a tool for engineer? Well, let's dive into it and find out. The Frontier Justice is an unlockable shotgun for engineer that fires at the same rate as stock, deals the same amount of damage, and fires the same amount of pellets per shot. That sounded pretty familiar. However, it only loads half as many shots per clip, storing a maximum of only 3 shots at a time before needing to reload. This alone makes it a direct downgrade from stock when using it for general frontline battle engineer fighting, as you're effectively only dealing 50% of your maximum damage before needing to reload. However, the Frontier Justice is balanced out by one very specific yet very powerful positive stat, gaining revenge crits when your sentry is destroyed. Revenge crits are stored whenever your sentry does its job, with 1 being rewarded for an assist and 2 being rewarded for a kill. Once your sentry is destroyed, so long as you as the engineer are alive and have the Frontier Justice equipped, you will be given a supply of guaranteed stored crits to use whenever you want based on how many kills your sentry got. This caps out at 35 crits, or just over 17 kills with your sentry, and the crits are both lost on death and not earned at all if the engineer is dead when his sentry goes down. This alone gives the Frontier Justice a ton of inherent push and pull between the engineer and his enemies. The engineer can hang by his sentry and turtle to his heart's content, but in order to use his revenge crits, he'll need to survive his sentry's destruction. For the enemy, it might be a bit of a red flag when the engineer is demonstratively alive yet isn't protecting his sentry gun. This adds a bit of an intrinsic skill-based back and forth between the Frontier Justice engineer and his opponents. Destroying the sentry is a choice on both ends that yields positives and negatives for both teams. Once the sentry goes down and the engineer is rocking his revenge crits, he's suddenly roaming the map with a potentially unlimited supply of 180 damage shots that he can use at his own discretion. When the engineer is using the Frontier Justice, he always has a backup plan in tow, and his sentry is hardly the last of the enemy team's concerns. Couple this with the frighteningly strong tech set. Helping this is the fact that the Frontier Justice is a shotgun. That means that, unlike the other two weapons in this video, it fires multiple crit pellets with each shot within a frontal cone, and thus does not require pinpoint perfect aim to get the most out of it. If you hit the enemy with even a few of your revenge crit pellets, they're taking a significant chunk of damage, and that gives this weapon a degree of leniency that the other two crit storing weapons do not have. There is a bit of wiggle room in terms of how accurate you have to be in order to get the most out of it. However, even with all of these positives, the Frontier Justice is still not a perfect weapon, and there is still plenty of counterplay to it. For one, despite the NG rocking some big damage, he's still only got a maximum of 150 health with the Gunslinger, and no mobility once the sentry goes down, and is still very easy to out-DM and take down, even with his revenge crits. Once he's gone, his crits all go with him. It's very easy to interrupt a Frontier Justice NG's potential game-winning snowball. On top of that, if you can capitalize and either kill the engineer at the same time as the sentry, or kill a sentry while he's already dead, then he doesn't get the crits at all. All of those kills the sentry got effectively go to waste. The Frontier Justice is very strong when it works, but it requires multiple positive conditions to line up in the engineer's favor for him to get the most out of it. It does have a significant amount of very easy counterplay. On top of that, the 3 less bullets per clip phase is pretty huge. If an engineer has this thing equipped for an entire round as a precaution in case the sentry goes down, then he's effectively rocking a stock shotgun with 50 less potential damage per clip. If you notice that he has it and the gun isn't blowing, then you can usually afford to be pretty aggressive. The engineer packs, if I may, a little less gun when he doesn't have revenge crits using this weapon. But honestly, I really like that about the Frontier Justice. This is actually the first crit storing weapon that Valve ever added to the game, and I think they knocked it out of the park on their first try. It has an incredibly powerful, tantalizing upside, yet one that comes with multiple inherent risks and loads of intrinsic counterplay. This really is a very intelligently designed weapon, and one that I think that people kind of sleep on. Not in a use amount way, you see plenty of engineers running this thing, but more in an admiring its design sort of way. It's cool. I like the Frontier Justice. But what would happen if we inverted everything I just said and made a very poorly designed crit storing weapon? One that took all of the counterplay and positives of the Frontier Justice and flipped them on their heads. What happens then? Well, let's find out. All in a day's work. Okay, so just take everything I just said about the Frontier Justice, but make it annoying instead. I know you guys watched my skill check weapons video and were outraged by me claiming that the Conniver's kunai required thought and opportunistic precision to use well. So you'll be elated to know that I am firmly in the Diamondback is a bit silly camp of thought. This is one of the most contentious and widely hated weapons in TF2, with many players decrying its kumbaya design and even some professional spy mains actively refusing to use it. I'm personally not as down on this weapon as others. I certainly think it's poorly designed, but I haven't been killed by it enough or capitalized on its snowball potential enough to really feel strongly about it either way. That said, most people really hate this thing. But why is that? What makes the Diamondback such a controversial weapon? Let's discuss it. The Diamondback is an unlockable revolver for spy with a sleek, futuristic design. It boasts a flat 15% damage penalty as its primary negative, putting its damage on par with the Ambassador without the firing speed penalty. However, you know how the Ambassador was infamously nerfed into the ground in Jungle Inferno and requires a fair amount of in-the-moment precision at a very specific range to get the most out of? But the Diamondback just kind of laughs at that. The Diamondback's primary positive is that it stores guaranteed critical hits for every sapped building and every backstab that the spy earns, capping again at 35 and dealing a per crit damage of 102. One thing that we haven't discussed about critical hits up to this point in the video, as it hasn't really been relevant to the previous two weapons, is that they mitigate damage fall off, always dealing their maximum no matter how far away the enemy is from the attacker, with some exceptions. This means that a spy with a Diamondback crit can fire off what are effectively 102 damage hit scan sniper rounds from any range, so long as he's able to set up a bit first. And that right there is the main problem with the Diamondback. Despite the fact that it does have a 15% damage penalty compared to stock, it rewards the spy incredibly handsomely for performing his base function as a class. Giving the spy guaranteed stored crits for sapping buildings and especially earning backstabs would be like giving the scout guaranteed stored crits for double jumping or Demo Man guaranteed stored crits for destroying buildings. It's giving players an incredibly powerful boost for doing something that is basic and integral to the role of their class. Rewarding players for doing their job well is fine, but there is such a thing as being too generous and rewarding the wrong things. And unlike the Man Melter, which requires switching off of a powerful combo and mobility tool, or the Frontier Justice, which has a ton of risk and counterplay, the Diamondback doesn't really have too many downsides outside of that 15% less damage isn't a huge downside if you're almost always going to be hitting for 102 when you're playing well. And I know what you might be thinking. Well, Spy is a frail class who's easy to kill, and he loses his crits upon death. Isn't that a risk? Well, yeah, but the Spy also has more ways to skirt guaranteed death than Engineer or Pyro, and his means of gaining more crits after a death requires less investment. You can easily equip the Dead Ringer or Spycicle alongside this thing, or if you're extra daring, bring the Kunai and get a guaranteed 210 health overheal alongside that free crit. If a Spy is playing in a stealthy manner and only taking attacks of opportunity, it can be very difficult to snuff him out before he can get a crazy snowball roll going. A Spy can easily earn and maintain a good amount of Diamondback crits while also playing much more picky-choosy with his fights than Engineer or Pyro. And while a Pyro has to be on the front lines, extinguishing teammates and doing their best to mitigate any damage they're taking while doing that, and an Engineer has to build a sentry and get kills or assists on it, which can be difficult depending on the map and game state, a Spy just has to sneak behind and stab a teleporter, or backstab an AFK heavy. Also, fun fact, crits do not show up on the Spy's disguises, so you can very easily be mollywop for 102 damage from someone you thought was your teammate due to having no means of knowing that the Spy they could potentially be has Diamondback crits. It kind of makes the Enforcer's whole 20% extra damage while disguise thing seem a bit pedestrian, huh? And what's really messed up is that even if the Spy can't kill you with his allocated crits, he's still taking a significant chunk of health with even one, and against anyone who's not a heavy, is putting every class within 1 or 2 shot range even without a crit after landing a single one. And even in the worst case scenario for the Spy, where he beefs nearly all of his crits and dies, landing a single one still puts a class at a significant disadvantage to any other enemies around them, and the Spy can do this from any range. Personally, not a huge fan of the Diamondback. I don't think it's necessarily broken or even over-centralizing, but it's definitely the least well thought out of the 3 crit storing weapons in the game. I've heard people propose a lot of ways to fix it, such as granting mini crits instead of full crits, reverting it to its pre-2013 state of only granting crits on saps, debuffing the Spy while it's active and things like that, but I honestly think it could do with a full rework. Make it a bit more risky and more in line with something like the Ambassador, because right now, it's just a wee bit goofy. I'm sorry this video turned into a stealth assassination mission against the Diamondback. I promise I don't hate you or anything if you use it. This is ultimately still just a gun in a 16-year-old game, but I do think it's important to have perspective on things like this. Maybe there is a reason that the Diamondback is so controversial. I don't know. So, where does that leave us? Well, I think we learned a lot about what makes a good and bad design for a crit storing weapon in this video. The Frontier Justice is obviously a great design. It rewards the Engineer handsomely for doing his job, but has a lot of inherent risks involved in gaining its primary benefit, and even when you do, you can be snuffed out easily. The Man-Melter is a more middling design, definitely being fun, but competing and overlapping a lot with a lot of arguably much better in-slot options. And the Diamondback is just a silly little guy. Giving the player access to weapons that can store up to 35 guaranteed triple damage attacks is hypothetically very problematic, and I kind of love that TF2 has examples that cover every base of why an idea like this would or wouldn't work in terms of balance. We've got strong advocates for it, strong advocates against it, and an advocate that's just happy to be here. Regardless, thanks for watching. I'm sorry if I offended you by making fun of the Diamondback. Go watch my skill-dependent weapons video if you want me to say some positive things about a controversial Spy weapon. Regardless, thanks for watching. Hope you have a fantastic day before, during, and after watching, and I'll catch you all later. Cheers. Team Fortress 2 can be a daunting game for a new player to learn. Between the 16 plus years of history, the 9 playable classes, each with unique roles, metas, and tech, the over 100 unlockable weapons, and the infinite amount of community in-jokes and lingo, it's easy to say that TF2 isn't the most beginner-friendly game in its current state. However, there do exist some means for new players to more gently ease themselves into the game. A few weapons and playstyles that tend to coddle new players more than others, and give them a more lenient, forgiving learning experience compared to some of the game's other options. These weapons tend to have a few things in common. They tend to have large amounts of upsides, or a single powerful upside, contrasted against some seemingly innocuous yet truly crushing downsides, and they tend to be easier to use than stuff, but less effective overall. I find these weapons to be very fascinating, as in the hands of a new or inexperienced player, they could easily seem like must-equips and make you wonder, why are we not running these? Yet in the hands of a more experienced player, the cracks will become much more visible. In this video, I want to talk about 5 of these beginner's trap weapons in fundamentally bad lessons in the long term about the game. If you use these weapons, that's totally fine, and I promise I'm not making fun of you. I like a few of them myself, and just wanted to talk about some weapons in a YouTube video. You'll find that these weapon subcategory videos are actually just mini weapon reviews with a vague unified theme. That said, let's roll. Only pay for what you need. Liberty, 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 liberty. The Liberty Launcher is the first weapon we're discussing in this video, not only because Soldier is the first class who has a weapon in this video in the conventional class order, but also because it's the one I feel epitomizes one of the main design philosophies for this video the most. And what is that design philosophy? Well, it's that these weapons tend to be training wheels. Not in the way that the Rocket Jumper or Sticky Jumper are, but more in the way that makes them easier to use, yet all around weaker than stock or other options. They've had a lot of their respective classes' weaknesses or difficulties, yet sacrifice very important aspects of those classes to do it. But what makes the Liberty Launcher a training wheel weapon? Let's talk about it. The Liberty Launcher is an unlockable rocket launcher for Soldier with 3 very appealing upsides. Its rockets travel faster than stock, somewhere between stock and the direct hit. Its rockets deal less damage to the Soldier while rocket jumping, and most importantly, it stores 1 extra rocket in its clip. These upsides are, to put it lightly, extremely strong, and can easily make this seem like a no-brainer, must-equip type of weapon. The combination of 1 extra rocket and less damaging rocket jumps on top of a faster projectile with standard blast radius can facilitate a very fun, very mobile, and very active Soldier playstyle. It can be very fun to jump around, hammer enemies with attacks that are too fast and numerous for them to counter, and just overall be a menace on any given map. However, all of these pluses are balanced out by one simple, incredibly punishing downside that makes this less of a no-brainer than you'd probably expect: a 25% damage penalty. Now, this might not seem like a big deal. After all, TF2 has other weapons with damage penalties that are still very strong, and has weapons with damage bonuses that are considered quite bad. Raw damage values are not everything in TF2. And yeah, with the Liberty Launcher, you'll probably find yourself having a bit of fun at first, pelting enemies with attacks, diving important targets, all in all being a very mobile force, but then you'll start noticing some problems. Like, hey, why wasn't I able to secure the kill on that medic? Why did it take 4 close-range rockets to destroy that disabled sentry? Why am I not able to out-damage a tank sentry during an Uber charge? And that's the primary problem with the Liberty Launcher. Soldier, at a fundamental level, is a class who specializes in frontline fighting and killing important enemy playmakers. Being able to kill medics in 2 rockets, damage sentries faster than they can be healed, dive snipers, put out damage in team fights, and things like that are integral to Soldier's base role as a class. The Liberty Launcher makes everything that Soldier does easier, but also simultaneously strips away his most important defining trait to do so. The Liberty Launcher is interesting in this regard because it poises to make every aspect of Soldier's game plan easier and more consistent, allowing for a more lenient and forgiving experience playing him, yet sacrifices what makes Soldier such a useful class to do so. Because of this, it can potentially be a very damaging weapon for a new player to stumble across. If they get used to the extra rocket, the faster projectile, and the more forgiving jumps, it can be hard to switch back. And the fact of the matter is that, despite it making Soldier easier to play, you're consistently outputting less damage and thus helping your team less, making this all around a somewhat selfish rocket launcher. But okay, the Liberty Launcher obviously has its fans, and it's not often in the discussion for worst weapon in the game, so it'd be hyperbolic of me to pretend that it's an objectively bad weapon. I'll admit that I had a lot of fun using the Liberty Launcher at first, and even found myself starting to slip down the stock to Liberty pipeline, but as I played with it, I noticed more and more that I was losing fights, not taking out sentries, letting enemies get away, and just not securing kills that I otherwise would have. And then I realized that I was trying to play stock Soldier and not Liberty Launcher Soldier. A stock Soldier is a powerful, team-anchoring force who can handily solo an entire group of enemies with precision and a little luck. The combination of mobility, spread damage, and sheer damage numbers make him a force to be reckoned with under the right circumstances. A Liberty Launcher Soldier, by comparison, lacks those big damage numbers, and may find themselves failing to secure what would have otherwise been sure-win scenarios with stock. Because of this, the Liberty Launcher flourishes as an off-soldier weapon, or as a supplementary weapon for a second or third soldier on a team. It's significantly weaker than stock on its own, and its extra traits aren't really going to help push your team to victory any more than another rocket launcher would. It relies on having another soldier to help anchor your team. And that's ultimately my biggest problem with the Liberty Launcher. Its bonuses are plentiful, yet it ends up strong-arming Soldier into a very specific playstyle that is not his primary role. If you're the only soldier on your team and you're running the Liberty Launcher, then you're depriving your team of extra damage that could be the linchpin in fights just to make your experience more comfortable. It's alluring for sure, but not something you should be falling back on by default at every moment. A weapon for spy or engineer that does less damage in exchange for utility is fine because those classes are not frontline gunfighters. But in Soldier's case, his main team utility is outputting damage and securing important kills. And while the Liberty Launcher definitely can do this, it's ultimately worse at it than stock outside of a very specific off-Soldier playstyle. Also, because I know some smartass is gonna bring this up, I know Soldier has the banners for team support as well. Damage is not explicitly his only utility, but guess what? You need to do damage to build up the banners, and guess what the Liberty Launcher does less of? All things considered, the Liberty Launcher is an alluring weapon that, like a shady back alley dealer, promises to make all your struggles easier, yet hides the slippery slope of dependency you'll be going down once you start using it. It's padding or cushioning for the Soldier's more difficult aspects as a class that, yes, does help, but also cushions your enemies, and as Soldier, cushioning should be the last thing you're concerned about. It's a fun, mobile weapon, yet one that can lead you down a dangerous path if you become dependent on its extra bells and whistles.
You're too slow. Come on, step it up.
We're finally talking about heavy on this channel. It's good to be talking about my personal favorite class in the game. However, it's also kind of a bittersweet feeling as we're discussing what's probably my least favorite primary available to him in the game, the Brass Beast. The reason we're skipping the conventional class order and moving on to heavy next is because I feel like this weapon personifies a second type of design mentality for this video. New player bait weapons, or weapons that have such appealing positive stats that someone could easily neglect their likely crushing downsides in favor of taking advantage of those stats. Quick aside though, in MBM specifically, I can't deny that this weapon is great. Heavy doesn't need to move much in MBM, especially on Manhattan, so becoming a player-controlled turret that just vomits out insane damage numbers is totally viable and something that I can't take away from it. Against other conscious, living human players though, I find the Brass Beast to be pretty underwhelming despite its insane numbers. But why is that? The Brass Beast is an unlockable minigun for Heavy with two very appealing positive stats. It boasts a 20% damage bonus over stock, and grants the Heavy a 20% damage resistance bonus when below half health and spun up. The first stat is understandably very tantalizing, as Heavy is already the highest player-controlled sustained damage source in the game, and boosting his damage numbers even further can allow him to easily shred what would have otherwise been very close or tricky battles. Just standing there and vomiting out insane damage is really fun. The damage resistance below half health is also a sleeper underrated stat, as it allows Heavy to tough out fights he would have otherwise crumpled under and leverage his boosted damage for even longer, especially against other Heavies. These two stats are understandably very appealing. Extra damage is generally a good thing, and the damage resistance along with it really articulates that this is meant to be a big numbers type of minigun. Leverage Heavy's already sky-high damage and tankiness with even more damage and tankiness. However, in the previous section, you may have remembered me alluding to a weapon with increased damage is considered to be quite bad in spite of it, and that, my astute observational viewers, was referencing the Brass Beast. Because despite this weapon's sky-high damage output, its downsides make it a remarkably unfun weapon for me to use in casual PvP gameplay, from my experience anyways. The Brass Beast's two downsides act in unison to make it an all-around mediocre weapon that's profoundly anti-fun to use. It boasts a 50% slower spin-up time compared to Heavy's other miniguns, taking a whopping 1.5 seconds to fully spin up, and makes Heavy 60% slower than stock while spun up. This makes him easily the slowest mobile force in the game, moving even slower than an MBM tank with a standard speed of 15%. For reference, a Heavy with any other minigun spun up moves more than twice as fast as this, and a Heavy while not spun up moves up to 5 times as quickly. Now, this might not seem that bad. I've heard some people argue that since Heavy is already slow, you're not sacrificing too much by moving slower to output more damage. However, I view this as kind of a bad faith observation that fundamentally misunderstands Heavy as a class. Because yes, Heavy is definitely slow, the slowest class in the game, but mistaking him for completely immobile can be a costly mistake. In fact, I personally found that being able to walk forward while revved up is one of Heavy's strongest traits. When you're playing as Heavy, especially with the backing support of your team, being able to quite literally throw your weight around and leverage your massive health pool and damage to push into the enemy while holding down M1 can be a frightening thing for that enemy to deal with. With proper positioning and good aim, you can basically become a living do not pass wall of damage, preventing everything in your path from A buffed heavy with his team behind him pushing into your team can be a difficult thing to surmount without a dedicated hard counter. And it's all around one of my favorite things about heavy as a class. For reference, which of these two clips do you think looks more fun? The Brass Beast, for all intents and purposes, basically turns Heavy into what people who don't play him think he is. A slow, lumbering, predictable, bait-and-punish-oriented damage hose that takes no positioning or brain to play well. You're basically required to hunker down and wait for enemies with this weapon, rather than taking a proactive role in battle. The Brass Beast does insane damage, yes, but it strong-arms you into playing an almost entirely defensive and passive playstyle. Trying to be aggressive or forward with the Brass Beast is an exercise in futility. Your slow spin-up time and slow move speed make you about as difficult as an NBM tank to deal with to skilled players. The Brass Beast mandates extremely careful, conservative heavy play. You have to be very predictive, picky, and choosy with when and where you rev up, as the ability of stock or the Tomislav to jump rev for each individual encounter really isn't an option. A full second and a half of rev time is a lot in the throes of a TF2 match, and is more than enough for most classes to deal irreparable damage to you before you can even begin fighting back. But, to be totally fair, once you get into groove with the Brass Beast, it can be kind of fun. Once you've gotten adjusted to revving preemptively rather than reactively, and start positioning yourself where fights will be rather than where they are, you can start spitting out some real damage. My core problem with the item, however, is that you're compromising so much of Heavy's flexibility and game plan for what effectively boils down to larger numbers. And those numbers don't even really mean much. Heavy is a sustained damage class, so he's not really concerned about crossing per shot damage thresholds. You're already dealing the highest player-controlled sustain in the game, so do you really need to strap weights to your shoes to deal even more? It just kind of strikes me as excessive and unnecessary. How many fights are you really winning because of that 20% extra damage? Would you have won anyways with the extra second of shooting you would have had with stock that you wouldn't have spent revving up? Important questions to think about. All in all, the Brass Beast is a weapon that I can see the appeal of. Turn a tanky, high-damaging class into an even tankier, higher-damaginger one. However, in practice, it narrows the Heavy's ability so much and turns him into such an immobile force that I wouldn't be surprised if people who hate playing Heavy have only ever really tried using the Brass Beast. I can understand the appeal, but if you're fiercely married to this as your primary Heavy weapon, I strongly encourage you to try out another option and see how much more flexible Heavy can be. He's big, slow, and fat, but he doesn't have to be to this extent. Again, it's not terrible, but it's certainly situational, and is a weapon that mandates you play it rather than playing your class. We have one more category to break down in this video, that being the bad learning tool weapon. This is a type of weapon that may be totally effective or strong in the right hands, yet also teaches new players fundamentally bad lessons about their class. They may encourage you to overuse certain class traits, underuse others, and everything in between. And no weapon strikes me as being as much of a bad learning tool as the Phlogistinator. The Phlogistinator, or Flog, is an infamous weapon within TF2. With its combination of power against inexperienced or uncoordinated players, presumed brain-dead ease of use, and habit of encouraging players not to use one of Pyro's fundamental abilities, making it controversial at best and downright hated at worst. Depending on who you ask, you'll receive any numbers of opinions about this weapon, ranging from it being overpowered and broken, to one of the worst weapons in the game, to anywhere in between. Let's try and get to the bottom of this item's tepid reception. The Phlogistinator is a flamethrower for Pyro that fires a steady stream of beam-like flames, which behave identically to Pyro's stock flamethrower. Same damage, same afterburn, same everything. As it deals damage, however, it steadily builds a meter known as the meter, which takes a total of 300 damage to fill across any of Pyro's damage-dealing sources. Once it's full, the player can activate a special taunt, granting them brief invulnerability and full crits for around 8 seconds. This makes the Phlogistinator's primary use case very clear. It's a high-damage-oriented flamethrower that allows a smart and careful Pyro to easily steamroll an entire enemy team, running them over with an 8-second stream of compounded by the fact that the oomph can be built by dealing damage with any fire-based weapon, including secondaries, or if you wanted, even the sharpened volcano fragment. On top of this, the taunt can be held for as long as you want, so long as you stay alive, allowing you to save it for optimal use. Here's a clip of me completely ruining an enemy team's game-winning pub push because I pressed G. However, even with as strong and potentially over-centralizing this guaranteed crits for damage mechanic might seem, it's balanced out by the flog's primary negative: no air blast. This is deceptively huge, as, make no mistake, the air blast is the thing that keeps Pyro from being the easiest and most linear class in the game. Think about everything air blast does for Pyro. You can extinguish teammates for one, offering team utility and a bit of self-healing. You can disconnect and interrupt Ubers, which is hugely important, as Pyro is one of the only dedicated Uber counters in the game, and you can reflect projectiles, which is both strong, makes it easier to fight soldiers, and enables a ton of advanced tech. Air Blast is Pyro's most important tool. So much is mapped to that right mouse button. Taking it away in exchange for a weapon that encourages you to just walk in enemies is a clear recipe for a design that's bound to be controversial. Full disclosure, the Flog is probably one of my least favorite weapons in TF2. I don't think it's terribly fun to use, as just pushing into enemies holding mouse 1 on Pyro lacks the visceral satisfaction and positioning required to keep the same thing fun to do on Heavy, and the lack of air blast makes you helpless against soldiers attempting to interrupt your push by juggling you. It's a noticeably limited and linear weapon that, yes, can be fun and get results, yet sacrifices so much of Pyro's team utility and tech to accomplish it. However, that's not the main reason I dislike this weapon. The fundamental problem with the Flog is that it is a terrible learning tool for new Pyros. Because imagine for a second that you're Tony Gonzalez 2009. You've just installed TF2 and you're having a good time. However, you're finding yourself struggling to secure kills, but then you find this fancy futuristic looking ray gun for Pyro through random drop. You equip it and immediately find yourself running over entire teams of hapless free-to-plays. Wow, you might think, this weapon is strong, and all I have to do is walk forward. You're securing kills and interrupting pushes, but unbeknownst to you, you're also setting in place bad habits. You're learning that walking forward with the Flog gets kills. You're learning that you don't need air blast to kill enemy gamers as Pyro. You're learning how to play the class in a fundamentally incorrect and selfish way. And that information is getting instilled in your still learning new player brain. This is, at a core foundational level, a damaging experience for a new player to have. Even if it is strong in the right hands, I have trouble enjoying a weapon that I know is teaching new players the wrong lessons about their class. And I fully realize that this is ultimately just a weapon in a 16-year-old game and that it ain't that deep, but when this game's continued growth and success hinges on new players and their positive experiences, I can't help but find stuff like this a little bit problematic. All in all, the Phlogistinator is a perfectly fine weapon in the hands of an experienced player who can understand its strengths and weaknesses, but in the hands of a potential fresh install, it's a damn near crippling weapon that can permanently instill bad habits into their fresh install brain. If you're reliant on the Flog or find yourself neglecting Air Blast, I'd say to try some other options and see what Pyro can really do with their foot off the gas pedal.
I can't talk right now. I'm making piss.
We've discussed a few different types of weapons in this video so far, so why don't we discuss an item that combines all three of our aforementioned categories into one. This is a weapon that acts as training wheels, has a lot of positive stats contrasted against a small number of very important downsides, and teaches players the wrong lessons about their class. It's also, funnily enough, my favorite weapon to use in this video. We'll talk about that. The Sydney Sleeper. The Sydney Sleeper is an interesting weapon because it's one that completely strips away its class's primary positive trait and role in exchange for a focus on team utility. Team utility that ultimately isn't much stronger than what Sniper is capable of doing with stock. And yet, I don't hate it. It's a weapon that tantalizes players with a hefty lineup of positive stats and can definitely be very fun to use, but just kind of performs worse than stock in actual practice. That said, it's also different enough from stock that I don't really feel like any truly negative habits are being instilled into anyone using it. Let's talk about it. The Sydney Sleeper is an unlockable sniper rifle for Sniper with a hefty lineup of positive stats. It charges 25% faster than stock, Scope headshots with it apply Girardi, or a 35% damage debuff to enemies for up to 5 seconds, and it can extinguish teammates with fully charged shots, on top of its headshots dealing mini crits, as well as removing 1 second from your Girardi's recharge timer. This is a very sizable lineup of positives, and it clearly sets this weapon's primary use case in stone. It's a support-oriented sniper rifle with a focus on debuffing enemies and securing light-class picks with a speed and consistency that stock cannot accomplish. Shooting a faraway enemy and applying 5 seconds of Girardi can be more than enough to help your team secure the kill on that important target, and you can still handily one-shot every light class with 150 or less HP with body shots. The faster charging speed makes this even more consistent, and it can be very fun to delete medics and light classes with a wave of your finger and a flick of your dick. The Sydney Sleeper is primarily balanced out by a very important, somewhat misleading, weapon-defining negative stat: no headshots. That's not entirely true, as it does deal mini crits on headshot rather than a full crit, but it does still mean that even with a mini crit fully charged headshot, you're only dealing a per shot maximum of 203 and cannot one-shot heavies or buff soldiers under any normal gameplay circumstances. This might not seem that important as you're applying Girardi with each shot and providing team support from a distance. However, it stands to reason that using stock or another sniper rifle and getting a headshot to guarantee an instant kill on any important target is probably more valuable to your team than debuffing that enemy and hoping that they secure the kill on them. The Sydney Sleeper simply lengthens and overcomplicates the process of securing picks as sniper. Even if you can one-shot medics and snipers, arguably the most important picks of the body shot, and can apply Girardi from a distance, you'd arguably be helping your team just as much, if not more, by headshotting and instantly killing any important targets. Even then, stock can also one-shot medics and weaker classes of body shots, so this weapon is ultimately just kind of redundant. The faster charging speed helps, but you also have a lot of downtime on sniper to charge. It can be very fun to use, but you're all around just adding extra steps to the sniper's job when using it. I've been avoiding using this term up to this point in the video, as I feel it's pretty reductive, but the Sydney Sleeper really does strike me as just kind of a crutch. It removes the pressure and obligation of getting headshots in exchange for an ideological bonus that's, all things considered, slower and less consistent than what you're capable of with stock. Sure, you don't have to worry about landing headshots and can still help your team out with body shots, but I have trouble internalizing this as anything other than compensation for players who aren't consistently able to land headshots but still want to play snipers. And you know what? Even with all of that said, and all of the points I've made up to this point in the video, I still kind of like the Sydney Sleeper. As I've said, this is probably my favorite weapon in this video to actually use. Part of this is because I myself suck at landing headshots and usually default to fully charged body shots anyways, but also just because it's kind of like fun to use. Like, landing a fully charged body shot and dropping enemies with that splash of Girardi and unique sound effect is uniquely satisfying as far as sniper goes, and it can be really enticing to watch enemies scramble as they lose half or more of their HP and get Girardi at the same time. Plus, this weapon looks, sounds, and feels different to use in the stock sniper rifle, so unlike something like the Flog, I feel like most new players will likely realize that this is a side grade and not a guaranteed get-out-of-jail-free card for playing the class. I fully acknowledge and realize this weapon's shortcomings. It's effectively padding for people who can't land headshots, but I still kind of like using it every now and then. You can be a real menace to the enemy team with this thing in a way that's entirely unique from stock. However, even my opinion here speaks to a larger issue with the Sydney Sleeper. If I use this item partially because it aligns with my lack of an ability to land headshots, then surely I'm not the only one. This is a weapon that, like the Liberty Launcher from earlier, provides cushioning and padding to one or more specific skill-intensive aspects of the class it's featured on. How could you call a weapon that makes the class easier to play in exchange for less power or consistent reliability anything other than a set of literal training wheels? The Sydney Sleeper is, all around, a weapon that epitomizes several design elements we've discussed in this video. It acts as cushioning for players who want to play sniper yet find themselves unable to land headshots. It teaches players not to prioritize headshots, thus ignoring their class's primary job, and boasts an impressive lineup of positive stats contrasted against a seemingly innocuous single downside. All in all, this thing should be my least favorite weapon in the game. And yet, unlike the Flog or the Brass Beast, it boasts a combination of being fun enough to use and different enough from stock to be a uniquely fun experience every now and then. I don't feel like I'm giving anything up. I all around enjoy this weapon more than some other stuff on this list. I wouldn't recommend recommend using it over stock for most experienced players, but for me, it's my kind of thing.
Here it is, Patrick. The ultimate prank. Invisible spray.
And as our final entry on this list, let's have a bit of a bonus. Every other weapon in this video has been a primary that does damage, but for our final entry, let's discuss a utility weapon, the Cloak and Dagger. This is a weapon that I can personally attest to regarding its nature as a beginner's trap, as I remember thinking this thing was all the rage when I first started playing TF2 over a decade ago. However, as an adult player with more experience, I see this weapon for what it is, a niche if fun side grade rather than a direct upgrade. The Cloak and Dagger is an unlockable cloaking watch for Spy with the following gens 100% faster than the stock Invis watch, yet it can't gather cloak from ammo boxes, and it gains 35% less cloak from ammo boxes. Its primary trait, though, is that its cloak reduces based on the Spy's movement, with it draining significantly quicker than stock while running, draining at a slower rate while crouch walking, and starting to refill while completely standing still. This potentially allows a Spy to stay cloaked indefinitely, so long as they are periodically stopping to let their cloak refill. So this might sound like a perfect weapon. I certainly thought it was as a kid. Infinite cloak so long as I stand still, what's not to like? And yeah, if you want to turn TF2 into a nature documentary where you observe the battle around you, or slowly crouch walk through a battlefield, then it definitely is. However, in practice, the Cloak and Dagger is a weapon that requires a good degree of finesse and a lot of patience to use correctly, which has effectively earned it the nickname amongst the community of the Cloak and Do Nothing. The watch drains its cloak significantly faster than stock while running, so you have to move slow with it. If you attempt to use the Cloak and Dagger like the stock Invis watch, you'll quickly find yourself running out of cloak and sticking out like a sore thumb. Conversely, if you attempt to use it hyper-passively and never let your cloak drain, then you'll find yourself never contributing to fights. I found the Cloak and Dagger to be most effective in staking out potential targets and finding tricky, sneaky places to hold while you await the perfect opportunity to strike. Propping yourself up while invisible behind an enemy, patiently waiting for an opportunity, slinking in, securing a pick, and then swiftly escaping while recloaking makes you feel the most like a genuine assassin out of any of Spy's watches. On top of that, it can be surprisingly effective as an escape tool, as the time-honored tradition of hiding somewhere, crouching, and holding still can be pretty good. Most players are inclined to continue chasing the Spy in the direction they last saw them running, rather than checking the area around where they last saw the Spy, so standing still can be a shockingly effective strategy. However, all of this is balanced out by the Cloak and Dagger simply requiring more positioning and execution to use effectively than stock. For a weapon that has a reputation of being brain dead and encouraging players to hide in place for hours on end, finding the right places to position yourself, knowing when and where the best times to hold still or push are, not getting caught by stray fire as you slowly try and sneak in, finding the perfect moments to attack and escape, all of these skills are integral to using the Cloak and Dagger well. As an achievement item, this could very well be one of the first weapons that a new Spy player unlocks, and despite its reputation, it is not an easy weapon to use efficiently. It requires a careful mix of finesse and patience. You have to find the right balance between moving enough that you can still do your job, and being patient enough to take advantage of the watch's unique traits. All of this combined makes the Cloak and Dagger an appealing watch, but one that's neither beginner-friendly nor a must-use in every situation. A new player stumbling across this weapon can easily find themselves becoming dependent on it, and considering how careful of a balancing act you have to pull to do it right, combined with it not being applicable to every map and game state, that can be a tricky situation to enter. My number one piece of advice is not to approach the Cloak and Dagger like the stock Invis watch, and not to get too comfortable just hiding from enemies for entire matches. It requires a different, more considerate type of Spy play to use well. It can be rewarding, but it can also be a detriment to you and your team if used improperly. Keep that in mind. So, what's my final verdict on some of these beginner's trap weapons in TF2? Well, they tend to be easier, more comfortable, and more forgiving to use than stock, or otherwise offer some kind of tantalizing bonus, yet all around perform worse and generally just provide padding to what are usually easily overcome aspects of learning a class. They poise to offer players shortcuts to learning a class or make the process of learning them easier, yet all that they really do is provide training wheels and teach fundamentally bad long-term lessons. All in all, these are some of the most interestingly designed weapons in the game to me. In the hands of an experienced player, they can be fun side grades or diversions, but to a new, inexperienced, or less skilled player, they can tend to form bad habits and potentially teach players very bad lessons. If you love or main these weapons, then more power to you. I just feel as though, for me personally, there's usually better twice less to allow more. Still, even with all of this said, lest we not forget that I did get kicked from a match for going on a kill streak with the Brass Beast while recording for this video, and that's ultimately what matters, that people think you're cheating because you're using a weapon too well. Thanks for watching, hope you have a fantastic day before, during, and after watching, and I'll catch y'all later. Cheers! Most TF2 weapons tend to be pretty cut and dry in terms of their intentions and designs. You equip them, immediately start using them, and can instantly reap the rewards of using an unlockable weapon. In the cases that they're not, it's usually for some kind of snowball mechanic or bonus on kill type of reward. I think that this is ultimately a good thing, as you probably want your unlockables to feel immediately distinct from what you start with, but in some cases, TF2 weapons can require a bit more work. Sometimes, weapons poised to turn TF2 into a fighting game, requiring the player to build and burn a meter or gauge to gain their full benefits. A super meter for a pre-ultimate FPS. What's not to like? Weapons like these are pretty interesting to me, as they tend to rest somewhere between the bonus on equip and bonus on kill design philosophies within TF2's weapons. They reward you for playing well, but often only offer their boost temporarily while the meter is in play. Otherwise, they have to offer some sort of tangible difference or bonus when the meter is not in use to make equipping them worth it. In this video, I wanted to discuss every asterisk TF2 weapon with a built-in meter mechanic. I say asterisk because we're going to be omitting two very noteworthy weapon categories from this video: banners and miniguns. Banners because they gain their meter passively rather than doing damage with the banners themselves, and miniguns because despite them fitting the criteria for this video, talking about them would really over-centralize the discussion and basically turn this into an oops all medic type of video. And I'm sure nobody wants to hear that from someone whose literal least played class is medic. All that said, let's roll. Number 4, the Galactic Sniper Champion, Sniping League. For the first time ever in one of these weapon subcategory videos, we're actually talking about two weapons for the same class. Sniper, everyone's favorite Australian New Zealand problem child, actually has two weapons within the exact same item set that both feature a meter mechanic. It's a double sniper exploiter. We're going to be discussing the Hitman Seedmaker and the Cleaner's Carbine both in this video. These two weapons are interesting, as despite being designed by the same people for the same item set with similar aesthetics, releasing the same update, and they don't really combo together or sync all that well outside of both featuring meters. Because of this, we'll be discussing them in two mini sections for this video rather than as a whole unit. Let's start with the Heatmaker. The Hitman Seedmaker is an unlockable primary for Sniper with one main positive and one main negative. It deals 20% less damage on body shot than stock, dealing a per hit maximum of 120, which prevents it from one-shotting light classes with body shots under normal gameplay circumstances. This is obviously a pretty huge downside, as it narrows the margin of error for securing kills on Sniper pretty significantly and requires you land headshots to consistently pick important targets. As a trade-off, this weapon features a unique focus meter, which builds upon getting kills and assists with any weapon while this is equipped. After 3 kills, 9 assists, or any combination of the two, the focus meter will be filled completely, at which point the player can activate a unique buffed focus state for a maximum of 10 seconds. Within this state, the sniper shots charge 20% faster, and he doesn't need to unscope and reload between shots. This allows him to relentlessly hammer enemies with a constant stream of faster charging rapid-fire kill shots. On top of this, the focus meter can be refilled while it's in use, allowing the player to theoretically extend it indefinitely so long as there are enemies to kill. So, funny story, I did not originally intend on talking about the Heatmaker in this video due to its meter mechanics being a bit different than the other weapons we'll be discussing. I thought I'd cover the Cleaner's Carbine and move on to the next class. However, after testing out and starting to grab footage with the Heatmaker, I found myself having a lot of fun. And then I kept using it, and using it, and using it, and then I realized I may have just found my new main sniper rifle. Like, I referenced being bad at Sniper in a few past videos. He is easily my worst class in the game, but boy did the Heatmaker reinvigorate my interest in earnestly getting good at this class. It's such a uniquely, viscerally satisfying sniper rifle that just feels exceptionally fun to use and go on rolls with. Even the 20% less damage on body shot, which would hypothetically seem like a huge negative, didn't matter much to me as it allowed me to mellow out more and focus entirely on securing important headshots. There was no more choosing whether or not to go for body shots or headshots or weighing which would be more valuable in the moment. I was just in headshot city with this thing. This is like straight up love at first use. I have had the Hitman use it whenever the situation may call for it, and the ability to maintain a perpetual focus charge by continuously securing kills is insanely fun. Instantly refilling your meter by headshotting some hapless out-of-position gamer without needing to unscope, and then doing it again over and over again is some of the most fun I've ever had on Sniper. I didn't even mind dealing less damage on body shot, as each kill and even assist I knew was helping towards regaining that meter. Plus, the weapon's unique cosmetic trait of decapitating enemies on headshot is just so satisfying. Help Sniper's voice lines finally make some degree of sense.
Everything above your neck's gonna be a fine red mist.
I'm someone who tends to enjoy games the most when there's a satisfying tactile sense to the game feel, and the Hitman Seatmaker delivers on that in spades. I'm actually not a huge fan of the game feel on the stock Sniper rifle. Something about its model and firing sound just don't really click with me. It feels a little too hands-off to me, if that makes sense. But the juxtaposition of the silent, suppressed firing sound of the Heatmaker contrasted against firing off big damage, head-popping kill shots tickles my brain wrinkles just right. It's so viscerally satisfying. Plus, the silencer actually does serve a gameplay purpose, as it genuinely does make your shots quieter and harder for enemies to detect. We love gameplay and aesthetic integration. Now, that's not to say that the Heatmaker is perfect. Despite my glowing endorsements of it so far, there is a reason that it's not considered the crossbow or Tommy Slav of Sniper's primaries. The 20% less damage on body shots is obviously enormous, as stripping away Sniper's ability to insta-pick medics and enemy snipers with anything but headshots means that you've basically got to be clicking on those heads in order to help your team. If you can't consistently land headshots or clean up low-health enemies, then you're basically wasting your time and energy by equipping the Heatmaker. On top of that, the fact that the focus has to be gained, lost, and regained on every use makes this more of a burst-oriented sniper rifle, rather than something like the Bizarre Bargain, which retains its boost permanently so long as you can stay alive. Gaining the focus is more lenient and forgiving than the Bizarre Bargain, but its strength is also scaled appropriately. Both of these negatives make the Heatmaker a sniper rifle that mandates and rewards consistent skill and high execution, basically being a direct downgrade from stock if you can't regularly build the focus. This will not be a sniper rifle for everyone. Lastly, activating the focus does give the gun tracer rounds. While they're not as damning as the Machinas firing every shot as a tracer, they can still give away your position. A sniper is most useful to his team when the enemy team doesn't know where he is, so this can be a bit of a problem. All that said though, holy cow do I love this weapon. This is the most fun I've had playing sniper in ages, and is more so than any other weapon I've discussed in the weapon subcategory series, a newfound favorite that this series has encouraged me to use. I've briefly used the Heatmaker before, but never to this extent. It's even great in MVM. If some high tour Harry gives you shit for picking sniper in 2 cities, slap explosive headshots and damage on this thing and show them how a real professional gets things done. All in all, the Hitman's Heatmaker is a high-skill, high-reward primary that rewards consistently doing your job with the ability to do your job even more consistently. I hope that made sense. It's definitely a new favorite of mine, and a weapon that I can see myself revisiting. I now understand why all of those cheaters and bots tend to run it. That said, we're not done with Sniper, as we have one other weapon to discuss for this section. The oft-forgotten MVM staple, the Cleaner's Carbine. The Cleaner's Carbine, unlike the Hitman's Heatmaker, is noteworthy because it's neither good nor fun. This is a weapon that's often in the running for most forgettable weapons in TF2, and when people are remembering it, it's usually to call it bad. It's a shame too, because it's literally the only unlockable SMG replacement in the game, which I've always felt was a bit of a missed opportunity. Regardless, maybe there is a reason that Valve started and stopped making unlockable SMGs here. Let's take a look at the Cleaner's Carbine. Quick aside though, I'm a bit of a stock SMG apologist. I fully realize and acknowledge its reputation as one of the worst non-melee stock weapons in the game, but I don't know guys, I'm a heavy main, and fast-firing, sustained damage weapons just make my brain happy. There's a reason why the Overwatch Brilliants I own are the stock minigun and the SMG. And by that logic, I should love the Cleaner's Carbine, right? Well, at a base, the Cleaner's Carbine is an unlockable secondary for Sniper with 2 noteworthy negatives. It features a smaller clip than stock, loading only 20 shots compared to stock's 25, and fires a fitting 25% slower than stock, giving it an all-around lower DPS despite each shot dealing the same amount of damage as stock. These 2 downsides combined result in this being a super unfun weapon to use, with the slow firing speed and microscopic clip making it feel remarkably clumsy and inaccurate in practice. Sniper's SMG is already one of the less graceful weapons in the game, and this weapon takes that lack of grace and really runs with it like a South Park parody. It makes it alarmingly difficult to secure kills with this weapon, which draws into question its role as Sniper's only damage-dealing indefinitely for its entire duration, rather than only applying it to the enemy immediately in front of you. Unlike the Girardi, it places the source of the mini-crits on the sniper's weapons, rather than on his enemies' bodies. This can hypothetically allow you to go on some pretty crazy rolls, especially considering that Sniper may or may not have a melee weapon that deals guaranteed 195 damage crits whenever it would normally mini-crit. This is actually the reason this weapon is considered meta for Sniper and MBM, specifically on Rottenberg. If you bring the Bushwalker and max out its swing speed, you basically have infinite guaranteed full crit swings that can pretty quickly shred tanks with the help of another teammate. All this considered, the Cleaner's Carbine is, at the very least, a tantalizing weapon that can promise big rolls to someone who can use it well. However, its main problems stem from its own habits of directly contradicting itself and it conflicting with the base mechanics of Sniper as a class. Because, you see, despite Girardi obviously existing and facilitating a very infamous and divisive instant kill Sniper combo, Sniper isn't really a combo class outside of that. Sniper is a class who specializes in hanging back and taking out targets from a distance. Anytime he's doing close quarters fighting, it's usually to deal with overly aggressive flankers who are attempting to counterpick him. To this end, the Girardi Bushwalker combo is such a powerful and controversial tool because it generally gives Sniper an easy instant win button against the most powerful flankers. It's very quick, safe, and easy to press 2, press mouse 1, press W, and press mouse 1 again. It's incredibly reliable, safe, and deletes one of Sniper's primary weaknesses against pretty much all flanking classes. If you'll notice, most flanking classes in TF2, with exception to maybe Roamer Soldier, tend to have less than 195 HP. By comparison, the Cleaner's Carbine requires that a sniper either actively place himself out of position, engaging in frontline fighting that he is not physically equipped for, or slowly and methodically shoot flankers at this gun's pitiful DPS to gain the Crikey in order to earn its only positive. Despite 8 seconds of guaranteed loadout-wide mini-crits being very strong, this item is designed in such a way that means you'll basically have to be making concessions to use it. And I make enough concessions at work. You're giving up either the reliable safety and speed of the Girardi or the higher and more consistent DPS of the stock SMG for a gun that just offers a slower version of what both of those weapons do better. The bonus of being able to use a sniper rifle with the mini-crits is kind of counterbalanced by an uncharged quickscope mini-crit body shot dealing a massive 68 damage, and a headshot being a guaranteed critical either way. You can't even argue that it mitigates the body shot damage reduction on the Hitman's Heatmaker, which is this weapon's intended combo, due to the fact that you're still dealing less damage on body shot than you would with stock either way. Sniper is not designed in a way to facilitate big damage close range combos outside of the much better Girardi Bushwalker failsafe. On to what I said about this weapon being at odds with itself, the requirement of needing to deal 100 damage with a gun that deals approximately 10 every geological period is definitely a bit counterintuitive. Considering that we just talked about a gun in the same item set as this one that builds its meter with kills and assists across any of Sniper's weapons, it makes this one seem especially counterproductive. Maybe if this gun had something like a rate of fire ramp up where its firing speed gets faster the longer you hold down M1, it'd be a bit better, but as is, it's just kind of underwhelming. Why would you bother trying to deal 100 damage in one life with a gun that barely deals any for mini-crits when Girardi is an option in the exact same slot on the exact same class? The argument of Girardi having a recharge time doesn't really come into play when you realize how lengthy and dangerous the process of building the Crikey meter is. All in all, the Cleaner's Carbine is a disappointing weapon, just like me to my parents. It's got a cool design, a fun risk versus reward concept, and an all-around badass aesthetic, and it's hampered almost entirely by its primary job being filled by a much better weapon in the exact same item slot, and its overall feel and flow being incredibly clumsy and inaccurate. I would love to see Valve add another unlockable SMG to the game, as I feel as though it's a woefully underrepresented weapon category, but if all of them would end up feeling like the Carbine, then maybe I can understand the lack of them. I enter! Root beer! Pepsi! Coca-Cola! Bart, we've officially exited the sniper hole and have found ourselves stumbling into the scout pit. Scout is in an interesting position compared to sniper for this list, as while sniper's meter-based weapons were either perfectly fun if gimmicky side grades to just straight up downgrades, Scout's meter-based weapon is arguably one of the most powerful primary weapons in the game. It's often in the discussion for best unlockable weapons on offer to any class, and is even banned in competitive for being too over-centralizing. The Soda Popper. The Soda Popper is one of my personal favorite weapons in the game. It's a remarkably fun, fluid, powerful, and dynamic weapon that succeeds in neither being too similar to the stock scattergun, nor just a gimmicky novelty. It's among my favorite weapons in the game, and is my personal favorite scout primary on offer. But what makes the soda popper so fun? Let's dive in. The soda popper is an unlockable scattergun for scout with a few very noteworthy distinctions. It's a double-barrel sawed-off shotgun, allowing it to fire only twice before needing to reload. As a trade-off, it both reloads and fires significantly faster than all of its contemporaries, offsetting its only listed negative and facilitating a rapid-fire burst damage playstyle. On top of that, the soda popper features a unique height meter mechanic, which by dealing damage with this gun equipped, the scout can steadily gain height. After dealing 350 damage across any of Scout's weapons, Scout can activate the height meter, granting him an additional 5 mid-air jumps for a 10-second period. This has a myriad of uses, from throwing off enemies in fights, to mobility and map traversal, to flanking, to everything in between. Already, it should be easy to see what makes the soda popper so great. Compared to the stock scattergun, its rapid firing speed and powerful punch-like close-range attacks can easily shred most targets at mid to close range, and with it dealing a maximum ramp-up damage of 105 per shot across a 0.3-second attack interval, it can really get out some insane damage very quickly. More so than any other scout primary, the soda popper facilitates an extremely fast, active, mobile, non-committal, and flexible scout playstyle, with the player being capable of getting in, railroading an enemy with back-to-back 105 damage shots, and getting out just as quickly. The 66% smaller clip size, which is its only listed negative, doesn't really matter when you're firing and reloading faster than every other gun at a base level. This weapon really is the dictionary definition of a side grade, as it functions entirely separate from stock, without too much mechanical overlap outside of also being a shotgun on scout. What's neat too is that the meter is entirely secondary on this weapon. Like, yeah, the hype is obviously extremely strong, and we'll discuss that in a bit, but with how strong and distinct this weapon is from stock, it could probably flourish entirely on its own merits without the meter or any additional bells and whistles. It's such a fun, dynamic, and strong weapon, and one that really opens up unlimited potential for scout as a class. The only thing keeping this from being an entirely over-centralizing best-in-slot pick is that it's a scout primary and that the stock scattergun exists in the same slot. Without the stiff item competition, this would be in clear contention for one of the best primary weapons in the game. So yeah, even before discussing the meter, the soda popper is already a standout weapon that easily serves as one of the best unlockable primaries available to any class. It pretty much entirely lacks a unique or tangible downside, and could probably pass for a stock weapon if you remove the meter and cleaned up its design a little bit. It's such a fun, fundamental, and powerful weapon for scout, and an easy choice for one of my favorites in the game. But what about the meter? Is this weapon truly worth the hype? Well, yeah. This weapon is already incredibly strong, so adding a wholly unique bonus mechanic on top of that is what really pushes it into potentially overpowered territory. The height meter is deceptively strong, as dealing 350 damage with any of Scout's weapons really isn't that difficult thanks to this weapon's rapid-fire damage output, and the Scout's plethora of secondary and melee damage over time utilities, and the utility of 6 mid-air jumps is more layered than you might think. For one, it makes this weapon an incredibly effective projectile counter. Against classes like Soldier, who rely a lot on splash damage, and Demoman, whose direct hits are intrinsically harder to land, this weapon is pretty much a dedicated screw you button. Just land a few shots and then start flying around them as they desperately scramble to find a way to land a single crumb of splash damage on you. It puts the control and flow of the fight into the scout's hands, which is the inverse of how these types of exchanges usually tend to be. Always fun to stick it to meta-slave competitive soldier mains, who, as we all know, are the only real snowflakes of the TF2 community. And let's say you do get hit by a big damage splash rocket or direct hit pipe. Well, you've still got hype left, so you can just make like Gucci and return to your home planet. Just start flying away with your remaining jumps and leave your dumbfounded enemies in the dust. Assuming you survive, the very worst case scenario is that you've distracted the enemy with the potential for damage or picks along the way. Plus, map navigation becomes significantly easier with the hype, as thanks to TF2's general map design philosophies, 6 jumps is usually more than enough to clear any gap or reach any specific piece of high ground you need to get. The height meter is all around one of the most potent and unique bonuses in TF2, and one that's uses and utility have so many more layers than you might think. The soda popper used to give you guaranteed mini crits for its hype, which was definitely good, but I'd say that this is just as good in an entirely different way. You can really never complain about on-command, unparalleled mobility. So yeah, the soda popper is definitely very good. This weapon would already be incredibly strong and useful without the hype meter, but the addition of a unique playstyle facilitating additional mechanic really helped makes it a true standout within the game. I honestly think it could do with maybe one additional downside, maybe a 10% damage vulnerability bump while the hype is active, because as is, it's a damn near over-centralizing scout weapon that's only kept from being broken by the extreme competition in its item slot. It's all in all one of the best unlockable weapons in the game, and a clear winner out of everything we've discussed in this video. If you're in the camp who thinks they're removing its old guaranteed mini-crits for running stat with some debilitating nerf, then I'd encourage you to try it out, because it's still most certainly very strong. This soda is definitely not diet.
Don't make me play strange, please! Please! Please don't make me play strange!
Please stop making me use the Flogistinator. Y'all could have voted for the head collecting weapons for this video, but no, we just had to talk about meters. And while this video did help me find a new favorite on Sniper and gave me a reason to record one of my favorite scout weapons, the unfortunate shadow of the Flog was always hanging over this project. I've made it no mistake in previous videos that I am not a fan of this weapon, as I find that it boasts the devastating combination of being anti-fun to use, very bad, and damn near dangerous for new players to stumble across. But for this video, let's focus on it entirely from a gameplay and practicality perspective. The Flogistinator is an unlockable flamethrower for Pyro that boasts the same firing speed, damage, afterburn duration, and afterburn damage as the stock flamethrower. As you deal damage with it, however, you steadily build up a unique meter, which when filled can allow the Pyro to activate a special taunt that grants around 8 seconds of guaranteed full crits. It's technically 10 seconds, but the length of the taunt is subtracted from this total. As a primary and gargantuan trade-off, this weapon cannot air blast, which makes it a purely damage-oriented flamethrower with very little in the ways of team utility, combo play, or any advanced Pyro tech. Talking about the meter first, the oof meter is definitely an appealing stat. It only costs 300 damage to fill completely or killing a single full health heavy, and the 8 seconds of guaranteed crits is definitely a tantalizing bonus for that. On top of that, the Pyro becomes completely immune to both damage and knockback while using the taunt, making it useful as a last resort swan song tool when you're near death. When combined with a medic, an uber, an overheal, or just backing support of your team, running over an entire hapless team of enemies as they desperately try to deal enough damage before being melted can be really satisfying. It's inarguably one of the most effective full team counters when the chips stack precisely in your favor and the enemy team is exceptionally uncoordinated. On top of that, gaining the meter isn't that difficult. If you play conservatively and only take attacks of opportunity while pecking at enemies with things like the Scorch Shot or Detonator, you can theoretically fill it very quickly and safely. The meter builds from any source of fire damage, so contrary to the belief of some players, you do not need to thrust yourself into unsafe situations to gain it. The Flog operates in distinct phases, with the building phase being very passive and the using phase being very aggressive. So that's all well and good. The Flog is a weapon that allows the player to dynamically shift between passive and aggressive playstyles while taking advantage of its primary benefits and playing around its negatives. That's obviously all fine. All that said, I really hate this weapon. Even removed from its role as a bad learning tool for new players, it's simply not a fun weapon to use more times than it is. I know that I main Heavy, who is infamously one of the most linear and simple classes in the game, but the Flog is a bit too simple and linear even for me. For one, you get absolutely fucked by soldiers, demos, and anyone smart enough to shoot an encroaching Pyro while using this thing. One big secret about TF2 is that Pyro is a close-range sustained damage class with damage ramp-up, so in a lot of cases, you can out-damage a Pyro closing the distance on you by shooting them with close-range burst damage weapons before they can kill you. Instead of running away, just shoot them. In a lot of cases, the Pyro can simply air blast you to throw off your aim or reflect your projectiles with BB, but in the case of the Flog, you just gotta shoot them. A shotgun, rocket launcher, grenade launcher, minigun, they all do more burst damage faster than the Flog if you can land your shots. And considering that a Pyro using this thing will likely be walking directly at you, that shouldn't be too difficult. On top of that, this weapon flips Pyro's usual class counter dynamics on their head. Pyro is generally a super effective counter to Soldier and Devilman thanks to Air Blast being able to redirect potentially team-wiping splash damage, but in the case of the Flog, Soldier becomes your hard counter, as he effortlessly juggles you before you can close the distance on him. Your only option for close-range damage using the Flog is to hold F1 to continue walking at people, which is really easy to counter. You cannot displace, throw off, or dissuade enemies from shooting you while using this. Lastly, and most importantly, this weapon completely strips away Pyro's class-defining team utility. Not being able to extinguish teammates, Man Melter exempt, makes Pyro feel like an exceptionally useless class to your team, and being completely unable to disconnect Ubers and reflect oncoming damage makes this all around an incredibly selfish flamethrower. you remember, but there is a certain T-word in this game's title that might make this a bit more problematic than it would be in any other game. You just kinda have to stand there and shrug while your teammates burn to death and get run over by goobers around you. All in all, the Phlogistinator is a weapon that poises to make Pyro an incredibly potent close-range damage dealer, yet narrows their skill set so significantly to do it that it might as well turn them into a truck. You can steer into enemies and run them over, yet you're so lumbering and predictable while doing it that most enemies should be able to get out of the way with more than enough time to spare. If you want to hear more about my thoughts on the Flog and its general role in the game as an unlockable weapon, I recommend checking out my Beginner's Trap Weapons video as I discuss it in more detail and from different perspectives there. As is, I'm more than ready to be done discussing this weapon and using it for a good length of time. I know some people really like it, and I know my views on it may give some people the impression that I feel as though it's overpowered, but trust me, it's exactly the opposite. This is one of my least favorite weapons in the game, and one that I think most serious Pyro players are better off not using. Phlogiston isn't even real, guys. So, how did I end up feeling about TF2's meter-building weapons? Well, it's a bit of a mixed bag. Two of them wound up being some of my least favorite weapons in the entire game. The Flog and Carbine are both remarkably unfun and clumsy to use effectively, and their meters don't really make up for it. By contrast, the Hitman's Heatmaker and especially Soda Popper are both extremely fun and fluid to use, with the Soda Popper specifically being one of Scout's most notable weapons, meter or not. And that ultimately leads to two things I noticed. One is that the weapons that's meters granted more than just more damage or crits tended to be more interesting than the ones that just gave you bigger numbers for dealing damage. Two is that TF2's meter building and burning weapons, despite the meters being their most noteworthy traits, often aren't defined entirely by the meters. Either for positive or negative reasons, these weapons generally tend to have traits that outshine the existences of their building mechanics. For the Flog and Carbine, it's because they're bad. For the Heatmaker, it's because it's very fun and satisfying. And for the Soda Popper, well, I think we've covered that enough already. All things considered, I'm definitely a fan of this design mentality within TF2, and I feel as though there's room for a meter weapon that could really go whole hog with the whole fighting game super-esque design mentality. Give a class a really big move with flashy effects and big damage, and you know what, I'm just talking about the miniguns now. Just make a TF2 fighting game. Thanks, hope y'all have a fantastic day before, during, and after watching, and I'll catch y'all later. Cheers! Let's not mince words here. Medics are hard to come by in casual TF2. While most players might agree he's inarguably the most important class in the game for a team to have, most players in casual really don't want to bite the bullet and pick him. They'd rather be the 4th scout or the 3rd spy on their team than the 1st medic. Because of this, TF2 actually does feature a few weapons that allow non-healing classes to fill medics' role. Weapons that offer on-command support and self-sustain for classes who otherwise don't specialize in it. In this video, I want to talk about some of these weapons. I find them pretty interesting, as they pretty much exist entirely to cover the relative rarity of medics in casual. That said, I also want to stress what we're actually going to be talking about in this video. There are a lot of TF2 weapons that feature healing as a mechanic, so to narrow the discussion a bit, I'll be focusing entirely on weapons that offer healing as their primary or only use aside from doing damage. For instance, the Conqueror, Cozy Camper, and Back Scratcher all feature healing as bonuses, but have additional perks that may incentivize you to use them for something more than just the health. I want to focus on weapons that feature healing as their primary mechanics for the sake of this video. All that said, let's roll.
I'd say come again, and I'd laugh because I said come.
The first weapon for the video, and we're already demonetized. Off to a good start. For real though, the Mad Milk is pretty neat. Even putting aside all of our epic jabroni Mike bodily fluid jokes, it's still one of the most popular and respected scout weapons in the game. Despite being a very widely used and ubiquitous weapon within Scout's lineup, I can't recall a single time I've ever seen someone complain about it or posture that it's overpowered. It's a remarkably unbothered weapon, and one that I can't really take any umbrage with. It's also hilarious. But why is that? The Mad Milk is an unlockable throwable secondary weapon for Scout. It's a jar of a mysterious quote-unquote non-milk substance, which can be thrown at enemies, not unlike the sniper's Jarati. Upon hitting an enemy or surface, the jar explodes, splashing the mysterious contents within onto all enemies in its immediate vicinity for 10 seconds. During this time, 60% of all damage done to the sodden victims is returned to the attackers as health. So if you deal 100 damage, you'll be instantly healed for 60. After being thrown, the Mad Milk will be placed on a 20-second recharge timer, which can be shortened to 16 by extinguishing a teammate with it. Enemies can only remove the mysterious non-milk substance by being healed for an extended period of time, being Ubered, charging, or submerging themselves in water. Anyone milk is also afflicted with visible dripping liquid particles, and a white droplet icon is placed on their HUD to let them know that they're currently drenched. Anyone on the Scouts team can take advantage of a soaked victim, make this weapon great for enabling big plays in team fights. Now, I know what we're all thinking. Boy, is that nasty. There definitely is a reason why everyone names their Mad Milk some kind of disgusting white liquid joke, but it is worth noting that this weapon's publicity blurb mentions it being radioactive cow's milk and not the alternative, so at least your mind can rest at ease. Doesn't mean we're not all still gonna make jokes though. Personally, mine is called Wind Up Tifa, because she's in there somewhere. Jokes aside, this is such a bizarrely irreverent concept for a weapon in TF2 to have, a game that already features multiple piss-based mechanics, and the intentional smoke around it really only adds to that, and I wouldn't have it any other way. It's very funny. As for its actual mechanics, the Mad Milk is one of the more uniquely designed weapons in TF2. It's one of 3 soaking weapons in the game, and is in my opinion, one that offers a bonus that rests comfortably between the Jarate and the Gaspaster in terms of usefulness. Being able to guarantee on-command healing to yourself and teammates is inarguably very useful, and can really help push your team to victory in team fights that may have otherwise been much tighter. 60% is a huge percentage of health to return with each shot, and it can really help you survive situations that you might not have had any chance to otherwise. Keep in mind that 2 max damage meat shots with the scattergun will heal enough to fully recover your entire HP pool with this weapon. That's not to say that it's only useful as a team support tool, however, as in cases where you're being singled out by a particularly aggressive enemy, be it a 1v1 or a 1v12, tossing the Mad Milk at the beginning of a fight can really be the linchpin to your survival. Against tanky classes like Heavy and Soldier, the added self-sustain can help you stay in the fight longer and clutch out what would have surely been guaranteed losses without it. Plus, if you just toss it on some enemies and then piss off during a team fight, then you'll start seeing entirely unearned kill assists stack up like debts to an unusual trader. Your team will always appreciate having a group of enemies be milked in this entirely safe for work context, so liberal use of this item is encouraged. This really is a universally useful weapon that's not really a bad option to bring at any point, and is only kept from being a must-pick by Scout having an incredibly stacked lineup of secondaries. On top of that, this weapon is a super effective counter to both Spy and Pyro. As a soaking throwable, it makes exposing and tracking cloaked spies a breeze, and even though it doesn't short out the spy's cloak like the Jarate, it's still easier to track a bunch of floating milk droplet particles than it is an invisible spy. As for Pyro, this weapon can be used to quickly and easily extinguish yourself or teammates, which is especially huge on Scout due to his low health pool and close-range fighting style, making Pyro a pretty effective kryptonite to him. Your recharge timer is reduced when using this weapon to extinguish teammates, so you should never be afraid to do it. Lastly, as a soaking throwable, you don't have to direct hit enemies at the jar to make the most out of it. The splash has a 200 hammer unit radius, so just blind tossing this item in the general direction of a crowd of enemies can be more than enough to ensure some mileage. I do find its arc a bit trickier to aim than the Jarate's, but I think that's just a me problem. As always though, there are a few downsides to this weapon, and I'm not just talking about the shame that comes with filling the jar. For one, the 20-second recharge timer is kind of huge. Despite this weapon being most helpful when used liberally, you do have to exercise some degree of picky choosiness with when, how, and why you use it, as it'll be out of commission for a pretty sizable length of time after each use. If you want to use it to tough out a team fight, then you might not have it to extinguish yourself later on. If you want to extinguish yourself or a teammate, then you won't have it to provide support during your next fight. Using the Mad Milk is very committal, and it can be tricky to find the best times to use it. In addition, this weapon competes pretty heavily with some other very strong options in Scout's secondary slot. With exception to maybe the Wingers, Scout doesn't really have a bad secondary, and the myriad of uses that each of them have can lead to situations where the Mad Milk simply isn't the best option. I'd say it's one of Scout's more universally useful secondaries, but there are situations where other options will flourish more. It's kind of a jack-off of all trades, masturbate of none kind of item. Sometimes, having the damage of the pistols, the buffs of the sodas, or the damage over time of the cleaver will help more in taking out important targets. But even with that, the Mad Milk is all around a universally exceptionally powerful scout weapon and one of the most consistently useful utility secondaries in the game. It's a weapon that nobody would ever complain about having on their side, and I can personally say that I've never been horribly annoyed to be hit by it. It doesn't really tip the scales into being overpowered or over-centralizing. It's just kind of an overall strong and unbothered scout item that can fit snugly into pretty much any loadout. I honestly really like that about it, that a weapon with one of the most irreverent and objectionable concepts in the game is one of the least offensive in terms of its balance. You really never hear anyone complain about the Mad Mill. It's one of the most unbothered, staying in its lane type weapons in the game, and I'm honestly all here for it. Also, it's from a relatively unbothered weapon to one of the most contentious in the game. The Black Box, our second weapon for this video, is noteworthy for facilitating one of the most contentious and widely hated playstyles in the game. It's been called a wide variety of things, from a crutch to broken to brain dead to a bunch of other interchangeable negative gamer words that don't mean anything, and you'll be happy to know that I bit the bullet and earnestly used this weapon for an extended period of time for this video. And honestly, I don't really get it.
Well, it's any consolation. I actually don't really care.
Well, that's not the attitude to have.
I know, well, I just figured I'd be honest with you.
Let's talk at length about the Black Box. The Black Box is an unlockable rocket launcher for Soldier with one of the most simple stat lineups in the game. You know the deal though, simplicity can be deceptive. Just ask Pot of Greed. The Black Box's rockets travel at the same speed and deal the same amount of damage as stock. Its primary and only positive stat is that it heals the player for up to 20 health for every successfully landed rocket, with the healing being equivalent to 1 point of health for every 4.5 points of damage, capping out at 20 healing when damaging for over 90. This makes the Black Box a super effective self-sustaining weapon during 1v1s, and a clear choice for a soldier who struggles to stay alive. As a deceptively large trade-off, the Black Box loads one fewer rocket per clip than stock, allowing only 3 shots before needing to reload. This affects more than you would probably think, as 1 less rocket equates to 1/4 less damage over time, rocket jumps, shocks and fights, and even healing per clip. Right off the bat, the Black Box may seem like either an incredibly strong or incredibly terrible weapon based on where your priorities lie on Soldier. The up to 20 extra health per shot can inarguably help you tough out fights that you may have otherwise crumpled in, and the fact that the healing is based on the overall damage each rocket does rather than the amount of damage it does individually to each target means that blind firing into groups of enemies can yield surprisingly large health numbers. In tough or tricky fights, the healing provided by the Black Box can be the linchpin that you may need to pull out a clutch victory. It gives you passive lifesteal on a class that's inarguably one of the best damage dealers in the game. However, all of those positives are immediately and fiercely counteracted by one of the most deceptively crushing downsides in the game. The 1 less rocket per clip is absolutely gargantuan. It might not seem like much, but make no mistake, Soldier lives and dies by his clip, and the lengthy reload combined with the committal nature of firing a single rocket means that having any less shots can really mess up your flow. 1 less rocket removes 1/4 of your damage output in fights, so your overall DPS is significantly lower, you have 1 less rocket jump for loadouts, and it even affects this weapon's playstyle defining healing. There is an argument to be made that the healing might not be that important in sustained fights, when you'd likely have been able to win either way with the additional rocket and damage. That obviously depends heavily on the overall match and game state, but it's something to consider. Because of these two factors, I generally consider the Black Box to be purely a side grade. Its positives are directly and proportionately balanced out by its negatives. This is a weapon that rests as a pure and uncomfortable 50-50 on the bad to broken scale, with its positives and negatives counteracting each other and keeping them in check in equal measures. For such a contentious weapon, it honestly strikes me as one of the more thoughtfully balanced in the game. Its self-healing can be incredibly strong, and it's definitely frustrating to lose a fight because of that possible 20 health difference, but arguing that the 1 less rocket isn't a huge downside is fighting a losing battle. Back onto a general discussion of this weapon's stats, the self-healing's overall effectiveness and utility depends heavily on the situation you're applying it in. In more structured, coordinated game states or game modes, like 1v1s, MGE, or competitive, where moment-to-moment damage number calculations can make huge differences, it's inarguably very strong. Up to 20 extra health is a deceptively large value in TF2, especially on Soldier, and can be just what you need to survive what would otherwise be very close battles. That said, in less coordinated environments like team fights and most of casual, I find the self-healing to matter a little bit less. Like when there's a large amount of sustained focus fire coming from all sides, 20 extra health every second or so, capping out at 60 before needing to reload, doesn't make that big of a difference. When you've got 2 teams of 12 bearing down on each other, rather than 2 coordinated teams or singular players, 20 health isn't as big of a deal. It can definitely still help, but you're much more apt to be outdamaged in these environments. There are situations where the utility of the extra damage and one extra rocket may shine a bit more brightly than the personal self-healing. Back to what I said at the beginning of this section, the black box facilitates what's inarguably one of the most contentious and hated playstyles in TF2. Players view a soldier with the ability to passively heal himself as incredibly degenerate and unfun to fight against, and after giving it an extended play period for this video, all I have to say is...
Everybody hates me because of you! Fenton, shut up! Alright, shut up! You stop your weaselly little crying, now!
Like, if you're a competitive player, an MGE player, or someone who takes damage values deathly seriously in this game, I get it. 20 extra health every shot can be a tricky thing to contend with. But in casual, where I feel like people are most apt to use this weapon, there are answers to it. Sustained focus fire and coordinated team attacks handily beat it, and even if that's not possible, the soldier will be incredibly vulnerable after firing only 3 shots. If you can pay attention and play around that, you'll be just fine. Again, I earnestly view the black box as one of the more thoughtfully designed weapons in TF2, and one that doesn't deserve anywhere near the vitriol it gets, as its positive and negative stats really do balance each other out quite well. The healing can definitely help, but there are concrete answers and counterplay to it that I feel some people will willfully ignore. If you can count how many shots the soldier is firing, you can counter accordingly. It's not the most fun to fight against, but it's far from broken, degenerate, or evil. Unless the soldier is using the Conqueror with it, but that's a story for another day.
Some people fucking funerals. I cut off heads.
Onto our third weapon, the Half-Zatoichi. This is actually the first Demo Man weapon we're discussing in the weapon subcategory series, and I know what you might be thinking. Isn't this weapon also usable on Soldier? And all I have to say to that is, it sure is, son. It sure is. Nah, for real though, the Half-Zatoichi is technically a multi-class weapon, but it's very transparently designed to be used primarily on Demo Knight, and is pretty much just a gimmicky novelty on Soldier. For the purposes of this video, we'll be discussing it mostly as a Demo Knight weapon. That said, onto its stats. The Half-Zatoichi is an unlockable sword melee weapon for Demo Man and Soldier. Just like Demo Man's other swords, it features a 75% slower switch speed and a 50% larger melee range compared to his other weapons, making it Soldier's only weapon with a switch speed penalty and one of only 2 he has with a longer range. As for its unique traits, it instantly heals the player for 50% of their maximum HP on kill, with the HP restored being proportional to the player's max HP at the time they get the kill. For example, a stock soldier heals 100, whereas a battalion soldier heals 110. In addition, this weapon features a unique dual mechanic, where players wielding it can instantly kill each other with a single melee swing. As a primary trade-off, this weapon is quote-unquote honor-bound, requiring either a kill or a 50 health penalty to switch after deploying it. If you're below 50 HP and haven't gotten a kill, it can't be bolstered at all. This makes it incredibly committal on Soldier and Hybrid Knight, yet basically downside free on Demo Knight. So, like I said, this weapon is pretty much nothing more than a gimmicky novelty on regular Demo Man and especially Soldier. Neither of them are melee combat oriented or fast enough to comfortably close the distance on enemies and secure the kill required to holster it, and the honor-bound mechanic combined with its slower switch speed takes away their ability to combo it effectively with other weapons to secure kills. Unlike something like the Market Gardener, a soldier can't safely rocket jump in and quickly rocket jump out to escape should he fail to kill someone. The sword-wide lack of random critical hits means you'll always have to land at least 2 swings to kill a full health target, and the 50% max health heal can't really offset how committal and unsafe this weapon is in the hands of an ordinary gun-wielding soldier. It can definitely be fun to whip out as a surprise mix-up, but there's not much practicality to it beyond that. That's not to say that it's all bad though. You may have noticed that I said a regular Demo Man and a Hybrid Knight a bit ago, and the reason for that is because this is an incredibly strong pure Demo Knight weapon. From my experience, this is the only sword that can really consistently rival the Eyelander as the best and most consistent Demo Knight melee on offer. On a subclass that does not need to switch weapons, is fast and tanky by default, and has access to an on-command burst movement option that also grants damage, pretty much all of its downsides disappear. It doesn't have the negative base of the Eyelander, the increased self-damage of the Claymore, or the redundancy of the Persian Persuader. On Demo Knight, this is a purely and wholly beneficial weapon with no downsides outside of not offering the other sword's positives. To put it simply, you can survive some absolutely wacky shit with this thing. You can get away with kills and rolls in a purely melee-oriented subclass in a gun-based FPS, should not be able to. Being able to dart from enemy to enemy, rack up kill after kill, healing and potentially overhealing with each target taken down, and getting out when the going gets rough thanks to your constantly refilling health brings a level of satisfaction that is unparalleled in TF2. With the Demo Knight boots, you'll be healing 100 health with each kill, and if you know to prioritize squishy targets who can efficiently defend themselves at point-blank range, you can easily out-heal your enemy's damage in a very comfortable fashion. If you ever find yourself one swing away from a target and are getting low on health personally, just keep on swinging. If you land that kill, you'll be in tip-top shape again and can continue your role in no time. This weapon is simply unrivaled in terms of the endurance and sustainability it grants Demo Knight. Even though it lacks the Islander's increased health and movement speed on kill, it can single-handedly facilitate an incredibly aggressive tanking Demo Knight playstyle that may just be more beneficial than the Islander depending on the map, game state, and enemy team composition. If you combo it with a Tide Turner, which grants you seamless turning and refills most of your charge meter on kill, you can basically become a murderous ping-pong ball that bounces between enemies like a stone teenager looking for a store that stocks onions. It's very fun. All in all, the half Zatoichi is an incredibly fun, damn near overpowered weapon when used on Demo Knight, with an effective, complete lack of downsides and a purely beneficial line of stats. When used on traditional classes, though, it's pretty much the exact opposite, and only really serves as a gimmicky mix-up tool that crumples once enemies know you have it. It's an incredibly black and white design that's effectiveness hinges entirely on what context you are using it in. I know that this section was comparatively short within the weapon subcategory series, but this really is a very simple and very effective weapon. If you're fiercely married to the Islander as your primary Demo Knight sword, I'd strongly recommend giving the half Zatoichi a try and go on some honor-bound duels. I promise you, you'll cause more death than dishonor.
The best Eddie can! Also, he's a ninja.
Without a doubt, the most controversial thing I've done since returning full-time to the TF2 sphere was in the first episode of the weapons subcategory series. In the skill-dependent weapons video, I made the bold and controversial decision to include the Conniver's Kunai for Spy within the list of items for the video. Some people did not like this, as the Kunai is pretty widely considered to be one of the most powerful and over-centralizing unlocks in the game, and my claim that it was at all skill-intensive did not sit well with some people. So now that we're a bit away from that, has my opinion on the Kunai changed?
No! No, man! No, man! No! I don't think so! I don't think so!
Can you guys tell I've been watching home movies recently? Look, I'll concede that this weapon is very strong, but I also thoroughly believe that it's not a weapon for every situation, or an entirely over-centralizing best-in-slot pick. Let's dive into its stats. The Conniver's Kunai is an unlockable knife for Spy. It boasts the unique trait of making the Spy start out each life with 55 less HP for a maximum of 70, or the lowest base health possible for any class under the game's normal rules. This makes the Spy susceptible to one-shots from virtually every form of burst damage in the game. As a primary positive, it gives the Spy's backstabs a very potent lifesteal effect, with him sapping up to 210 HP of overheal with each stab. This brings the Spy from being the frailest class in the game to the second tankiest. Getting a stab also cleanses the Spy of all negative damage dealing debuffs like fire and bleed. Already, this should immediately strike you as a weapon that exists only in extremes. Fresh out of spawn, a Spy wielding this weapon is walking around as the single frailest and weakest player-controlled force in the game. The amount of things that can comfortably one-shot you is pretty staggering. For reference, here's a full list of every weapon in the game that can one-shot you while using this weapon without a crit, which cannot one-shot you with another knife. Every scout primary, every soldier primary, every shotgun except the rescue ranger, every grenade launcher, every damaging sticky bomb launcher, the Scotsman spell cutter, the warrior spirit, a long-range crusader's crossbow bolt, the shot and shaw, and for good measure, the enforcer if the Spy is disguised. To put it simply, a Spy using the kunai begins each life at an objective, clear, and massive disadvantage. The vast majority of damage-dealing weapons in the game can comfortably kill him in a matter of moments. Now, to be completely fair and honest, this shouldn't matter too much in the case of Spy specifically. Spy is a class designed to sneak around and deceive the enemy team, and isn't likely to spend too much time engaging in close-range gunfights and not going for backstabs. At pretty much every moment of the average Spy player's game plan, they're going to be actively pursuing their next stab. On top of that, Spy does have access to the Dead Ringer, which is explicitly designed to help him survive in skirt what would otherwise be sure death scenarios. Being so frail as Spy does not matter as much as it would on other classes. That said, it's still inarguably a massive downside, and one that cannot be ignored. If you're caught out without your Dead Ringer, you're dead. That aside, weapon's primary positive is also inarguably very, very strong. As I said, a spy doing their job will likely be actively fishing for their next stab at every possible moment, and being rewarded for landing one with a 210 health overheal is definitely incredibly generous. After landing a single stab, you're potentially rocking more health than a soldier, and still have the ability to secure more stabs, your cloak, and the ability to either go for a roll or safely escape to fall back on. Spy as a class has the tools to adeptly capitalize on a buff like this, so fishing for a stab when you're at low health or being actively pursued by an enemy can be the perfect get out of jail free card. This is one of the more controversial things about the kunai, its potential to enable spies to survive sure death scenarios by stealing a cheeky stab off of a wayward out of position teammate. I'll admit, it can be frustrating to chase a spy on a death's door only to have him escape by backstabbing a given soldier and suddenly being perfectly healthy again. On top of that, the kunai can absolutely facilitate some insane rolls and chain stabs. Not unlike what I said about the asdasd a bit ago, you can survive some pretty gnarly shit with this thing. However, is that really a bad thing? Like, it's a knife designed to make Spy the weakest class in the game, but give him lifesteal on kill. It exists purely in extremes, and then we get mad at it for doing what it's designed for? I don't know, it seems a bit strange to me. Why is it balanced for a demo knight with the asdasd to do literally the exact same thing on a tankier and more mobile class, but this is considered unacceptable? Aside from that, this is a knife that prioritizes a careful balancing act between conservative and hyper-aggro play. You have to be patient, safe, and picky enough with your engagements to not immediately be caught out and killed, yet aggressive and active enough to secure stabs and take advantage of the health buff. This is a knife that could potentially come off as incredibly counterintuitive, but in reality, it mandates thoughtful attacks of opportunity more than any other knife except the eternal reward. If you play too passively, then you might as well not be using this knife, yet if you play too carelessly, you'll likely be dying more than you'll be stabbing. And this is ultimately why I don't view the Conniver's kunai as an overpowered, brain-dead, or broken weapon. It is most certainly strong and can facilitate some insane plays, but it's also a weapon that requires that you play it rather than playing Spy. Using the kunai is effectively a self-play style in and of itself, and requires playing Spy in a very specific half-passive, half-aggressive way to get the most out of it. It is not a knife for every situation or game state, which separates it from other best-in-slot picks like the Sandwich or Crusader's crossbow. I will absolutely concede that this weapon is incredibly strong and potentially anti-fun to fight against, but I have trouble viewing it with the outward vitriol that a lot of other people tend to. It's a strong, rewarding weapon, but one that ultimately does not reward every playstyle. Also, he's a ninja. I hope you're prepared for an unforgettable luncheon. And for the last section of this video, let's do something a little wacky. Let's talk about an entire weapon subcategory rather than an item within it. This is a section about Heavy's lunchbox items. These things need no introduction. They're some of the most ubiquitous, widely known, and often used weapons in TF2. If you ask the average person who's only familiar with TF2 through Gmod and SFM to name 10 things about the game, the fat guy with the sandwich would probably not be too far down the list. These items are a core part of TF2's identity. Let's talk about why. Heavy has 3 healing lunchbox items in the game, and they all work as follows. They're all secondary weapons which replace the heavy shotguns, are all food, and all share a few traits. They all require a taunt to use, at which point the heavy will spend roughly 4.3 seconds eating them while releasing a very funny voice clip. Afterwards, they'll all be placed on a cooldown timer. Where they differ is in their individual effects. The Sandwich heals Heavy fully over its eating duration, healing for 300 health and then being placed on a 30-second cooldown. It can be thrown to teammates to act as a medium health kit. The Delacus bar heals Heavy for 100 health, but grants him 50 additional max health on top of that for 30 seconds. It can be thrown to teammates to act as a small health pack and takes 10 seconds to recharge. The second banana heals the Heavy for 200 health over its duration, and shares both its recharge timer and health pack size with the Delacus bar. All 3 have their recharge timer instantly refilled upon picking up any size health pack, and all drop as healing items for enemies if they're killed while in the Heavy's hands. So, unlike every other weapon in this video, which all featured a lifesteal or heal-on-kill effect, the lunchbox items are purely support and sustain-oriented healing items that cannot deal damage to enemies. It doesn't take much detective work to figure out why items like this would be a perfect fit for Heavy. He's a slow, damage-soaking tank that's designed to be an anchor for his team. Giving him the capability of on-command self-sustain or the ability to directly burst heal his teammates is a no-brainer that helps him be less reliant on health packs and medic support. Heavy doesn't really need his shotgun, and these weapons are what enable him to be played as a standalone class, which is vitally important. The lunchbox items are obviously a very good fit for TF2 and something that the game would objectively be way worse without. The new opportunities they open up for Heavy, the combination of self and team support, the fact that they basically single-handedly make Heavy playable as a class, their overall iconography and importance to the game's branding, it's hard to imagine TF2 without Heavy's lunchbox items. That said, let's dive into each of them individually. The sandwich was Heavy's first lunchbox items and definitely one of the big two. It boasts the highest raw numbers out of the three and is the most useful to a Heavy who's anchoring his team and playing around a medic. The 300 on-command health is incredibly useful for topping yourself off after a fight or between enemies, and being able to instantly grant any teammate who needs it the equivalent to a medium health pack is inarguably a massive benefit, especially for, or even in the lack of, a medic. Its only real problem is the 30-second recharge timer, which is definitely huge, and can lead to situations where you'll have to choose between your own survival and helping nearby teammates. All things said though, you really can't go wrong with the sandwich. It's the Smash Bros. Mario of lunchbox items, an all-arounder that's good in most situations. The Delacus bar is Heavy's second lunchbox item, and probably the weakest out of the three to heal. It only heals 100 health on a 10-second recharge timer, and the bonus of 50 extra max health kind of crumbles in the face of a medic due to its boost not stacking with and overall failing to an overheal. Plus, 50 extra max health won't really mean much outside of 1v1s with other Heavies and sentries, and while it definitely can be a linchpin that decides your victory, the situations where it flawlessly lines up and saves your entire team will likely be few and far between. This is an item that flourishes best on a solo Heavy going into a big battle, but isn't too worth considering aside from that. I know some people swear by it, but I'll give it a generous not for me. And Heavy's last healing lunchbox item, and the other side of the big two, is the second banana, also known by the much better name of the battle banana. This was introduced in the game as a joke consolation prize for Heavy losing the meat versus match contest, which is funny because it's better than every weapon that Pyro got out of winning that contest. This is basically sandwich light and operates as a great support tool for a solo flanking Heavy. It heals 200 health with a 10-second recharge, and due to the recharge timer starting during the eating animation, the actual time between bananas is closer to 5 seconds. This allows it to handily out-heal a sandwich in terms of prolonged healing over time, and is a no-brainer for a Heavy operating without a medic. As a trade-off, its in-the-moment healing is lower, and it's significantly worse for a team play-oriented Heavy, as the noticeably worse burst healing it provides to teammates and especially medics makes it less viable for team support overall. It's definitely still strong, but also a bit selfish compared to the sandwich. All of these food items have unique concrete niches within Heavy's kit, with the sandwich being best for a team player anchor Heavy, the Delacus bar being the best for a solo anchor Heavy, and the battle banana being the best for a solo flanking Heavy. They cover each other's weaknesses in such concrete ways, and encourage switching to and from them so consistently that it's hard to pick just one. These are all around some of my favorite weapons in the game, and are a big part of why Heavy is my favorite class. They're such brilliantly, thoughtfully designed weapons, and ones that are as core to my perception of TF2 as rocket jumps, miniguns, and the color orange. I cannot imagine this game without them. They are key staple TF2 items, and should be some of the first things you consider when thinking about the game. They turn Heavy into a viable class, they're funny as hell, and they're delicious. What's not to like? Get the hell out of here, Buffalo Steak. So where does that leave us on TF2's self-healing weapons? Well, I have two observations to make about them. One is that with exception to the Mad Milk and the Sandwich, these tend to be very contentious. Players generally don't like it when they shoot at enemies and they don't die in the amount of shots or damage that they perceive they should. If they have a medic following them, then there is a clear and concentrated reason why that's happening, and a target for them to focus on. They need to shoot the medic. However, in the case of something like the Black Box, the Half Sadawichi, or the Kunai, a player might not immediately realize or care that the enemy they're fighting is using a weapon that heals them, and will just get frustrated that they're not dying. Personally, I think this speaks to a larger perception problem and people not being willing to counterplay around certain weapons, but it is worth noting that some of these weapons are not very well liked. Aside from that, something else I noticed is that, once again, with exception to the Mad Milk and the Sandwich, most of these weapons don't tend to compensate or make up for the lack of a medic on a team. Be it for the Black Box's lackluster healing and overall lower damage, the Half Sadawichi taking away the Demo Man's primary and secondary weapon and just being not that worth using on Soldier, and the Kunai starting you out at a significantly worse base, these weapons really do flourish the best alongside a medic, rather than as a replacement or substitution for one. Medic is the most important class in TF2, and no matter how much you want to deny it, or how much you want to try to replace him with fancy toys or not one that tends to agree on much within itself. Between the balance and viability of certain weapons, the balance and viability of certain classes, and in some cases, the sheer existence of certain cosmetics, TF2 fans are generally infamous for being willing to kill each other in the streets over whether or not trash or garbage is better. The TF2 community is, at the very least, extremely passionate about the game, for better or worse. However, even with that, there are a few generalized sentiments you'll hear most of the community join hands on. Medic is the best class in the game. Cheaters and bots need to go. And for the purposes of this video, some weapons are really annoying. There are quite a few TF2 weapons that cross the line into being problematic by the community standards, but in this video, I wanted to discuss 3 that I feel are the uncontested, most hated weapons in the game. Weapons that may be fun to use, and elicit nothing but sheer blood-boiling rage from the people fighting them. While these weapons might not be overpowered or even the best in slot picks for their respective classes, you'd be hard-pressed to find a TF2 player who has charitable things to say about fighting them. Please note that it's impossible for me to cover every base in this video. I'm sure there are weapons that you hate that aren't included, and feel free to share them. I'm just discussing the 3 that I see come up negatively in conversation the most. That said, let's roll. Let's start out with a long overdue class for the weapon subcategory series. I've made it no secret in the past that I am not a medic main. In fact, he's my least played class by some margin, and because of that, there's always been one particular medic weapon that struck me as a bit intimidating. A weapon that's widely recognized as one of the most maligned weapons in the game to fight against, yet at the same time has several dedicated medic players swear by it every day. The protective shield generator, the Vaccinator. The Vaccinator is such a black and white weapon within TF2. If you're the medic using it, or if it's on your team, you'll probably love it and take no umbrage with its unique brand of utility and in-the-moment decision-making. However, if you're fighting against the Vaccinator, you'll often find yourself experiencing some of the most frustrating, lopsided, and negativity bias-inducing interactions possible in the game. Because while players generally respect the medic's abilities and view them as a necessary and healthy part of TF2's gameplay loop, nobody would really call what the Vaccinator does healthy. But why is that? Well, the Vaccinator is an unlockable minigun for the medic. At a base, it builds Ubercharge 67% faster when healing non-overhealed targets, yet 33% slower for overhealed ones, and features a 66% slower overhealed build rate. These stats are all on top of the universal, complicated math-filled minigun Uber and overheal scaling that I'm not enough of a medic main to confidently recite. As a primary set of mechanics, however, the Vaccinator boasts 2 very unique traits. It features a unique segmented Uber meter, with the player being capable of popping at any increment of 25%. This allows very frequent and liberal use of this minigun's Ubercharge, which is handy because its Ubercharge is really fucking annoying. Healing a target with the Vaccinator grants the medic and his skill target a constant 10% resistance to either bullet, explosive, or fire damage on top of healing, and this resistance is buffed to a whopping 75% and full crit resistance during its Ubercharge. The medic can freely cycle between resist and the click of the reload button with no cooldown, which when combined with this weapon's fast and disposable Uber, make it an incredibly dynamic and flexible minigun for dealing with multiple damage sources. So that all sounds well and good. In theory, this weapon should function as a fast, more dynamic, yet less impactful version of the stock minigun, with it bolstering the medic and his skill target's resistance to a specific type of damage at readily accessible intervals, rather than requiring a lengthy and committal charge time for full damage immunity. But that's all
In theory. In theory, communism works. In theory.
Because you see, in practice, this weapon functions less as a poor man's defensive buff for in-the-moment utility, and more as a dedicated screw you button for whatever ails you and your heal target. The amount of things you are able to just give a proud, unapologetic middle finger to using this weapon is simply absurd. The passive 10% damage resistance on top of otherwise uncompromised healing compared to stock would already be a little crazy, but it's the flexibility and leniency of this weapon's shields combined with its generous Uber rate that really tips it into hated weapon territory. Because yeah, while it does require a fair amount of in-the-moment decision-making, adaptation, and prioritizing certain damage types, the Vaccinator is all around an incredibly lenient and forgiving weapon for what it offers. When you start using this weapon, you might think that it'll be really daunting and intimidating to decide on what resistances to use when, to decide on when to pop your 4 valuable Uber chunks, etc. But in practice, the actual rate at which you should be using them is somewhere in the ballpark of at every goddamn opportunity. ABP is the mindset of the Vaccinator. Always be popping. With smart play and prioritizing the right heal targets, you can pretty much always have a shield up. Not only does switching between the vaccinator shields have no cooldown, allowing you to theoretically stack multiple shields on one person with fast enough switches, not only are you still able to capture objectives while using them, a unique trait amongst Ubers, not only are you able to use Ubers within seconds or moments of each other, with them recharging in a matter of seconds, but you also fucking regain Uber while using it. If you exercise even the slightest bit of opportunistic play, you will likely never be without a shield in the throes of the average vaccinator match. This is one of the more contentious things about the vaccinator. While sustained focus fire from multiple damage sources can absolutely outnumber its healing, it is guaranteed to always remove the agency of one specific player that is fighting against it. Whatever the medic using it views as the highest priority target to shield against basically gets a dedicated stop sign thrust into their face. It does have counterplay, 1/3 of your team's damage will be useless against it. It's not very fun to play against. But, you know, it only covers bullet, explosive, and fire damage, and TF2 does have more damage types. Melee weapons are completely unaffected, which can make Demo Knight a good counter to it, and things like the, Flying Guillotine and the Enforcer pass through its resistances, really busting out the Moon Knights and Daredevils of TF2 weapons for this Galactus. The fact of the matter is that the vast majority of dedicated damage-dealing weapons in TF2 will be countered by the Vaccinator, and even though the medic can only block one type of damage at a time, he's more than capable of rapidly switching between them with no consequence. I honestly feel as though this is the root of the Vaccinator's problems. A weapon with a disposable incremental Uber is fine, and a weapon that casts damage shields is also fine, but the problem with the Vaccinator is that it's too generous and lenient in giving these bonuses, granting the medic and his heal target too much sustainability and answers to common situations without the risk or commitment asked by other miniguns. I honestly feel as though all it really needs is a cooldown or healing debuff between switching resistances, or maybe slightly worse healing at a base to compensate for the utility of a constant 10% damage shield. I know it has a slower overheal build rate, but maybe a slightly slower heal rate on top of that would suffice. And to be completely fair, the Vaccinator does have a few concrete weaknesses. It does not mitigate knockback, including the amplified knockback of crits, so you can still bounce around and repair as easily as ever, and the resistances that the medic and his heal target are currently rocking are prominently displayed at all times above their heads. This means that with coordinated enough play, you can bear down on them with enough focus fire from enough sources that the medic simply won't be able to block it all. A real Area 51 raid for the modern day. And that's ultimately the most frustrating thing about the Vaccinator. It's not an overpowered, over-centralizing, or overbearing weapon. There is concrete counterplay to it, and there are reasons that not every medic runs it. It's never a bad weapon to have on your team, but there are situations where the medic and his team may benefit more from another Uber. The Vaccinator is not broken. It's just superbly, astonishingly annoying and lopsided to fight against. Fighting a Vaccinator and his heal target can seem like an insurmountable uphill battle, with them having answers for seemingly everything you can throw at them and never running out of Uber chunks. Compared to other miniguns, which require a ton of inherent risk and commitment, the Vaccinator is a weapon that is disproportionately forgiving for the amount of utility it offers. The combination of fast-charging disposable Ubers, hefty fuck you buttons to every major damage type in the game, and the lack of required investment or commitment make this a fun and very satisfying weapon to use, yet a nightmare for your enemies. Back in my beginner's trap weapons video, I made the bold claim that the Brass Beast was my least favorite minigun to use on my personal favorite class, Heavy. This claim came bundled with a few unsavory implications, those being the insinuation that I enjoyed using the Holong Heater and Natasha more than the Brass Beast. Now, I don't think anyone would say that the Holong Heater is a hated or controversial weapon, and I'd love to preach a good word of it in a future video, but the Natasha, that one requires some explaining. To be frank, people really fucking hate the Natasha. I thought the two of you would like some ice cold lemonade. This man uses the Natasha. You don't get any lemonade. Let's discuss why. The Natasha is an unlockable minigun for Heavy and an achievement item at that. It boasts both a flat 25% damage penalty compared to stock and a 30% slower spin-up time, putting its spin-up duration somewhere between stock and the Brass Beast, without the colossal damage numbers of either to compensate. As a primary set of benefits, it boasts the same 20% damage resistance when spun up and below half health as the Brass Beast, and more importantly, features a unique ability to slow enemies on hit. This is one of two weapons weapons in the game that offers a guaranteed slowing or CC effect on enemies, and is the primary reason that people hate it. Now, the slow on hit effect is a bit misleading. This does not work like slowing or CC effects in something like Overwatch. It does not incrementally decrease the enemy's speed for any concrete duration. Rather, an enemy hit with one of the Natasha's bullets allowed their movement speed to instantly drop to 113 hammer units, or slightly faster than a spun up heavy, for the specific instant that they're shot, with the slow being reapplied with each individual bullet. This effect lasts for roughly the length of the stock hit sound, and through repeatedly landing close range bullets, you can effectively anchor an enemy in place so that they can't escape. The severity of the slow is not impacted by the enemy's base movement speed, so whether or not you're shooting a scout or a heavy, the slow will be applied all the same. So it's more like a brief on-hit stun rather than an incremental slow. The slowing effect does feature some form of effect fall-off, with it being less effective to borderline unnoticeable at longer ranges, but there doesn't seem to be any concrete documentation of the exact numbers available online, with even the TF2 wiki stating that it's unknown how much speed is lost over what specific distances. If you shoot an enemy close up, they'll be slowed. If you shoot them far away, they won't. Basically, like any other minigun, this weapon and its primary application are most effective at close range. And that's another thing with the Natasha. Its damage penalty is pretty negligible at close range. Sure, at medium range, or in fights with other sustained damage sources like sentries or enemy heavies, you'll absolutely notice it, and it can lose you pushes that you would have assured victory with stock, but when fighting any other class, this thing is still very much a minigun and does anywhere from 300 to 380 damage per second at close range. That, combined with its visual similarities to stock, and most players' default instinct being to get away from a revved up heavy as they fight them, can result in frequent situations of enemies scrambling as they try to escape, only to find their feet dragging below them like they're on a treadmill. The Natasha is a fairly uncommon weapon in casual, so most players are not immediately equipped to deal with it when it shows up. All of this combined makes the Natasha a very frustrating weapon to fight against, being slow to a crawl and basically having your death all but guaranteed for daring to stray too close to a class that's usually countered by close range evasive movement is pretty damn annoying. And the fact of the matter is that despite its hefty downsides, the slow effect virtually nullifies all of them. A slower spin up and less damage don't really matter when all it takes is one straight pellet to send your enemies down the snowball slope of a slow and unavoidable death. The Natasha is a weapon that looks at Heavy's weaknesses, his slow movement speed and predictable tracking, and proudly says if you can't get up to their level, bring them down to yours. This is a weapon that puts every one of Heavy's natural hard counters, except for Sniper, at a severe and crippling disadvantage for daring to get caught by a few stray pellets. If you really hate scouts, strafe happy spies, rocket jumping soldiers, or damn, even poor demo knights, this weapon is for you. All of this leads to a weapon that I have seen be described as the dreaded C word, a crutch, padding and training wheels for heavies who cannot track enemies without the slow. This is compounded by its nature as an easily obtained free achievement item. This is, all around, an Overwatch weapon in TF2. TF2 is not a game that's designed or well suited for mobility hampering CC. There are only two weapons in the game that do this, and the other one is the Sandman, a weapon that makes an already frail class even frailer and has the CC effect applied on a linear projectile with a lengthy cooldown. By comparison, the Natasha is a gun that applies its slowdown by using the primary fire of the highest sustained damage dealing weapon category in the game. It shouldn't be too hard to understand why people hate it. But wait, didn't I say I like this weapon? Okay, no. Like would be a very generous oversimplification of my thoughts on it. In general, I hate fighting against this weapon just as much as anyone else, and fully agree with the sentiment that its design simply does not work in TF2. Me placing it above the Brass Beast on my personal heavy weapon fun tier list is simply due to the fact that the act of using it aligns more with my personal heavy playstyle. I like being a mobile, push-oriented team anchor rather than being a bait and punish-oriented immovable object, and while this weapon does have more surface-level similarities to the Brass Beast than stock, I'd say it's more flexible and all-around able to be used in more situations than the Brass Beast. I still don't like it and genuinely think the game would be better off without weapons like this, but I like the act of using it more than the Brass Beast. Maybe. I don't know.
Surprise, bitch. I bet you thought you'd seen the last of me.
Boy, I sure do talk about Spy a lot in these videos. You'd think I like anime with how much I talked about this guy. However, a running theme with my Spy discussions in most of these weapon subcategory videos have been that a lot of his weapons tend to be a bit controversial. Between the Diamondback and especially the Kanai's Kunai, Spy has plenty of weapons that could have easily cracked their way one of the most playstyle facilitating, game flow altering, class defining unlocks in the game, the Dead Ringer. The Dead Ringer might seem a bit unassuming at first. It obviously doesn't secure kills itself and doesn't do damage, but make no mistake, this is probably the single most game flow altering weapon in TF2. This weapon single-handedly facilitates all of Spy's most controversial and hated combos. Every single time you fight a Spy in TF2, the possibility that he could have the Dead Ringer needs to be present in the back of your mind. It is, without a shadow of a doubt, the most playstyle altering singular item available to any class in the game. Let's talk about it. The Dead Ringer is an unlockable cloaking watch for Spy. Unlike his other watches, which are immediately activated upon pressing mouse 2, the Dead Ringer requires that the player first take damage with it held up, at which point the damage will be reduced by 75%, the Spy will be cloaked instantly, and he'll drop a fake Spy corpse. For the next 3 seconds, the Spy can run around cloaked with a 65% resistance to all damage, and immunity to afterburn and bleed, and a speed boost. He'll also not flicker or shimmer when bumping into enemies for 3 seconds. After this 3-second period, he'll spend the last 4 seconds of his cloak under normal cloak rules. As for a few primary negatives, the Dead Ringer can't be activated manually, requiring damage for the cloak to go off. It cannot collect cloak from ammo boxes or dispensers at all, and it features a very loud and noticeable decloak sound effect. There's also this whole thing about it losing 50% cloak instantly upon activating it, but that's just a really roundabout way to explain that it has a 7-second cloak duration. So that was a pretty wordy stat lineup, and after hearing that, you might have some ideas in your head about what kind of watch the Dead Ringer is. Oh wow, you might be saying. This thing allows me to fake my death as Spy, and it shows fake kills in the kill feed, and it gives me a damage resistance. This must be the ultimate sneaky big brain cloaking watch. However, I invite you to throw all of those preconceived notions about the Dead Ringer straight into the trash, because this thing is not used to be sneaky or deceptive at all. Rather, this is the ultimate face tanking and damage sponging weapon in the game. The optimal play for the Dead Ringer is not to use it to deceive the enemy into thinking you've died to slip past them unnoticed. It is to walk completely conspicuously into the enemy team with it out, like a teenager taking a selfie at an active crime scene, and tank exactly 1 hit of damage so you can slip behind the enemies with a massive damage resistance and afterburn immunity. The optimal play is also not to opportunistically use it to trick an enemy into thinking you've lost in a tight battle. It's to throw it up the moment you're caught out as a guaranteed get out of jail free card. So long as you have enough time and space to put sufficient distance between yourself and enemies, you will not be punished for any of this. Just face tank and run. The Dead Ringer is noteworthy as a weapon in TF2 due to most of its counterplay being to metagame. Checking things like if your kill count has gone up, if your strange weapon has gained a kill, if the Spy's name is grayed out on the scoreboard, things like that are the only surefire ways to tell if a Spy is Dead Ringing. A good rule of thumb is to always be quick tapping tab and looking at your kills anytime you kill a Spy. On top of that, there's no actual way to know if an enemy Spy is actively attempting to bait a Dead Ringer. Well, you can tell based on whether or not a Spy is actively shooting or attacking you, as he can't attack while holding his ringer up, but he can easily just pull it out in between shots or predict when you're about to fire to throw off your game. You can never be too sure if a Spy is truly dead if you've killed him while he's uncloaked without metagaming. The Dead Ringer is such an impactful weapon within TF2 because its sheer existence makes players have to readjust their entire strategy to fighting Spy. Anytime you shoot an uncloaked Spy and he dies, you have to check that scoreboard. You have to keep your guard up. The mere possibility that a Spy may have this weapon completely changes the dynamics of the game. It allows Spy to play in an incredibly aggressive forward manner and enables him to escape and skirt pretty much any guaranteed death scenario. This is the most that a single weapon changes the game by a fine margin. If you ever hear anyone complain about a Spy weapon, say that it's overpowered or broken or annoying, rest assured they're complaining about it specifically alongside the Dead Ringer. The Kunai grants Spy insane survivability for getting stabs, but it gets tipped into being overpowered when he has a guaranteed out for failing. The Diamondback gives the Spy access to insane damage at any range, but gets even stronger when he can safely reposition himself at no cost. Any of these weapons are strong on their own, but not broken when they're operating under the assumption that the Spy has to carefully slink around and pick his battles. When comboed with the Dead Ringer, though, they really come into their own as infamous weapons. That is the fundamental issue with the Dead Ringer. It is not overpowered, but it changes the Spy's fundamental rules so much that the rest of his kit and the game as a whole have to adjust to keep pace. The Dead Ringer is the tool that facilitates every noteworthy controversial Spy loadout. Anytime you hear someone raging I guarantee you that they're rocking the Dead Ringer. Spy's controversial strongest weapons are balanced to work with Spy, not with the Dead Ringer. The Dead Ringer is not overpowered, it's not broken, and it's not too strong. Its nature as a hated weapon stems entirely from it changing the base dynamics of the entire game. It's really not a healthy state for a single weapon to change your entire approach to fighting 1/9 of a game's playable roster. And while something like the Gunslinger or Regular might bolster Engineer's offensive and defensive capabilities, the Soda Popper might grant Scout unparalleled mobility, and the Scorch Shot might give Pyro free range pestering. None of them completely change the game. None of them require taking yourself out of the game to counter them. None of them are the Dead Ringer. So those are what I believe to be the most consistently hated weapons in TF2. As for any observations I can make about them, it's that all three of them share a common theme. They strip away player agency. The Vaccinator takes away the agency of specific classes to deal meaningful damage. The Natasha takes away classes' agency to escape and maneuver evasively. And the Dead Ringer takes away an entire player's agency to know if there's a spy around. Weapons designed like this are frustrating to play against because they fundamentally take options away from the player. And unlike something like the stock Uber, they don't have enough associated risk for it to feel warranted. Overall, I understand the derision of these weapons, but I also understand that they are just guns in a 16-year-old game, so if you love them and want to use them, then more power to you. The police are on their way. Also, I'm sorry I sounded like I was dying for most of this video. I was sick when I recorded it, and you can't really call it sick when it comes to the algorithm and making content. Regardless, hope you enjoyed, hope you have a fantastic day before, during, and after watching, and I'll catch you all later. Cheers. Christmas, or Smissmas as some might call it, is as core to Team Fortress 2's identity as the sandwich, miniguns, and rocket jumping. It might not seem like it these days, but with yearly Christmas updates, only adding a handful of new cosmetics and maps for the past few years, but historically, Christmas has been one of TF2's most fruitful and prolific times of year. Things like festive weapons, festivized weapons, tons of unique weapons, named Group Keep, Manpower Mode, some original lore-building comics, and more were all introduced as parts of yearly Christmas updates. Hell, the Mecha update and Tough Break update were both Christmas updates. So in this video, to honor TF2's Yuletide history and the holiday season being upon us once again, I want to discuss TF2's 3 Christmas weapons. And I don't mean festive weapons, I mean the 3 wholly unique TF2 weapons that are explicitly themed around the holiday season. Despite all being melee weapons, they all bring their own unique holiday edge to the average TF2 match, and I want to discuss them. All that said, let's roll. So, full disclosure, all 3 of the weapons we'll be discussing in this video are melee weapons, and 2 of them are for Scout specifically. Let's start out with arguably his most notable Yuletide killing tool, the Rat Assassin. This is one of the funniest item concepts in the game, as I'm pretty sure we all have memories of using rolls of wrapping paper as a sword or bludgeoning tool in our imaginary quest to defeat our siblings in battle, so to see TF2 adeptly capitalize on that nostalgia is very cool. It's also, funnily enough, one of Scout's better melee weapons, and my preferred choice out of his entire melee lineup, regardless of the time of year. Let's discuss why. The Rat Assassin is an unlockable melee weapon for Scout. It's a roll of Christmas wrapping paper and matching glass bauble, which can be swung at enemies for a massive 12 damage a hit. This gives it the second lowest per swing melee damage in the game, behind only the Fan of War, and unlike that weapon, does not bolster its own or team's attack damage with successive hits. Trying to secure kills with the Rat Assassin's primary attack is, while certainly funny, oftentimes an exercise in futility that will result in your certain death. This is offset by this weapon's secondary attack, which, not unlike the Sandman, allows the Scout to bat a ball in his left hand at the enemy. Unlike the Sandman, though, this ball is actually a glass Christmas bauble, which will shatter on contact with an enemy, inflicting them with both impact damage, initial splash damage, and bleed for 5 seconds. This gives a direct hit bauble with the Rat Assassin anywhere from a maximum of 59 to 79 damage. On top of that, the bauble recharges in only 7.5 seconds compared to the Sandman's 10, will deal a guaranteed critical hit after traveling for more than a second, and the splash of it colliding with a player or surface can deal additional chip damage to surrounding enemies. Boy, that was a lot of words for a cardboard tube and a glass ball. A good thing to remember about the Rap Assassin is that it does everything you'd logically expect a roll of wrapping paper and a glass bottle to do when struck against someone. The roll does nothing and the bottle shatters. Now, you may be wondering why you would use something like this over the Flying Guillotine or Boston Basher, which are both other scout weapons which grant immediate update. And I want to discuss that because I think there are legitimate arguments for it. As for the Boston Basher, the Rap Assassin provides a less committal melee bleed alternative from a safer distance. While the Boston Basher can provide more bleed stacks and can be used to farm Uber, the Rap Assassin allows you to more safely apply bleed to enemies in singular bursts from a much more comfortable distance without needing to bomb in and risk life and limb to hit enemies. This weapon grants Scout a safe, surprisingly hefty medium range burst damage option that can reliably catch enemies off guard. Compare this to the Boston Basher, which requires running in with your melee weapon and potentially hitting yourself to apply its bleed. The Boston Basher is inarguably much better for team support and farming Uber, but when speaking strictly about applying bleed to enemies, there is a legitimate case for the Rap Assassin. As for the Flying Guillotine, that's a funny one because you actually don't need to choose the Rap Assassin over it. In fact, the combo of both of them together has been affectionately dubbed the Bleed Scout and is a totally legitimate and gimmicky strategy. Just applying insane amounts of medium range burst and damage over time can be really fun and satisfying. However, if you're like me and really don't like using the Cleaver or Scout's other options, then the Rap Assassin provides a safe second alternative for a Scout who still wants to inflict bleed from a distance. I personally find the Rap Assassin to be easier and more consistent to aim than the Cleaver, and find Scout's melee slot to be a lot less competitive than its secondary one, but if you want to run both, you absolutely can. I personally think that that's really cool. That Scout has 3 bleed building weapons in its lineup, or over half of the bleed inflicting weapons in the entire game, and yet all of them have legitimate niches that don't step on each other too much. Things like this are what makes TF2 such a one-of-a-kind game in terms of its design. But aside from comparisons to other weapons, what does the Rap Assassin provide on its own, and why is it my preferred Scout melee? Well, for one, this thing's mid-range burst damage combined with its damage over time is really good. I know it's technically more of a damage over time tool than a burst damage tool, but make no mistake, 19 to 39 damage on a target that's just a bit out of range of your scattergun can be exactly what you need to finish them off, and the bleed only adds on to that. The initial splash damage can tend to feel entirely random, but in situations where you land that perfect direct hit and chunk a light class around a quarter of their HP, it can be really strong. Plus, the guaranteed crit after a certain distance can make this thing great for cleaning up fleeing low health enemies. That's not to say it's only useful as a fight ender though, as I find this weapon to be even more useful as an opener. In a 1v1, tossing the bauble at an enemy during the opening stages of a fight effectively puts them on borrowed time, with every bit of damage you do being punctuated by a guaranteed 40 bleed damage over time. This can be great for putting pressure on enemies during elongated 1v1s, or for allowing damage to build up, and is useful on pretty much any target. It significantly shortens fights with light classes, and softens up tankier classes significantly. Also, while I know we haven't talked about it much, please don't consider this weapon's lack of raw melee damage as some crippling or debilitating negative. In most cases, running up on enemies with your melee as Scout is not the optimal play, and he's easily one of the classes who can afford to sacrifice his melee damage in favor of utility the most. This weapon is, first and foremost, a projectile that inhabits the melee slot, and not a weak melee weapon. One last thing to note is the faster recharge rate, which, while still slower than the Flying Guillotine, does make this weapon noticeably lenient and non-committal. It's entirely possible to throw out multiple baubles in one fight thanks to the truncated cooldown, and makes you have to spend significantly less time considering when and how to use it compared to other recharging throwable weapons. All in all, the Rap Assassin is a surprisingly powerful Yuletide bleed bringer that can easily be the linchpin you need in fights, and also doesn't overlap too heavily with Scout's other bleed building weapons. I really like it between the surprising levels of utility and hilarious design, and there's nothing quite like beating an enemy down with its primary attack during the humiliation. If you tend to see this thing as more of a joke or throw weapon due to its concept and lack of direct melee damage, I'd strongly recommend reevaluating it. Take it less as a melee weapon and more as a second mid-range secondary. You'll win every rap battle you find yourself in.
Ooh, piece of candy. Ooh, piece of candy. Ooh, piece of candy. Ooh, piece of candy. Ooh, piece of candy.
On to our second holiday heavy hitter for Scout, we have an arguably much more forgettable weapon, yet one that I still like busting out every once in a while, the candy cane. This aptly named, oversized festive tree is one of the more often overlooked parts of Scout's melee lineup, yet one that I genuinely feel can be really helpful in the right circumstances. I'd like to note that a lot of the footage behind this section will not feature me directly using the candy cane in combat, as unlike most other weapons in the game, this one grants its positives and negatives passively to your entire loadout, rather than needing to actively use it in battle. But what are those positives and negatives? Let's dive in. The candy cane is an unlockable melee weapon for Scout. In An oversized, literal candy cane with a Christmas bow, this weapon causes enemies killed by any of the scout's weapons while it's equipped to pop out a guaranteed small health kit, yet makes the scout take him in one-shot range of demo pipes and soldier rockets comfortably. Boy, that was a short description. I need to pad out this section to make the SFM worth it. Say, if you see anyone comment that it's called Smissmas and not Christmas, despite Smissmas literally being one of the first words in the script, do me a favor and reply, haha, yeah, in all lowercase. It'll be very funny. So you might see these stats and think that this item is immediately a direct upgrade to the stock bat. Guaranteed healing on every kill, and passive, and the only negative is a bigger weakness to a damage type the scout is already adept at dodging, and in a lot of cases, you'd be right. The candy cane is absolutely helpful, and with a bit of careful navigation and knowing when to secure kills, the guaranteed health pack can give you just what you need to stay in the fight and tough out another kill. I find this weapon to combo exceptionally well with the Force of Nature, as being able to push enemies away can put distance between yourself and explosive classes, and can help you anchor your kills in such a position that makes it easier to capitalize on the health pack. It'll be in front of you in your forward path, rather than requiring you to loop back around and grab them. On top of that, the extra mobility granted by the Force of Nature can make avoiding explosives much easier, which is handy, because really, screw Demo Man when you're using this thing. I feel like a lot of people might see the increased explosive damage vulnerability and immediately think Soldier, but I found Demo Man to be a much more significant threat. Soldier has damage fall off and thus less damage per shot at long range as a result, so I frequently found myself narrowly avoiding death after getting hit by rockets. Sure, the direct hit in Beggars absolutely melt you, but that's pretty box standard for Scout regardless of what weapons he's using. Demo Man, though, not only does he not have damage fall off, and not only does he have access to 2 or even 3 powerful explosive damaging weapons, but if you've noticed, 25% of 100 is 25. The grenade launcher does 100 damage. Scout has 125 health. The candy cane makes a grenade launcher, iron bomber, and lock and load guaranteed one-shots on a direct hit pipe. This is the real weakness of the candy cane. Even with the healing, it causes damage against the scout from several already potent sources to comfortably cross the one-shot threshold. Even if you do survive, you're often in a position where even landing the kill and getting the health back will not bring you out of the one-shot range. Against a team with competent explosive classes who can consistently recognize and capitalize on your vulnerability, this weapon falls apart very quickly. And while the scout is good at dodging explosives, all it takes is one well-aimed pipe or well-placed sticky to ruin your day. But to be fair, explosive classes only represent 2 of TF2's 9 roster slots. Against any class that doesn't specialize in explosives, this weapon is pretty damn useful, especially Spy, but especially Pyro. Pyro is one of Scout's natural kryptonites, as their close-range damage output and damage over time can really put a dent in Scout's otherwise comfortable flanking strategies. Being able to kill a Pyro and then be rewarded with an instant health pack, allowing you to extinguish yourself and heal off a bit of the afterburn, is really handy. It makes you less reliant on spending your mana to escape sure death at a Pyro's hands, and frees up your use of it for later. Or hell, maybe frees up your entire secondary slot if you really hate Pyros and rely entirely on Mad Mill. On top of that, this weapon is just great as a capper for long or tricky fights. If you narrowly survive a 1v1 and find yourself on death's door, the free healing you get for winning can really help bolster your survivability and put you back in the fight. You'd be surprised how much difference a small health pack's worth of health can make on Scouts specifically in escaping or toughing out a battle. Or if you don't need it, let your team know there's a free small health pack and save somebody's life. Just make sure the enemy doesn't grab the health kit, which can absolutely happen. All in all, to quote the real Jims, the candy cane is a weapon of sugar highs and sugar lows. The sugar highs of narrowly skirting death with your free health kit, healing up after a tricky battle, or helping out a teammate in need, contrasted against the sugar lows of being instant killed by explosive classes before you could even begin to react, and generally being made much squishier. It's an appealing weapon for sure, but one that's best enjoyed in moderation, lest you have too much sugar and... It'll go right to your thigh! My thigh? And then you'll blow up!
You better watch out, 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 you better watch out!
And finally, let's talk about my uncontested favorite Christmas weapon in the game. Not only that, but my favorite heavy melee, and depending on what day you ask me, possibly my favorite melee weapon in the game, period. The Chris to my Kringle, the Santa to my Claus, the Egg to my Nog, the insurmountable, uber-interrupting Holiday Punch. Now, I realize that the Holiday Punch is not an often lauded weapon. It's pretty generally considered to be either a gimmicky novelty at best, or just not worth using compared to the Fist of Steel or Fast Gloves at worst. Me personally, though, I have seen the like. I have been enriched to the ways of the Holiday Punch. Christmas juice courses through my veins at all times of year. Let's discuss. unlockable melee weapon for Heavy. A set of adorable Christmas mittens. They deal the same damage and the same rate of fire as the stock fist. As a primary set of mechanics, however, these gloves do not deal damage on critical hits or hits from the back, and instead force enemies into their laughing taunts upon hit. This effectively stuns enemies in place for the duration of the taunt, allowing for an easy taunt kill, damaging follow-up, or even an interrupted Uber. On top of that, Heavies using the Holiday Punch will always make each other laugh, regardless of where the punch landed. So, a big mistake a lot of people make is treating the Holiday Punch like a gimmicky joke weapon. Like this is something you see in TF2 or bust out in a silly loadouts video, try yourself for 10 minutes, and then go back to the Fist of Steel. They see the laughing effect as nothing more than a cute trolling tool that can sometimes lead to cheeky taunt kills. And I will tell you, this is a mistake. The Holiday Punch's laughing on crit or back hit effect is not a joke. Each class's laughing taunt tends to be some of their longest taunts, and once you're locked in, you're locked in, and at the mercy of the Heavy or his team. Rest assured, the Holiday Punch is less of a silly joke weapon and more of a goofily themed stun gun. You can comfortably interrupt some very impactful plays by just getting a lucky back punch or crit on an important enemy playmaker. I know most players' default instinct when landing a critical Holiday Punch is to taunt kill, but trust me when I say that that's far from your only option. Each class's laughing taunt leaves more than enough time for you to comfortably switch to your minigun, rev up, and kill them, or you can just keep on swinging. There is legitimate practicality to being able to stun an enemy on command. The misconception that this is purely a goofy joke weapon can be a costly one. I know what you might be thinking too. Well, why would I want to Holiday Punch someone when I can just shoot them with my minigun? Well, what if they're already in your face and you're not revved? Well, why would I want a crit that stuns enemies instead of outright killing them? Well, what about classes that won't die to a single crit, like soldiers or Heavies? While it may seem a tad gimmicky, there are legitimate use cases where the Holiday Punch can absolutely save you and your team's ass, especially against Uber charges. This is undeniably the strongest thing about the Holiday Punch. Aside from the Pyro's Air Blast, this may just be the strongest stock Uber counter in the game. Considering that an enemy with an Uber will likely be focusing a single target like a sentry, the issue of needing to catch them with a Holiday Punch becomes a lot less of an issue. From my experience, Uber pairs don't actually tend to shoot a Holiday Punch Heavies, or at the very least view them as low priority targets, and often pay the price severely for it. My two big pieces of advice for this video. Holiday Punch Heavies. Punch Uber pairs. They probably will not shoot you. And Uber pairs shoot Holiday Punch Heavies. They are not joking or throwing. They're literally the only thing on the map capable of interrupting your push. They are not friendlies and should be your highest priority target. It takes exactly one lucky crit or back punch to completely no-sell your Uber. As for negatives, I really don't got much. Like, obviously this weapon falls apart on non-crit servers, and Heavy isn't great at chasing enemies to land back punches. He's certainly no spy, but these are more base mechanics of the game and Heavy problems, and less Holiday Punch problems. While it's not perfect in every situation, and you absolutely should not run at enemies fishing for Holiday Punch stuns, when it works, it really fucking works. This is a surprisingly effective weapon in the right hands. While it may not have the universal utility of the Fist of Steel or the Fast Gloves, it most certainly has its niche, and it's very good in that niche. I've definitely had a time or two when I was behind an Uber pair wishing I had the Holiday Punch. And that's ultimately why I love the Holiday Punch. It's a hypothetically goofy, silly, throw joke weapon, yet in practice can be one of the most deceptively impactful weapons in the game. Nothing else can really no-sell an Uber like this. Nothing else can put an immediate stop to an enemy's game-winning carry in the way that the Holiday Punch can. Again, if you view this as nothing more than a silly joke novelty, give it an earnest whirl. I don't think you'll be disappointed if you use it in the right circumstances. It's not Metal Fist or Gloves of Speed, but it's guaranteed to put you in a laughing mood, whether you like it or not. And there we have it, a deep-ish dive into TF2's unique Christmas weapons. From delivering gifts onto your peers, to treating yourself to delicious snacks, to sharing a laugh with friends, these weapons deliver on holiday good times in every way. Unlike a lot of other weapon subcategory series videos, I walked away from this one feeling pretty positive towards every weapon in the video. The candy cane is easily the weakest, and even then, it's not bad by any stretch. I think all of these weapons do a great job incorporating some TF2 appropriate Christmas theming into both their designs and gameplay. These weapons warm our hearts and enrich our TF2 experience in the holiday season and every other time of year, and for that, I thank them. Happy holidays all, hope you enjoyed, hope you have a fantastic day before, during, and after watching. A Merry Christmas, Happy Kwanzaa, Happy Hanukkah, whatever you celebrate, and I'll catch you all later. Cheers. Fortress 2, primary weapons tend to be just that. Weapons that act as their class's primary means of dealing damage. When the primary slot is generally relegated to stuff like shotguns, rocket launchers, miniguns, grenade launchers, and sniper rifles, it only makes sense that these weapons would be the most damaging ones in the game more often than not. Utility weapons, or weapons that focus on something other than doing damage, are usually relegated to the much more disposable secondary and melee slots. But not always. In some cases, a few brave TF2 classes may trade their primary sources of dealing damage in favor of facilitating plays with their other weapons. They may look at their primary weapons and boldly say, but what if? In this video, I want to discuss some of these utility primaries in TF2. Weapons within their respective classes' primary slots that focus on something other than dealing damage and securing kills. Are they good? Are they pointless? Only one way to find out. All that said, let's dive in. Out of the three classes we'll be discussing in this video, Pyro is easily the one who makes the most consistent use of their primary. They're the Pyro for a reason. Their primary job is to use a flamethrower to set enemies on fire. However, when the Pyro isn't running people over with their flamethrower and causing people to get mad at TF2 YouTubers for using the singular they, you'll often find them engaging in combo play. Pyro is arguably TF2's most noteworthy combo class, with things like the flare gun, extinguisher, and even panic attack enabling very potent loadout wide weapon combinations. Combo Pyro is a totally legitimate and viable playstyle, and one of the more skill-intensive things the class is capable of performing, and all of it is made possible by the Degreaser. The Degreaser, outside of having a name that elicits PTSD in anyone who's ever worked a food service job, is a very interesting weapon in TF2. It's designed purely and wholly to facilitate Pyro's multi-weapon pup and sting combos, and has been through a wide variety of very potent changes and nerfs throughout the years. It's a utility primary due to the fact that it takes Pyro's focus off of securing kills with their flamethrower, and instead pivots entirely to using combos. But just how good is it at that? Is it worth using compared to Pyro's myriad of other primary flamethrowers? Let's dive in. The Degreaser is an unlockable flamethrower for the Pyro. It's a makeshift, cobbled-together flamethrower constructed out of several common household items. At a base, it deals 66% less damage through afterburn than Pyro's other primaries, dealing only 1 damage per tick rather than the stock flamethrower's 4, and costs 25% more ammo to air blast with, taking 25 ammo compared to stock's 20. As a primary set of positives, though, the Degreaser both holsters and readies faster than Pyro's other primary weapons on switch, with it deploying 60% faster and holstering 30% faster. This makes it less ideal for face-to-face fighting and securing afterburn kills than stock, but makes it much stronger as a combo tool. Right off the bat, we have something important to note here. The holster speed bonus is actually bugged. Due to a universal issue across all of TF2's weapons, any stat that positively or negatively affects a weapon's holster speed will only be applied after roughly a second after the weapon's been deployed, so you won't notice if you're rapidly switching between weapons. This might theoretically make the Degreaser seem a bit pointless, however, thanks to its significantly faster deploy speed, the time loss of being required to have it out for half a second is somewhat mitigated. Aside from that, this weapon's intended use case should be very clear. It's explicitly designed to be used with combo Pyro, and is pretty much a necessity to anyone who intends to play the subclass seriously. If you're clicking on Pyro with the intention of frequently switching weapons, flare punching, and extinguishing, you are throwing away significant time save potential by not equipping the Degreaser. Pyro as a class is the most adeptly designed in the game when it comes to combining all of their weapon slots, and the Degreaser is a weapon that greatly facilitates this. The general order of operations is to ignite, air blast, switch, flare punch, switch, extinguish. The combination of extinguish into flare gun, a weapon that guarantees 90 damage crits on burning enemies, can lead to an inescapable instant 100 plus damage chunk right out of the gate for your enemies, and if they survive that, then either a quick swing with your extinguisher, or switching back to the Degreaser and lighting them up like Fry's old Chevy Nova should be enough to do the job. This combo grants Pyro, who's usually one of the game's most linear and predictable sustained damaging classes, access to a devastating burst damage option that can blindside most enemies. It's especially damning on light classes who probably won't be able to survive past the initial flare punch. That's not to say that it's only useful with the flare gun though, as this weapon also combos exceptionally well with Pyro's shotgun. The panic attack is my preferred choice, and it's really fun to be able to ignite an enemy and then start hammering them with shotgun blasts before they can react. Being able to land 2 or 3 shotgun shots on an enemy before they're even able to readjust after an air blast is really satisfying, and is a playstyle that I honestly might prefer to the flare punch failsafe. It's a different breed of combo Pyro, but one that certainly has its merit. All of this devastating combo potential and burst damage is definitely really helpful too, because in general, this weapon is not great for sustained damage. While its raw fire damage is completely uncompromised compared to stock, its significantly weakened afterburn damage can be really troublesome. Not only does it make it virtually impossible to secure kills on fleeing enemies or posthumous kills, as 1 damage per tick isn't too difficult to pop out outside of very close fights, and not only does it make afterburn completely useless on medics and conscious soldiers due to their constantly refilling health, but it also noticeably weakens your sustain. When you're holding mouse 1 into an enemy on Pyro, you're not just dealing direct fire damage, you're also dealing constant afterburn damage underneath that. The two of these combined tend to stack up on top of each other, and are the reason the enemies melt so quickly when confronted with a W plus M1 Pyro. The double whammy of rapid direct damage and creeping passive damage over time really adds up, and does make a significant difference when it comes to the amount of time it takes to kill enemies. The Degreaser significantly worsens the damage over time aspect of this duality, and means that you're really only dealing meaningful damage with your sustained primary fire. This is why the Degreaser can tend to feel so much weaker than stock, even if there's no listed direct damage penalty. On top of that, the Degreaser does feature an air blast penalty, and while it's not terribly damning in the moment, it does amount to 2 less air blast over an entire tank of ammo if you've never used your primary fire, and that can absolutely sneak up on you if you're fighting especially daring projectile classes. This is funny too, because I feel like a lot of people tend to view the Degreaser as the air blast flamethrower, when in reality, all of Pyro's non-stock flamethrowers have an air blast penalty. Maybe there's an unfulfilled niche for an air blast focused flamethrower, I don't know. Regardless, if you're fiercely married to the Degreaser and tend to air blast a lot, this is something to keep in mind. All of this combined results in the Degreaser being a flamethrower that's intended use case should be entirely clear. It is a purely combo-oriented support primary, and not one that you're intended to bomb in on enemies with expecting to W plus M1 sweep an entire team. I honestly really like that a weapon like this exists, as Combo Pyro is kind of a community-defined subclass and not something that's explicitly baked into the class's design. So for Valve to add a weapon that directly supports it is really cool. It's like the family business, the Fat Scout, except actually good and worth using. No, I will not be elaborating. I'd recommend Combo Pyro. It's really fun, and if you're gonna play it, you're best off bringing the Degreaser. It's not a damaging powerhouse, but it'll certainly clean up the enemy team in its own greasy way.
If the show's called Invincible, then why can I see it?
Our next 2 classes are more interesting for this video, as they're both ones who do most of their damage with things other than their primaries. They feature more specialized combat roles that don't require active use of their keyboard's foot key with any degree of frequency, and as a result can make it by just fine with a dedicated utility primary. Our first of these 2 classes is the perennial favorite of the weapon subcategory series, the Spy. Would you believe I've talked about him in all but 2 of these videos, and one of them was an accident?
I keep having this nagging feeling that I've forgotten something.
Hey, if you forgot it, it probably wasn't all that important.
Yeah, I guess.
For real, in this installment, we'll be discussing one of his more widely respected weapons, and my personal favorite of his revolvers, the invisibility-enabling Latrange.
この世には断りのつながりがある。この私を追撃する行為は必ず災いの痛手となってそのものに帰っていく。Wonder of you.
The Latrange is really unique as a spy weapon, as it's the only one he has that actively and passively buffs what's inarguably his most important and class-defining ability. Disguises are definitely cool, and I've been recommended enough video essays about them to know that they're useful, but the TF2 community at large has also more than effectively figured out how to spy check, and in casual specifically, they're more of an occasionally useful fallback than a 100% essential class-making necessity. No, Spy's real most important tool is his cloak. It's the thing that allows him to get behind the enemy, sneak in undetected, and not be immediately shot and killed on sight, and the Latrange knows that. Let's discuss it. Also, I know it's technically a secondary in the game's files, but who really cares? The Latrange is an unlockable revolver for the Spy. It features a flat 20% damage penalty compared to stock, giving it a maximum ramp-up damage of 48, making it pretty much entirely unusable for dedicated gun spy play or direct combat as a whole. This seemingly crushing negative, however, is handily outmatched by some of the best positive stats a spy weapon could possibly have. The gun restores 15% of the Spy's cloak on hit, allowing you to recover a whopping 90% of the whole clip, and more importantly, it passively buffs the Spy's cloak duration by a gargantuan 40%. default Bizwatch a cloak duration of 14 seconds, a Cloak and Dagger 9 seconds, and the Dead Ringer a modified 8 seconds. This comfortably augments the Spy's basic infiltration, and is a boost you can always do with. So I mentioned in my beginner's trap weapons video that raw damage numbers are not everything in TF2, and that there were weapons with damage penalties that were still very good. This video is obviously all about them. However, the Latron specifically is noteworthy in this regard because it's probably the best one of these in the entire game. Spy is not a class who specializes in frontline gunfighting. While Gun Spy is very fun, Spy's most notable combat utility is his backstab, and anytime the average Spy player will be using their gun, it'll be to clean up low health targets or as a fallback after a missed stab. Spy can comfortably afford to go without his revolver damage, and the Latrange gives him some very strong boosts for it. For starters, the 15% additional cloak on hit is a sleeper underrated stat. If you ever find yourself caught out without your cloak in a battle that you know you can't win, landing a few cheeky pot shots and getting out of there is a more than valid strategy for assuring your survival. It makes pecking hit and run plays totally viable, even with the Latrange's lower damage. You can be a really persistent pest to the enemy team and virtually never run out of cloak. And even then, it's still totally possible to secure kills with this weapon. If you're behind enemy lines and see a fleeing low health enemy, it's super easy to clean them up and then recloak like nothing happened. Spy can't see enemy health, which goes well with a gun that allows you to comfortably infiltrate enemy lines. The main draw of this weapon, however, is its passive 40% extra cloak. This is absolutely gargantuan and on some gunboats level shit in terms of buffing one stat enough to make the entire class significantly stronger. Like I said earlier, the Spy's cloak is his most important non-backstab ability. Without it, he'd be relying on brute forcing his way through enemies with disguises to infiltrate enemy lines. Giving him an additional several seconds of cloak opens up so many new avenues for an evasive and sneaky Spy. You're significantly less reliant on positioning and ammo packs. You're given much more wiggle room in terms of when and where you decloak. You're able to perform recon for much longer and more comfortably, and more importantly, you're able to escape much easier. With the Latrange, the Cloak and Dagger becomes pretty much obsolete. You do not need any help staying cloaked forever with this gun. The extra cloak allotment makes it entirely possible to bridge the gap between multiple ammo packs without ever needing to decloak, and if you do a quick once-over of the battlefield, you should never have trouble finding a way to stay topped off. On top of that, your overall pathing through a map is made significantly more lenient. You don't need to strictly adhere to a rigid course through a battlefield, and have time to adjust your path on the fly if need be. You have a lot of much more comfortable wiggle room to find a safe route and a safe place to decloak. On top of that, escaping with the Latrange is an absolute breeze. You know that classic Spy play of slinking in, backstabbing, and slinking out so quickly that the person you just stabbed only sees a cloak on their kill cam? Yeah, that's super easy with this gun. You can be an absolute menace to the enemy team, just endlessly hanging around while cloaked, and taking careful attacks of opportunity while they scramble to find the imposter among them. And what's crazy is that it's all passive. You don't need to have the Latrange as your active weapon or use it in battle to take advantage of this bonus, meaning that proactively using cloak in and out of stabs is totally viable. As for negatives, the only real issue is the lack of raw bullet damage, which can definitely be a bit problematic in situations where you can't safely run around with your cloak, like on Payload Blast, for example. But in general, Spy doesn't need his raw revolver damage to do his job, and if you're even equipping this gun, you're likely more than comfortable with not playing Gun Spy. Again, this gun is pretty much Spy's equivalent to the gunboats, a single utility that sacrifices in-slot damage to make the entire class stronger and more flexible. The only reason you don't see every Spy player running this is because the revolver slot is very competitive, and each option facilitates an entirely different playstyle. But if you're a Spy who likes to run around at the stock and Bizwatch, likes to infiltrate and perform recon, likes taking attacks of opportunity, and all around likes playing Spy the way he's intended to be played, you can't go wrong with the Latrange. It's the shining example of why raw damage numbers are not everything in TF2, and one of my personal favorite weapons in the game. It doesn't have the insane snowball potential of the Diamondback, the burst damage potential of the Ambassador, or the consistent safety of stock, but it has enough going on aside from that to make it more than worth equipping. This weapon's strength certainly should not be invisible. And lastly, we've got the Engineer. Just like Spy, he's a class with a more specialized role who focuses on dealing damage with something other than his primary weapon. In this case, it's his epic and iconic Sentry Gun. Engineer is noteworthy for having two secondary weapons instead of a dedicated primary, with both his default shotgun and pistol being weapons that occupy other classes' secondary slots. This should make it clear that Engineer is not designed to be a frontline gunfighter, and rather a supportive multitasker whose job it is to facilitate the entire rest Whenever the engineer is on the front lines, it's typically because his sentry has been destroyed and he has to take matters into his own hands. But that raises a question. What if the engineer could maintain his comfortable distance while also helping his team? Well, that's where the Rescue Ranger comes in. The Rescue Ranger is such a cool weapon in TF2. So hypothetically strong, yet with enough downsides and counterplay to keep it from being entirely over-centralizing or broken. It's also one of the more complex and multi-layered unlocks within TF2, so you'll have to forgive me if the stat rundown on this one is a bit wordy. It's one of those TF2 weapons like the Huntsman or Flare Gun that's pretty much an entirely different weapon category that the game makes no effort to properly explain. That said, let's start with the stat rundown. The Rescue Ranger is an unlockable shotgun for Engineer. Rather than firing hit-scan bullets like other shotguns, this weapon fires projectile bolts that deal a maximum ramp-up damage of 60 to enemies. The low damage combined with the difficulty of tracking the projectiles makes this gun totally unsuitable as a dedicated combat tool, and on top of that it features a 34% smaller clip size and a 50% smaller ammo reserve. It also marks the Engineer for death while he's holding buildings for good measure. As a few trade-offs to these hefty downsides, however, Rescue Rangers will sweep the Engineer buildings for 60 health with each shot, dealing at a 4-to-1 metal ratio per shot, or at a more cost-effective rate than the swing for the Engineer's wrench. On top of that, the Engineer can instantly teleport any buildings he can see into his hands from any distance at a cost of 100 metal, allowing for quick and easy escapes in overwhelming situations. All of this makes the Rescue Ranger a defensive powerhouse that can facilitate very tanky buildings with enough metal budgeting, yet is totally unsuited for direct battle. Boy, that was a lot of words. And if you gathered anything from that, it should have been that the Rescue Ranger is not a gun to bring for frontline gunfighting. This thing deals pitiful damage to enemies, its bolts are incredibly difficult and inconsistent to track and land your shots with, and it's all around not a good gun for straight up shooting other players. However, do not throw it in the trash just yet, as this is all by intentional design. Because you see, the Rescue Ranger is designed purely and wholly to be used in defensive scenarios with a level 3 sentry gun, and is very strong in that niche. The ideal situation with the Rescue Ranger is as follows. Have a sentry up in an impactful defensive position, have a dispenser up somewhere safe nearby, hunker down by the dispenser, and shoot the hell out of your sentry anytime it takes damage. The near infinite metal provided by the dispenser will allow you to theoretically budget your metal indefinitely and keep healing your sentry from range for as long as you need to. With proper setup and positioning, you can have sentries that look like this by the end of rounds, and there ain't no sentry busters in PvP, folks. On top of that, the Rescue Ranger's bolts heal at a more cost-effective rate than the wrench, allowing for very impactful healing at a less severe metal price. It's totally viable to shoot your sentry at close range rather than hitting it with your wrench, because you'll be saving more metal. Don't listen to that 4-to-1 healings red text. That's only there because this thing used to heal your sentries for free. This is an objective upside either way, and should always be treated as such. In addition, the range tolling is a very useful, dare I say, underrated stat. In situations where your sentry is simply getting overwhelmed and you don't have the raw healing to outpace the damage, a quick right click can easily allow you to get out of there and regroup. It's better to mobilize and set up your sentry at the next point or at a different location than to let either it or you die trying in vain to save it with healing. Plus, the long range tolling enables some crazy sentry jumping Wrangler plays and some absolutely wacky sentry spots, so it's all around a sleeper helpful stat. Now, don't get my words confused. I'm not trying to say that the Rescue Ranger is an uncontested best-in-slot primary for a defensive engineer. It just almost is. Because you see, the bolts only heal your sentry. They only increase their health after taking damage. What the bolts do not do is reload your sentries, upgrade them, or most importantly, remove sappers. You will still very much need to be a proactive, on-the-move engineer with the Rescue Ranger, as all it takes is one coordinated push for a spy to place a sapper on your sentry that you can't reach to remove. The Rescue Ranger does require careful planning and especially positioning to use well. You have to set up your buildings in a very specific way to enable its best traits, while also still helping your team. It is not an instant carry on equip type of weapon. And of course, I've said this a few times already, but this thing really blows for player versus player fighting. I feel like the in-game description doesn't do a great job articulating just how much of a non-combat weapon this thing is, and I feel like a lot of new players might get the wrong idea about it as a result. They don't even mention the damage penalty. Unlike the Degreaser or Latrange, which both definitely do less damage but can still be used for combat, this gun is purely, transparently, and entirely designed to be used as a supportive tool for your buildings. Don't go around shooting people with it or you will die. But you know what won't die? Your sentry gun. And that's exactly what this weapon is designed to facilitate. Despite some of my commentary potentially seeming negative, I really like the Rescue Ranger in its niche. It's not an aggressive or offensive primary in any way, but the Engineer player has the Widowmaker and Frontier Justice for that. This is a purely defensive and supportive utility weapon that never makes any effort to convince you that it's anything else, and I absolutely respect that. It's not a weapon for every situation, and is very game state, map, and loadout dependent, but when it works, it really works. In the words of that soft-spoken, amiable Texan man himself, sometimes you just need a little less gun. And that was a look at some of TF2's utility primary weapons. Overall, I ended up feeling pretty positively towards all three of them by the end of this project. They're helped a lot by being weapons that require a good degree of careful thought and positioning to use efficiently, as any gun that deals less damage will intrinsically require more investment for the player to get the most out of. And with exception to Combo Pyro, I think you'd have a difficult time finding someone who has outwardly vitriolic or hateful things to say about any of these weapons. Oh, and if any of them are banned and competitive and actually super overpowered because of it, trust me when I say, I do not care. To me, these weapons are really interesting and represent what makes TF2 such an interesting game in terms of its design. Sometimes damage isn't everything, sometimes health is okay, and sometimes all you need is a little less gun. Thanks, hope you have a fantastic day before, during, and after watching, and I'll catch you all later. Cheers! If I may make a broad opening statement for this video, Team Fortress 2 weapons tend to have stats. For real, the listed stats on the TF2 weapons tooltips are oftentimes the only indicator that a new player will have in determining what weapons are worth their time. While experience will ultimately breed a more thorough understanding of your own playstyle, when you've just picked up a new weapon, all you've really got to go on is the listed stat lineup. And that's kind of messed up, because in general, TF2 does not do a good job of articulating just how important some stats are. For instance, if you were a fresh installed new player with no concept of the soldier's game plan, would you think that a literal shotgun or boots that reduce self-damage would be more impactful? Or, for the purposes of this video, would you think that several weapons with perfectly fine stat lineups would be completely ruined by one singular line of red text? In this video, I want to discuss 4 weapons in TF2 that I feel are completely kneecapped by one singular stat, be it a core mechanic or a wayward addition as a part of a patch. Are these weapons salvageable despite these stats, or are they better left in the dustbin of TF2 history? All that said, let's roll. Let's start out with just one of the weirdest goddamn weapons in TF2, the Classic. This thing needs no introduction. It's often considered one of TF2's most bizarre, outlandish weapon designs, and one that many players either strongly oppose or strongly support, depending on how much they can tolerate its unique brand of gameplay. It also has a cult around it, which I'm not entirely privy to. That's one of the things that happened during my 2-year-long pandemic cleanse from TF2, just like Emesis Blue and the weapon reskins meme. But just why is the Classic such a divisive, fittingly cult classic weapon? Let's find out. The Classic is an unlockable primary weapon for the sniper. It's designed and modeled after the sniper rifle from Team Fortress Classic, as its name would imply. At a base, this weapon deals 10% less damage on body shot than stock, still dealing enough to kill light classes in one shot, but not medics. It can also not land headshots when not fully charged. As a trade-off, this weapon charges and zooms independently from one another, which is a stat that the game makes no effort to communicate the impact or importance of. Basically, holding M1 will charge your shot, decreasing your movement speed to the normal sniper zoom speed, and releasing M1 will fire. At any point, whether charging or not, you can zoom in at no cost to your movement speed. This makes this gun feel overall like a sort of blend between the sniper rifle and the Huntsman, with it being equally usable at short, medium, and long range, at the cost of less damage and more committal headshots. So again, like I said, this is one of the weirdest weapons in TF2. What we've effectively got here is a sniper rifle with a Huntsman firing mechanism. With the Huntsman, you hold down and release M1 to charge your arrow and fire at the cost of decreased movement speed, and the Classic does exactly that, with the perks of both being hit scan and having the ability to zoom. Unlike the Huntsman, it can still comfortably drop light classes with a body shot, and due to being a sniper rifle, you don't have to worry about leading or tracking a projectile. This is just a weird little gun, and a design that I don't necessarily feel like anyone in the community was really thinking about or clamoring for prior to its release. That'll really answer the question nobody had with this weapon. Honestly, despite its reputation as a really bad or gimmicky weapon, the Classic is surprisingly fun in a casual environment, and can comfortably allow you to secure kills that would have likely been out of your grasp with stock. Being able to survey the entire battlefield, peek and blast enemy snipers, instantly drop flanking light classes, and have full uncompromised views of your peripheral while still being able to gain and maintain a charge is unironically really novel and helpful, and being able to zoom and unzoom as that charge is really freeing. You really don't have to worry about constantly unzooming and surveying your immediate surroundings from flankers or approaching enemies. I can comfortably say that I won a few engagements using Classic that I would not have been able to with another sniper primary simply due to how flexible the independent charging and zoom are. On top of that, this weapon is really satisfying to use on a feedback level. Not unlike the Hitman's Heatmaker, this weapon features a unique death effect for enemies, but whereas the Hitman's Heatmaker pops enemies' heads, the Classic pops the enemy's enemy. Your opponents pop like grapes and you kill them with this thing, which, while definitely excessive, gratuitous, and lacking entirely in a gameplay purpose, is really damn satisfying and funny. Seeing an overconfident scout or spy attempt to rush you down, only to be popped like a water balloon, is unlike anything else in TF2. Honestly, if you can get adjusted to playing proactively and charging up preemptively as you approach fights, this weapon is kind of an uncontested king when it comes to dealing with flankers. While any sniper rifle can theoretically insta-drop a light class with a quick scope headshot, not every sniper player will be able to consistently do this, and if any enemy overextends while you're holding a charge with the Classic, you basically have immediate access to an instant in-scan 135 damage shot that you just need to release M1 while looking at them to land. If you instead need to quickly zoom in and attempt a shot at a farther away target, you also have the option to do that freely. I've used these words a few times now, but I really can't stress how flexible and freeing the Classic feels when you get adjusted to pre-charging your shots before engagements. Now, this all sounds amazing, right? This is pretty much a hit-scan huntsman with more range, more damage, and the ability to zoom. However, you'll notice that this item is in the Weapons Ruined by One Stat video, and that I repeatedly mentioned the condition of when you have charge. That's because, despite the Classic's flexibility in terms of its range, it's remarkably restrictive at the same time, in that you cannot land headshots when not fully charged. This is gargantuan, as it effectively mandates a full charge to secure kills on any full health target with no exception. Compare this to any other sniper primary, where you have the ability to quickscope and insta-pick any enemy with 150 or less HP. This is obviously a huge component of why Sniper is such a devastating and controversial class. He's able to secure incredibly impactful kills with very little time commitment or compromising his own safety. Even the Huntsman can land a fringe headshot from any level of charge. The Classic, by comparison, lacks that in-the-moment impact and is incredibly committal as a result. You need to pre-charge for every individual fight, or you'll be left caught out without meaningful damage. And when you realize that charging the Classic slows the sniper to an agonizing moonwalk pace, this becomes a lot more problematic. You either need a fully charged headshot or body shot to kill anyone but a kunai spy at full health. You cannot fire off kill shots with this weapon without a 3-second time commitment beforehand, and there will be situations where you are not able to do that. This is definitely the weapon's most damning issue, and the reason is in this video, but it's not the only one. For some reason that I'm not entirely privy to, you can't fire this weapon in the air, which means that drop-down shots, or shots after being knocked up by a soldier or air blasted, are impossible. Maybe this is a thing from TF Classic, I don't know. Also, as a more cosmetic negative, this weapon's laser sight is buggy as hell, and can become disjointed if you're moving your camera while charging, which can definitely throw off your aim if you're the kind of freakazoid who aims from your view model rather than your crosshair. That was me. I was that freakazoid built this past year. Lastly, the 10% body shot damage penalty is, while not as crushing as the Hitman's Heatmaker's 20, does come into focus more when you can't quickscope to mitigate it. Again, you need a full charge to kill anyone, no questions asked. All of these factors combined ultimately cause the Classic to be a somewhat disappointing weapon. Its incredibly wacky, non-conventional mechanics and generous range are offset by it being incredibly committal to land any meaningful damage, and by it requiring the player to adjust to its playstyle to make the most out of it. While I repeatedly praise this item's in-the-moment flexibility, there's an argument to be made that, in the long term, you're better off just learning how to quickscope. When you're caught out midway through a Classic charge, you're going to stick out like a horseshoe crab in a freshwater environment. It's definitely very fun and a different type of sniper weapon, but one that's committal nature makes it more of a gimmick than a dedicated must-use. I guess you can beat the Classics after all. You guys know we've talked about all but 4, arguably 3, of Spy's unlockable weapons in this series. Why don't we just quickly knock out the rest of them so that we don't have to talk about this skinny French bastard anymore? Luckily for us, Spy has 2 weapons that fall into the Ruined by One Stat category, and one of them is significantly more tragic than the other. Let's start out with the less contentious one, the ever-appealing yet always gimmicky Your Eternal Reward. The Your Eternal Reward is a really neat spy weapon in TF2 as unlike the classic, it single-handedly sets out to provide solutions for several of Spy's fundamental issues. Enemies being alerted to backstabs by sound cues, Spy needing to manually pick disguises for the right situations, Spy being given away by the kill feed and enemy ragdolls, etc. And despite the glowing lineup of uses, it's never a knife that anyone would say is Spy's best in slot option. Now, that's partially due to the kunai existing, but also because this weapon has a few really crippling negatives. Let's talk about it. The Your Eternal Reward is an unlockable knife for Spy. It's got one of the most conceptually cool concepts in the game, with it allowing the Spy to instantly take the place of anyone he backstabs. Basically, on backstab, the Spy immediately and seamlessly disguises as his target, with him never revealing himself between stabs, and the buffer period being so brief that not even miniguns have a chance to detach, nor sentries having a chance to target. On top of that, backstabs of this knife are almost completely silent, with enemy corpses instantly vanishing, the enemy not screaming, and Spy not saying any voice clips, with even the kill feed not displaying any activity. The only sound that the YER makes is the immediate impact of the stab, which is much subtler than the now absent normal sound cues. As if you trade off for this incredibly tantalizing lineup of stats, this weapon causes the Spy to consume cloak 33% faster, and requires an entire full cloak meter to use a normal manual disguise outside of spawn. That was a pretty wordy stat rundown, but what you should have ascertained from it is that the Your Eternal Reward is really fucking cool. When you use this knife properly, you basically become a body snatcher. Not just by killing and disguising his victims, but also by doing it instantly and unnoticeably taking their place. You'd be surprised how often enemies don't notice or react when their teammates literally start vanishing around them. The amount of times I've stabbed people while being healed by an enemy medic, and he just turns a blind eye to it and continues healing me is simply criminal. This is inarguably an incredibly tantalizing knife, and through its core mechanics provides several answers to some of Spy's biggest roadblocks. On top of that, the silent killer mechanic is really helpful. Despite the intended design of Spy being that of an assassin who can chain stab an entire team, it's remarkably difficult in practice due to the very audible death screams and immediate kill feed notifications that come with securing a stab. By comparison, the Your Eternal Reward gives enemies almost no indication that anything is amiss, with only context clues and the often inaudible stab sound effect being the only signs that an imposter has breached their defenses. Basically, if you ever wanted to roleplay as the monster from The Thing in TF2, this is the item for you. Oh my god, he's so goddamn cool! It so effortlessly answers some of Spy's most glaring issues, and I'm surprised that some of its core mechanics weren't baked into his design as a class and took this long to be added. Just like the classic from earlier, this may all sound extremely appealing, and just like the classic, it definitely is, but is also incredibly restrictive, because despite fixing some of Spy's basic fundamental problems, this weapon also simultaneously overcomplicates some of Spy's basic fundamental abilities, those being cloak and manual disguises. Despite the utility and immense fun factor of securing a cheeky stab and instantly taking someone's place, you've got to put forth a lot more effort to reach that stab than with any other knife. The requires a full cloak to manually disguise stat is absolutely crushing. While it might not seem like much as you're disguising with each backstab anyways, actually getting in to secure those stabs can be remarkably difficult when you can't adjust your disguise for each encounter. You basically have to make an educated guess as to who you should disguise as each time you're at spawn, as your only other option is to decloak on the battlefield and either wait for your cloak to recharge or pick up an ammo pack to be able to adjust on the fly. The jewel tip does not lie. This weapon does indeed require and consume a full cloak when you manually disguise, meaning that you cannot disguise while cloaked. The game will tell you no if you attempt to without a full cloak meter. This significantly limits and restricts the Spy's options, and makes him entirely reliant on the knife's positive stats to get into position and maintain a disguise. And these positive stats can honestly be a bit of a curse in disguise. Not only does it take a simple spy me and voice chat to immediately sell you out, but if you happen to backstab, say, a freshly respawned heavy or faraway sniper, you're basically shit out of luck when it comes to securing any further stabs, as you can't comfortably close the distance on enemies without coming off as extremely suspicious. Your most valuable disguises, being scout, spy, and medic, are also the most difficult to secure, and your easiest disguises, like sniper and heavy, are some of your least useful. But oh, okay, why don't you just rely on your cloak instead? Well, because this knife, which already uses your cloak as a currency for your disguises, also cuts your cloak duration by 1/3. On any given day, I could change my mind on which stat really damns this weapon, because the 33% faster cloak drain rate is entirely unnecessary. While it's certainly easier to work around than the limited manual disguises, especially with the Latrange, it also adds another restriction and condition to what's otherwise part being the ability to disguise for free on Backstab. Oh wow, how generous. I get to use some of my class's basic abilities, and all that it cost me was either 1/3 or all of my cloak. This weapon somehow makes you more reliant on your disguises and cloak than ever, while also simultaneously nerfing both. What the hell? This is the real problem with the Your Eternal Reward. It's an incredibly, let me stress, incredibly fun and appealing concept, but it's significantly overbalanced as a result, and using it often amounts to nothing more than a fringe novelty until your enemy catches on. Remember everything I said about the Latron granting Spy so much more freedom and wiggle room in the utility primaries video? Well, yeah, this thing does the exact opposite, for the positive trade-off of being able to use what's otherwise one of Spy's basic abilities. I think the Your Eternal Reward is a very tantalizing and fun weapon, and far from the worst weapon in this video, but whenever I use it, I ultimately end up wondering if the juice is really worth the squeeze. It's definitely eternally rewarding, but also eternally damning. So the Your Eternal Reward is obviously not amazing, but it's also not a weapon that anyone would ever say was a meta or best in slot pick. It was always seen as a fringe novelty or gimmick, and never a serious contender within Spy's line. Our next weapon, however, is quite the opposite, as it was considered Spy's objective best in slot revolver for several years. Then, in 2017, Valve hit it with one of the most notorious nerfs in TF2 history. Let's talk about the Ambassador. Before we get into the stat lineup, though, quick history lesson. From its release until 2017, the Ambassador was the spy weapon. It was the gun that any person intending to play the class seriously and with the intention of winning would carry, and was in the upper echelons of TF2's best in slot weapons. Then, in the coveted Jungle Inferno update, Valve did the unthinkable and significantly nerfed it. This was, in the words of a much better YouTuber than me, basically every Spy player September 11. It was an inarguable nerf to one of the game's top tier meta weapons, and a gigantic shakeup to the game's overall weapon meta. This would be like if Valve decided to nerf the Tomislav or Crusader's crossbow. It threw a huge dent into the Spy meta that I'm unsure if the community has ever fully recovered from. But that ultimately begs the question, what was the nerf, and was it warranted? Let's dive in. The Ambassador is an unlockable revolver for Spy. An intricately designed, engraved piece that was clearly a labor of love for someone at Valve. Its only positive stat is the ability to fire off headshots, dealing a maximum of 102 damage per headshot. This is the only non-sniper weapon in the game capable of doing this. It's also this weapon's one and only positive, with its negatives being a flat 15% damage penalty, a 20% slower firing speed, an unlisted mechanic where its accuracy is worsened and headshot ability taken away for about a second after each shot, and its critical hits being affected by damage fall-off, which was the stat added in the controversial Jungle Inferno nerf. This gives its critical hits a damage of only 58 beyond close range, or not even enough to two-shot a light class or one-shot a kunai Spy. To say that the addition of damage fall-off on this gun's crits was absolutely weapon-killing is a serious understatement. It might not seem like much considering that this weapon still outputs huge damage once every few seconds at close range, but make no mistake, the niche of Sniper Spy and being able to instantly chunk or pick off distant enemies comboed exceptionally well with Spy's basic infiltration and ability to see enemy health, and was inarguably what made it such a strong choice. To this end, I can fleetingly understand Valve's reason for this weapon's nerf. Spy is already a class capable of instantly killing anyone in the game, so giving him immediate access to a weakened version of the game's other dedicated instant kill mechanic is definitely a choice. The hyper-aggressive gun Spy playstyle this thing enabled probably didn't align with Valve's vision for Spy as a class, so weakening it makes some degree of sense. I mean, wouldn't it be crazy if Spy could fire off an unlimited amount of cross-map hit scan 120 damage critical sniper rounds? But, yeah, for some incredibly baffling reason, Valve saw fit to heavily nerf the Ambassador, but leave the Diamond back completely as is. The Ambassador now, on top of its slower firing speed, buffer period between shots, and damage penalty, did pitiful damage with a headshot beyond close range, completely mitigating its intended use as a potent high execution damage dealer. This resulted in the Ambassador being very bad. Look, I'm sorry guys, I know this thing still has its fans and truthers, but from my experience, its hefty downsides and lack of damage beyond close range really leave it in kind of a lackluster position. It features an incredibly skill-intensive single positive and 4 crushing downsides, but that positive isn't strong enough anymore to make up for it. Unlike every other weapon on this list, which had their negatives baked into their core designs and concepts, the Ambassador truly was a strong, if skill-dependent weapon that was tipped into bad weapon territory by a be a weapon with a ton of downsides, but the addition of a condition to its only positive is what really ruined it. It's absolutely still usable, its close range burst damage is still insane, but it lacks the flexibility and devastating long range damage it used to have, and the Diamondback still has. It also doesn't have the consistent reliability of stock or the utility of the Lestrange. It's just kind of an incredibly overbalanced close range burst damage option that fails to consistently outperform its alternatives. To its complete credit though, it does feel really good to land a close range headshot, and the rare occasion that you're able to time your shots and double tap a light class for 204 damage is really fun. It's also got an incredibly sleek and detailed design. This thing was clearly the favorite amongst someone at Valve during its creation, but the fact of the matter is that all this gun does is output big numbers at close range with incredibly precise aim, which the Diamondback does from any range with any level of aim. The level of effort and skill required to output big damage with the Ambassador is simply not worth the result. This is all around a weapon that, by all accounts, was left in the dust as the game progressed around it. This is all around an incredibly tragic story. While I do understand that the Ambassador was a controversial weapon and that it did enable some very unintended spy playstyles, the sheer level of disrespect Valve threw its way is unlike most other weapons in the game. Even the Righteous Bison they attempted to buff. The Ambassador really was in a mostly fine place prior to the addition of damage fall off, and I feel as though with a more lenient per shot negative, maybe only the first shot of each clip being a potential headshot or something like that, it'd be in a much better place. But more so than any other weapon on this list, this truly is a weapon that was ruined by one stat. It looks so cool too. Brother Hutch knows how to take something out with style. Institute ain't got much hope. It's Liberty Prime. And for our last weapon in this video, let's talk about one I've already discussed in detail on this channel before, the Liberty Launcher. Now, I was originally going to pass over it for this video since I did already talk about it in detail in my Beginner's Trap Weapons video, and because I got this very ominous comment warning me not to talk about it, so if I end up dead in the next few days, at least you know who to blame. But nah, I wanted to revisit the Liberty Launcher, both due to my initial discussion of it being mostly through the filter of a new player's experience with it rather than a general weapon discussion, and because I got some very valid feedback about my thoughts for it in that video. Full disclosure, I do not at all think that the Liberty Launcher is a bad weapon. It's arguably one of the worst rocket launchers, but the worst rocket launcher is still better than the best, like, SMG or Pyro melee. In fact, I'd go so far as to say that the Liberty Launcher is the best weapon we're discussing in this video. It comfortably augments soldiers' movement, it's incredibly active and flexible, and it just feels really fun to use. And yet, it's still one of soldiers' weakest primaries, and it's entirely and squarely due to its one sole negative. I don't think you can really call something like that anything other than a weapon ruined by one stat, even if it is still fun. But just what is that negative, and why is it so crushing? Let's discuss. The Liberty Launcher is an unlockable rocket launcher for Soldier. It features a huge lineup of positive stats that all act as some of the objective best that a Soldier player could ask for. Its rockets travel 40% faster than stock, or half as fast than a Rect Hit. It loads one additional rocket in its clip, allowing for 5 shots before you need to reload, and its rockets deal 25% less self-damage to the Soldier. As a trade-off, this weapon also deals 25% less damage to enemies, giving it the lowest per rocket base damage out of all of Soldier's rocket launchers, with a base damage of 68 per hit, or slightly more than a melee swing. Right off the bat, it should be entirely obvious that this thing is not intended to be a hard carry rocket launcher for a solo Soldier. Everything that it does makes Soldier more dynamic and mobile at the cost of lowering his damage. This makes it less viable as a straight-up frontline killing tool than stock, and it allows it to flourish as a flanking roamer Soldier weapon, or as the rare Soldier combo tool. Starting from the top, the additional rocket per clip is actually huge. Soldier lives and dies by his clip, and even if you're not able to secure the kill with all 5 rockets, you're still putting out enormous pounding pressure on the enemy. 5 rockets coming your way can be an intimidating and difficult thing to contend with, and with their faster projectile speed on top of that, the Liberty Launcher can allow you to hammer enemies with attacks that are simply too fast and numerous for them to counter. On the flank specifically, this thing can pretty handily match most enemies you'll run into. On top of that, the additional rocket combos exceptionally well with the reduced self-damage. It really enhances the speed and amount of jumps you're able to perform in your rollouts, and increases the amount of attacks you'll be able to fire after a rocket jump to bomb in. This makes you a real menace on the flank. The additional rocket all around is a really huge stat, and actually causes this weapon to have only a slightly lower per clip DPS than stock, with even the faster projectile speed also somewhat cushioning it. If you're landing every rocket from a comfortable range, you're not missing out on too additional perk this weapon has is its utility as a combo tool. I'm not personally too into this, as I prefer to run a banner as my soldier secondary, but if you're apt to run the reserve shooter or panic attack, the Liberty Launcher can facilitate some very satisfying combos where you deal a bunch of damage to an enemy or pop them up in the air and then blast them with your secondary. Again, not really my thing, but totally worth trying. Now, all of these upsides are really, really strong. Again, they're some of the objective best stats that a soldier weapon can possibly have. They make every aspect of playing the class easier and more flexible, and augment pretty much all of its basic combat and mobility traits. And yet, it's not a best in slot pick, or even in Soldier's top 3 best primaries, because despite the plentiful bonuses this weapon grants Soldier, he's ultimately a class who's meant to secure kills. And with this weapon, you're basically trying to kill someone with a stuffed sword. The problem with the Liberty Launcher is that Soldier is a damage-dealing class. He is not a multitasker or specialist like Engineer or Spy. His primary role on the battlefield is to engage directly with the enemies and secure important things. I don't play or attempt to speak on the competitive side of things, but I am aware of the whole generalist-specialist thing, and the reason that Soldier is considered a generalist is because of his potent mobility and damage dealing. The Liberty Launcher may make the Soldier more mobile and flexible, but if he can't kill people, it really doesn't matter. To go back to the stuffed sword analogy, it's a weapon that you can definitely still attack people with, but requires a lot of hits and effort to secure kills with. Ain't nothing like firing a rocket-propelled grenade at the enemy and dealing 19 damage, or half of a critical Rap Assassin swing. This thing simply feels really, really weak and limp at points, and it often feels as though the damage you're dealing and kills you're securing aren't proportionate to the effort you have to put forward for them. The Liberty Launcher makes everything Soldier does easier and more consistent, except for killing people, which is inarguably his most important job. It doesn't matter how well you can jump around, how flashy your combos are, or how many rockets you can fire if none of those things are fighting the enemy. Ultimately, the Liberty Launcher is a very fun, rewarding, and mobile weapon that single negative causes it to fall behind other options. It allows Soldier to be much more proactive and aggressive in pursuing kills and chasing enemies. To go around makes him much better at everything, except killing people. Even if it has an amazing lineup of positives, I can't help but qualify this weapon for this video because its single negative stat completely nullifies them. It's not the worst rocket launcher, and definitely not among the worst weapons in the game, but it is most certainly, at the very least, held back by one stat. If the damage penalty was slightly more lenient, maybe 15 or 10% with like a splash range penalty, but the exact same positives, I think this thing could be a real contender. But as is, it's definitely fun, but not a serious consideration at most points. Give me better Liberty or give me death. And that's 4 TF2 weapons that are ruined by one stat. I noticed that a common theme among them is that none of them are like bottom-of-the-barrel garbage terrible, and they're all just kind of comfortably mediocre. Mediocre? The Classic and Ambassador are probably the worst weapons I discussed, and both of them are still quite usable by all accounts, and I have trouble calling either of them the worst options in their respective slots. I think this is ultimately a testament to the nuance of balancing TF2 weapons, that it's often not a singular stat that makes the worst weapons in the game, and is instead often a combination of bad positives and worse negatives. As for the weapons we discussed here, they're all fringe novelties, but are all still very fun to use. At the end of the day, that's all that matters. In the words of our immortal god, Frank Reynolds,
Look, I quit on that shit. You understand? I quit on it. I don't give a rat's ass about class. I live on the fringe. Fringe class is where I am.
Great. Thanks, hope you all have a fantastic day before, during, and after watching, and I'll catch you all later. Cheers.
Stepping within the sentry's line of sight for more than a second. And this is necessary. There needs to be something to prevent the fastest class from having full control over every engagement. Something to let players catch their breath and not feel the need to be on high alert at all times. Yes, Scout already struggles on choky maps, but not every map is going to be as claustrophobic as Dust Bowl. With that being said, it is baffling just how hard sentries counter Scouts, which is ironic because the one thing that the old nailgun was good at was destroying buildings. When Scout is facing a sentry, there's nothing he can do unless the sentry's out in the open and the engineer is already dead. If that's the case, you can slowly chip away at it with your pistol or corner peek it with your scattergun, hoping that no one else on the enemy team spots you and kills you immediately. The fact that all buildings take base damage and aren't affected by ramp up is especially bad news for Scout, because it means even a point-blank scattergun shot will only deal 60 damage maximum. Making matters worse, sentries are most prevalent on the choky maps that Scout already struggles on. And where are sentries usually placed? Right behind the front line, behind where all the action is, where Scout is supposed to do his job by flanking and picking enemies off. Scout players had to accept that there would be times when they couldn't do anything, which only further exacerbated the class's steep learning curve. How are you supposed to practice under those conditions? Well, there was one way. Following TF2's launch, there was a small but growing community of players that also wished to play the game at a faster pace, free from choke points and sentry spam. These players would eventually create what's known today as Sixes, TF2's very first competitive format. Sixes is not simply TF2 with skilled players. Through class limits, smaller team sizes, and the exclusion of choky maps, Sixes is an alternate version of TF2 that downplays its intended focus on slow teamed pushes and instead puts a heavy emphasis on deathmatching skill, which, as you can imagine, was perfect for the fast DM class. Yet, despite Sixes being tailor-made to suit Scout's strengths and minimize his weaknesses, the class was not a dominant force from the start. Don't get me wrong, Scout was obviously very strong, otherwise he wouldn't be used on practically every team. But Scouts at the time played more of a support role, because players had not yet developed the skills to carry their team on their own. It wouldn't be until 2009, well over a year after TF2's launch, that competitive players finally began to unlock Scout's full potential. This is Carnage, arguably the most influential Scout player of all time. Whereas most Scout players played passively, it was Carnage who proved that, with enough skill, an aggressive Scout was capable of wiping teams single-handedly. This may not sound surprising today, but at the time, it was groundbreaking, and other Scouts were quick to follow suit. By the way, the term meat shot had been popularized because of Carnage, who used it as a chat bind to tilt the other team. Yes, the most influential Scout player of all time used annoying chat binds. I'm not making this up. The rise of Carnage served to illustrate just how absurdly steep Scout's learning curve was. It took the best players over a year to learn that Scouts could kill one enemy after another on his own, after spending all of that time in a format that was designed to be non-stop DMing. Meanwhile, Scout mains in pubs had been spending most of their playtime banging their head against the wall, waiting for that one sentry to go down. This class was already bound to look very different in the hands of skilled players, but the nature of pubs and Sixes increased the gap between the average and top players tenfold. In any case, by 2009, it was clear that TF2 Scout was not a repeat of Team Fortress Classic. This iteration of Scout was a killing machine, but only when used by those with solid game sense and pinpoint accuracy. For those that played competitive, investing time into learning Scout was a no-brainer. For those that played in pubs, however, motivation to play Scout was lacking, to say the least. Looking back at Valve's data from 2007, Scout was initially the most played class in the game. Yet 1 year later, Scout's usage would plummet from 1st all the way down to 8th. And who would usurp Scout as the #1 pick? Why, Engineer, of course. And what was the most popular map at the time? Dust Bowl, followed by Two Fort and Gold Rush. In December of 2008, Valve announced via a blog post that Scout would be the next class to receive his own update, with their main goal being to make the class more useful on those choky maps. If one were to look at Valve's own data, it'd be easy to assume that Scout was too weak, but Valve was aware that this wasn't the case. In fact, it was Valve who had to clarify to IGN following a pre-launch play session that a good Scout, quote, kills the crap out of people. They knew that the class was strong in the hands of an experienced player, but the vast majority of players were nowhere close to that level. They also knew that no matter how skilled a Scout player was, they were near useless in the average pub match. So any unlocks Valve had in store for Scout would ideally make him easier to use and give him more opportunities to get in, without making him any better at killing once he did make it in. Not an easy task, as Valve themselves would lament. After months of development, the Scout update would be released to the public on February 24th, 2009, bringing with it 3 new unlockable weapons. Let's start with the simplest of the 3, the Bonk Atomic Punch. This was the unlock that everyone knew was coming. Everyone knew that Scout was going to get some anti-sentry weapon. The question was, what would such a weapon look like? Well, Bonk wasn't a weapon per se, but a tool. Consuming it would grant you temporary invincibility, during which time you wouldn't be able to attack. Scouts using Bonk were still helpless against sentries, but now they could brute force their way into the flank that the sentry would have otherwise denied them from. Ditto for spam-filled choke points. Just drink Bonk, hold W, and once Bonk wore off, you'd be in every Scout's dream scenario, behind the enemy team, and away from spam and sentries. This may sound like an absurdly broken tool to give Scout, but there were a few things that kept it in check. First, if you were using Bonk to get past a choke or sentry nest, then even once you got behind the enemy team, they were still at that choke or nest. Instead, Scouts in this situation would run all the way back to the enemy spawn to destroy any teleporters, then hound enemies on their long walk out of spawn. The fact that respawn times in TF2 happen in waves meant that Bonk Scouts wouldn't be fed a constant stream of 1v1 fights that they'd excel in. And even in the event that a lone enemy was ambushed, the Scout's loss of his pistol meant that he'd have to work harder to get the kill with the scattergun alone. If a Scout managed to slip behind the enemy undetected, they could even wait on the final point for a backhand. But all of this, of course, was assuming that the Scouts made it past the enemy in the first place. Bonk may grant invincibility from damage, but not knockback. Air blast, explosives, and especially sentries could pin a Scout against the wall or skybox, leading to his demise once Bonk wore off. The effect only lasted for 6 seconds, and once that was up, Scouts would suffer from a 6-second cooldown where they'd run at half their normal speed, only slightly faster than Soldier. Even if you made it past that choke or sentry, if you encountered any enemy during that 6-second cooldown, you were as good as dead. So Bonk gave Scout the opportunity to get into an ideal position no matter the map, but only if the enemy team allowed it. Bonk also enabled Scouts to take down sentries, though not on his own. Rather than running past a sentry, Bonk Scouts could instead stand in front of one, distracting it while a teammate ran in to destroy it. Or, you could position yourself between the sentry and the engineer to kill him with his own sentry. On paper, Bonk was exactly what Scout needed. In practice, it was a bit undercooked, which was perfectly fine. In fact, it's a good sign that Valve was erring on the side of caution. All it'd take was a few tweaks later down the line for Bonk to become an excellent addition to Scout's kit. The Force of Nature, or FAN, was the end result of Valve's reportedly large number of potential new primaries. Upon its release, it largely functioned the same as it does today. It held 2 shots in its clip, which fired 50% faster than stock, and packed 20% more pellets, but dealt 20% less damage. Each shot would deal up to 101 damage at point blank, and although that combined with the fan's faster firing speed could have allowed it to be even better at killing than stock, its potential burst damage was neutered by the fan's knockback. Any shot from the fan would launch enemies away from you, meaning subsequent shots would suffer from both fall-off and bullet spread. And after firing both shots, Scouts would need to wait nearly 1.5 seconds for the fan to reload, giving enemies more than enough time and distance to escape. Sounds counterproductive, doesn't it? It was, but that was the point. The knockback ensured that skilled scouts wouldn't have full control over every engagement like they could with stock. They could still use their speed to decide when a fight starts, but they'd also be ending said fight as soon as they landed their first shot. Or at least, that was the idea. Despite Valve's efforts to make a primary that wasn't busted in skilled hands, the original fan had the potential to do just that. First, there was a technique that would later be dubbed force jumping. By firing at the ground while mid-air, scouts could knock themselves upwards, effectively giving them a triple jump. This was totally fine, and added a much-needed layer of depth to a weapon that was otherwise limited in combat. The fan's extra jump opened up new flanking and ambushing opportunities, though how useful this was varied from map to map. What made the fan potentially devastating was how its knockback differed from today. Originally, it launched enemies at a flat rate. Didn't matter whether you dealt 1 damage or 100, at point blank or from across the map. All it took into account was the enemy's momentum. The fan's knockback also didn't launch enemies very far at all. So if you hit someone with a point-blank shot and kept running forwards, you'd be set up for a second point-blank shot before they landed. And that second shot would also apply knockback, even if they were still mid-air, launching them further into the air. If 2 shots weren't enough to kill them, you could get in some easy pistol shots. And if that wasn't enough, they would almost certainly die to fall damage. It was like the old air blast flare gun combo, except the air blast also dealt damage, and the flare gun was also air blast, all coming from the class that could appear out of nowhere and disappear just as quickly. Was the fan overpowered? No, at least not at the time. Pulling off those 1-2 fan combos required precise aim, something that most scouts still lacked. They stuck to using the hit-and-run tactics that the weapon had originally been designed for. Even in the hands of a hypothetical perfect player, the fan would still lose out to the scattergun over the course of a match due to its smaller clip size and slow reload. But while the fan may have gotten less kills overall, each of those kills were much easier to get, to the frustration of its victims. This, as we'll find, is going to be a common trend with many of Scout's unlocks. If a good fan scout wanted to kill you, there was very little you could do once he landed that first shot. Speaking of easy kills, that leads me into the final unlock from this update, the Sandman. The Sandman should need no introduction. Anyone who knows anything about TF2's history knows that the original Sandman was one of, if not the, most absurdly overpowered weapons of all time. Its stats were simple. In exchange for your double jump being disabled, you'd be granted a bat that knocked out a mean stun ball. Losing your double jump was a massive downside. Although, if you found yourself on a choke point or sentry-infested map, you weren't going to be double jumping very often anyways. Or if you were a newer scout that didn't know how to use double jumping mid-combat. For those that only double jumped to get around the map, they could even use the fan to regain some of that mobility. The Sandman's downside was extreme, but that was the point. It ensured that whatever upside they gave to the Sandman, it'd only be worth using in the situations where Scout struggled, and not where he was already strong enough. However, the upside that Valve gave to the Sandman was, just a smidge too good. Swinging the Sandman also launched a ball that, upon hitting an enemy, would completely stun them, as in, they couldn't attack or even move. The length of the stun varied depending on how far the Sandman ball had traveled, up to a maximum of 7 seconds with a long-range moonshot. But hitting someone at close range still gave a scout more than enough time to run in and kill them. At max range, scouts even had enough time to run up and kill someone with the Sandman's taunt kill. The cooldown for the ball was 15 seconds, which was already short for such a powerful effect, but scouts could pick the ball back up to regain it instantly. So you could stun someone, kill them, then pick the ball back up since it wouldn't have gone too far. The Sandman made the 1v1 class even better at beating anyone 1v1. You wouldn't be missing your double jump versus a stunned enemy, because there weren't any attacks to dodge. In particular, the Sandman ruined what had otherwise been a strong check to scouts, heavy. As a scout, You could not take on a heavy that was revved up and aware of your presence. You'd just get torn to shreds, no different than with sentries. But unlike sentries, heavies don't auto-lock onto enemies. Since the minigun is an automatic weapon that requires tracking, heavies have a hard time keeping their crosshair on enemies that are right in front of them. To beat a revved up heavy as Scout, you'd need to take a gamble and run in while he was distracted, then blast him over and over while jumping like a madman. This took a considerable amount of skill on the Scout's part, and was only possible because the heavy had let his guard down. Now enter the Sandman. Even if a heavy is revved up and actively fighting you, you'd stun him and kill him in 3 shots. There was nothing he could do about it. What if you were using the fan? The stun might end before it could reload and get off that 3rd shot, right? Well, the Sandman's stun also unrevved Heavy's minigun, so even once it wore off, Heavies would need to rev up all over again. And I haven't even gotten to the worst part. The original Sandman could stun Ubered players. That sounds like an oversight, but no. The Sandman stunning Ubers was completely intentional, and even mentioned in the weapons update page. If you managed to stun the medic, you'd force him to stop healing his pocket, meaning they'd lose their Uber and get obliterated. The Sandman was unlike anything the game had seen before. There had been some questionable balance decisions already, but the Sandman was in a league of its own. Or should I say, the Sandman wasn't in any league, because it would make history by becoming the first ever unlock to be banned in all major competitive leagues at the time. CEVO banned it within a week, and ETF2L would follow suit a week after that. Hatred of the Sandman wasn't exclusive to competitive players either. No one liked being forced to spectate their own death in real time, all because they got hit by a single projectile. Stuns don't belong in an FPS, especially not one that was so deliberately designed to make every interaction feel fair. Most of the time, at least. This was a widely shared belief, even as far back as 2009. People were not happy about the Sandman, and it didn't take long for Valve to get the memo. On March 13th, the Sandman would be given 2 nerfs. First, a minimum distance for stuns was added, which was just beyond point